This is Audible.
William Morrow and Harper Audio present No Second Chances, a novel by Rio Youers, performed by Jim Meskimen. Part 1. Canary. 1. New LA woman. Her favorite time, her favorite place. Nighttime on Sunset. The vibe, the opportunists, the neon signs throwing dreamy color. Everything about it made her feel alive. And at 24, Kitty wanted to feel alive. It was why she had moved here. She put her skateboard beneath her and rolled, breathing warm, tainted air. A smile, as wide and sweet as a slice of orange, broke across her face. She smelled exhaust, peppered steak, vape perfumes, a blend of colognes. A street performer played What a Fool Believes and high-fived her between chord changes. Her wheels thumped off the sidewalk. Kitty Rae had been in Los Angeles 4 months. It still moved her, and her heart still made a hopeful, tinkling sound when she walked. She'd gone from waiting tables to bartending to selling Jell-O shots at Spearmint Rhino, all within a space of 11 weeks. Then, Chris Sly Boy Streeter had discovered her. Sly Boy was not the talent scout she'd been hoping for, but he lined her pockets in exchange for easy work. It was a start. It also allowed her to move out of shared lodgings in MacArthur Park to a smaller, but all hers, apartment in Silver Lake. It was several steps shy of the LA residence she'd imagined for herself, but she loved being on the 3rd floor, where the rugged, hypnotically moving tops of the fan palms were at eye level. Even better was the way the setting sun caught her street and splashed the buildings with mauves and oranges. Passion hour, she called it, even though it lasted only minutes. 7 at the most. Where I live, she'd posted on Instagram, beneath a photograph of her street draped in those rich colors. Her friends back in Louisville had commented, OMFG, and sweet, and yo, still Kentucky, bitch. Her mama, whose cheekbones Kitty had inherited, as well as her propensity to dream, had added, so beautiful, baby girl, but have you met any celebrities yet? Well, she'd seen Caitlyn Jenner at a photo shoot at the Getty, and Ezra Faustino arguing with a valet attendant outside a restaurant in North Hollywood. I will fuck the fuck out of your shit, Mr. Faustino had screamed. All that was lit, but what was totally lit was the fact that she lived opposite Luke Kingsley. Mama, who? Luke Kingsley, the troubled star of Ventura Nights and A Bullet Affair. Kitty told her mama this, but Mama didn't know those movies. So Kitty told her what Luke Kingsley was really famous for. Mama, oh shit. He'd gone from a beautiful house in Sherman Oaks to a 2-bedroom Mission Revival in Silver Lake. Kitty could stand at her window and look down into Luke's living room, could see him watching TV in his boxers and eating Captain Crunch right out of the box. And okay, it wasn't as cool as smoking weed with Seth Rogen or bumping beautifuls with Jamie Foxx, but, like working for Chris Sly Boy Streeter, it was a start. Kitty picked up the goods from the trunk of a Cadillac parked in Norma Triangle. Same caddy every time, different location. Then took a bus to East Hollywood and went to work. 20 minutes in, she made Angelo's drop. an ounce of crystal packed into the false bottom of a Starbucks cup, tossed into a trash can outside Slick's coin-op laundry on Melrose. Angelo's boy arrived moments later. He dug through the trash can and removed the drop. Kitty snapped a photo from across the street, making like she was taking a selfie, although there was no reason for her, or anyone, to take a selfie in this neighborhood. She needed the photo, though, as proof the pickup had been made. Kitty had no dealings with the money side of things. She delivered the goods. That was all. She supposed Reuben, Sly Boy's muscle, a man-shaped iron girder, collected, and God help the cranker who didn't pay. Kitty pocketed her phone, put her board beneath her, and skated away. She'd pushed once, rolled maybe 10 feet, when Angelo stepped out from the doorway of Gray's Marketplace right in front of her, and she would have taken a spill if he hadn't grabbed her upper arm. She flipped the front of her board up, caught it in her right palm while trying to pull her left arm loose, but Angelo dug his fingers in and grinned. "You gotta be more careful, girl." His real name was Salvador Gallo, but he had earned the nickname Angelo because of his soft black curls and doll-like good looks. He'd appeared in commercials for Gap and Tommy Hilfiger in the early 2000s, and was a semi-regular on the short-lived ABC sitcom Almost Always. Then his drug usage went from recreational to obscene, and that was the end of his career. Now his curls were laced with dirt, and he had black grooves between his teeth. There was a canker on the side of his nose that never healed. "Hands off, Angelo." "Or what?" Sly Boy had warned her not to engage with the buyers. "Every degree of separation is a degree that will keep you out of prison," he'd said. "You don't want these people getting to know you. They will fuck you over if they get the chance." Most of Kitty's drops were clean, no contact, but a buyer would surface on occasion, assuming their presence was welcome. Angelo, for example. "Why you always so quick to be gone? Don't you know we could have a good time, me and you? We could take in the city. Do it all." She pulled her arm, but he held on. "I know a man can get that face on the cover of a magazine. You want that, girl?" The lesion on his nose looked wet and sore in streetlight. "Your face on the cover of a magazine? Just get your dirty fucking—" Angelo suddenly let go, his hands raised like someone had pointed a .45 at him. It had nothing to do with Kitty struggling to free her arm or anything she said, and everything to do with the sage-green Mustang, vintage Detroit muscle, cruising toward them. It slowed as it approached. The passenger window buzzed down, and Kitty saw the Viking for the first time. He was comfortably into his 20s, ugly handsome, with a crooked nose and narrow forehead. His long beard was fashioned into 2 points, a darker shade of blonde than the hair that fell to his shoulders. Kitty heard Angelo say, "Shit," under his breath. Then he turned and ran, bumped into an older lady who called him a son of a bitch in Spanish and swiped at him with her purse. Angelo was out of range, though, scooting along Melrose with his dirty curls bouncing. The Mustang voiced an oily, predatory snarl and rumbled on. Kitty watched its taillights for a moment, then skated to her next drop. And that should have been that. End of scene. Fade to black. Except she saw the Mustang again, not 40 minutes later, at a red light on Beverly. Kitty put it down to coincidence, but logged it. She made her delivery, an 8-ball stuffed into a Taco Bell wrapper, at a nearby bus stop, photographed the pickup, and checked her backpack. 3 drops remaining, then home. A third sighting of the Mustang. On Sunset this time, 10 minutes from her apartment. Put her on alert, which developed into a deeper concern when the vehicle started following, then drew alongside her. It matched her speed for 50 yards, give or take, with Kitty looking dead ahead, playing it cool. Maybe the driver would get bored and floor it if she didn't react. Instead, The passenger window rolled down, and the Viking's voice rose above the engine's steady rumble. "You can really shift on that thing." Kitty ignored him. She zigzagged between pedestrians, lithe as a ribbon. Farther along Sunset, a siren whooped 3 times, like the call of some exotic bird, and acoustic music strummed from a late-night cafe. "I'd like to talk to you," the Viking said, "if you have a moment." "I don't." Now Kitty looked over. "And stop following me." Was he an undercover cop? Had he been watching her all night, or for weeks, and was now moving in for the bust? Kitty didn't think so. She'd be more likely to get busted at the beginning of her route, with a backpack full of product. Or maybe they wanted to use her in a different way, to take down Sly Boy, perhaps. But even then, they would arrest her first, then turn up the heat. No, she wasn't getting a cop vibe. The Viking image didn't fit, nor the late 60s ride. And although Kitty couldn't see the driver sitting beside him, she could see his hands on the wheel. They were covered in tattoos. Too much visible ink for a cop, even one deeply undercover. "Come on," the Viking smiled. Maybe he didn't mean to disarm her, but he did. He had a charming smile. 2 minutes. That's all I need." If he wasn't a cop, then his business was on the other side of the thin blue line. A pusher, perhaps, or a pimp. A lawbreaker for sure. And one of renown, judging by the way Angelo had taken to his heels. "Not interested," Kitty said. The Michel-Terena intersection was just ahead, where she'd usually turn right, skateboard partway up the hill, then hang a left onto her street. She wasn't going to lead these goons to her apartment, though, which meant she had to lose them. "I don't give up easily," the Viking persisted. "Also, I'm not following. I'm scouting." 2 options. She could skate through a late-night store, exit via the back door, and shake them in the narrow residential streets north of Sunset. But even if she managed to give them the slip, how long before that old muscle car pulled alongside her again? They knew her face, after all. Her route. Her second option, to put a serious scare on the motherfuckers, would be more effective. Kitty once saw Ruben Osterfeld take out 3 guys without losing a drop of sweat. She didn't know him as well as she knew Sly Boy, but he'd passed along his number in case she ran into trouble on the streets. "You look like you can take care of yourself, but if you need some heavyweight backup..." Ruben was a former UFC contender who'd taken Prince Santana the distance in the octagon, and Kitty was grateful, now more than ever, to have him listed in her contacts. She hopped off her board, pulled her phone from the back pocket of her jeans. The Mustang slowed to a crawl, then picked up speed and turned north on Michel-Terena. The angry sound of its muffler faded into the Silver Lake ambience. It would return, though. Kitty was sure of it. No answer from Ruben. Voicemail. Shit. Fusion 44, Sly Boy's jazz club, was a few blocks north of the lake in Echo Park. Kitty could be there in 15 minutes. Sly Boy preferred his runners didn't drop by unannounced. He didn't do any business at the club. It was strictly for jazz. But that was where she'd likely find Ruben. And if not, Sly Boy would know how to handle the Viking. Kitty turned her board around and rolled down Sunset. She slowed where the pedestrian traffic was heavier, weaving between groups of people, sometimes hopping the curb and skating the bike lane. Her heart jumped. Small tears flashed from the corners of her eyes. Cool under pressure had always been one of her superpowers. The coolest kitty in the city, her girls back in Louisville always said. But this had set her on edge. The Mustang passed her, circled, then passed her again. "Motherfucker!" she hissed. "What is your problem?" 10 minutes of this, then she committed to the bike lane, blazing through every intersection. Traffic stopped for her, abruptly. She was nearly hit by a city bus at one point. It swerved across the bike lane to make it stop, and she leaned a hard left, seeing nothing but the full moon shine of its headlights. She ollied onto the sidewalk, caromed off a parking meter, and wiped out. Kitty knew how to fall, though, and how to get back up. She did so now, brushing grit from her grazed elbow, then retrieved her skateboard and ran the rest of the way. El Picador Avenue. 70 yards of blacktop edged with magnolia trees and trash, home to office and apartment buildings, a yoga studio called Nirvana Flow, and Fusion 44. Its peacock blue awning reached over the sidewalk like a sheltering wing. Frankie, the bouncer, stood outside, impressive in stature, disinterested in demeanor. He barely looked at Kitty as she swept inside. The bar area was illuminated by soft yellow globes, but everywhere else was dipped in mood lighting. There were maybe 20 patrons sitting at tables in front of the stage, where a trio dressed in white suits played crime jazz. A half-dozen more bodies propped up the bar. Kitty recognized Cal Schifrin, one of Sly Boy's new hires. He took care of the books, but he could also take care of himself. "Should you be here, Kitty?" he asked. "I didn't see your name on the list." "Looking for Reuben," Kitty breathed heavily and wiped sweat from beneath her eyes. "I got some creep following me. I didn't want to lead him to my apartment." "Reuben's with the boss. He'll be down soon." "I'll wait." And to the bartender, "Water, please. Lots of ice." She was halfway through her drink when the Viking entered the club. He stood out, even in the gloom, a tall guy, 6'2" easily, wrapped in lean muscle, an ornate tattoo on the left side of his neck. More dark ink decorated his forearms. He noticed Kitty and smiled, twisting the prongs of his beard. "Shit," Kitty said. "That's him." "That fucking guy?" The Viking's driver stood just behind and to the left of him. He was thick-bodied and looked dangerous, as if missing a critical element that made him all the way human. An animal, a jackal maybe, that would eat his own young to stay alive. Cal put his drink down and got to his feet. "I'll take care of this prick," he said, striding past Kitty with his chest puffed out. Cal had once told Kitty that he used to train SWAT team members in close-quarters combat. He and the Viking met at the end of the bar. Kitty might have heard their brief conversation had the band been between numbers. Not that she needed to hear anything. Cal gestured toward the door. "You're not welcome here. Kindly leave." The Viking twisted his beard and nodded toward Kitty. "Not going anywhere. I want to talk to her." Cal said something else, puffing his chest out a little more. He prodded the Viking with his finger, which ended all dialogue. The driver stepped forward and drove his fist into Cal's face. It was a quick attack and devastating. Cal's nose broke open with a staccato pop. He wobbled on his heels and raised one hand, perhaps in some feeble attempt at defense or to cry uncle. Whatever it was, it didn't work. The driver grabbed him by the hair and introduced his face to the wall. Not once, but 3 times. The impacts were solid enough to halt the band. A flower of Cal's blood bloomed on the rustic brickwork. One of his teeth hit the barroom floor and skated all the way to where Kitty was standing. "Ain't that some unhappy shit?" the pianist grumbled into his microphone. The driver let go of Cal, who dropped into a loose heap, his days of eating solid food behind him, much like his days of training SWAT team members in close-quarters combat. His face was a broken mess. The Viking examined his fingernails, indifferent, cool, and tipped Kitty a wink. At that point, Sly Boy and Reuben appeared, bursting in from the back of the club where Sly Boy kept an office. Kitty wanted to vault the bar and hide. Shit was about to go down, and it wouldn't just be unhappy. There would be guns. There would be bodies. Or so she thought. Instead, Sly Boy adopted a cautious posture, his eyes peeled to full circles. "What the fuck, Johan?" he said, and uttered a nervous laugh. Even Reuben appeared reluctant to venture too far forward. He looked like a scared, 260-pound boy. "Chris," Johan said calmly, "it's been a while. You look good." "Yeah, it's been—" He shook his head, getting back on track. "What the fuck, man?" Johan, the Viking, gave his beard another twist, then pointed at Kitty. "Her." He offered his disarming smile. "I want just a moment with her." All eyes on Kitty. She stood in the yellow light, her legs trembling. "I didn't do shit." She looked from Sly Boy to Johan, then back to Sly Boy. "I've never seen this guy before. He just started following me." "Scouting," Johan corrected her. "This is Los Angeles, after all, where fortune favors the ruthless." An uncharacteristic hush descended on the club, broken only by creaking chairs and Cal's tuneless wheezing. Some of the patrons had vacated, but most were old jazz guys. They'd seen this and worse before. They looked put out, if anything, that their evening's entertainment had been interrupted. Sly Boy nodded at Kitty, more with his eyes than with his head. Kitty frowned, not certain she understood the gesture. He clarified. "Go," he said. "Go?" "With him." "No!" A coldness washed through her. It had the paradoxical effect of increasing her jitters, yet making her firmer inside. "I don't want to." Sly Boy turned his lips down. He swallowed hard, straightened his sleeves, impeccably arranged, as always. The $800 haircut. The suit from the House of Bijan. It was all about outward appearance with Sly Boy. But was there anything inside? "It's easier for everyone," he whispered, "if you go willingly." He had educated Kitty about not talking to the customers, distancing herself from trouble, maintaining the degrees of separation that would keep her out of prison. She had thought him savagely smart, but maybe he was just gutless. Either way, Kitty no longer felt protected by Sly Boy, or by Reuben, take my number, Osterfeld. She left the club with the Viking, feeling suddenly and overwhelmingly alone. Johan Fly exuded strength and confidence, and Kitty, to her surprise, felt safe in the short time they were together. They walked down to Sunset, then slowly east. Johan talked about how his father had crossed the ocean in 1977 from Denmark and was now one of the wealthiest men in the city. He said that it had been that way with his people, his bloodline, for hundreds of years. They traveled to foreign lands. They took what they wanted. They prospered. "What about you, Kitty?" "What about me?" "What do you want?" Johan had stopped, framed in that moment by a towering ficus tree. He looked similarly robust, with his carved, narrow forehead and skewed nose. "Wait, no. Let me guess. You're new to the city. Flew in from, that accent, somewhere in the South. But not too far south. Virginia, maybe. Or Kentucky. Mama's back home, missing her little girl. But she's proud of you, Kitty, chasing your dreams in L.A. And it could happen at any moment. That skin, those cheekbones. It's just a matter of time before somebody discovers you. Then you'll show everyone back in Jerkwater, Virginia, how high you can climb." Kitty opened her mouth to respond, but a bubble of emotion had risen into her throat. She managed to breathe. Only breathe. "All those hopes and dreams." Johan spread his arms, then drew them in slowly. "Yet, here you are, with a backpack full of junk, skating from trash can to trash can." His assessment was close, but it wasn't that neat a trick. Clearly he was familiar with the streets and the people who worked them, so knew that she was fresh on the scene. Her accent had a southern flavor, but it wasn't deep-fried. Virginia/Kentucky was an educated, or lucky guess. And what pretty person didn't arrive in Los Angeles without at least one eye on the stars? Still, he'd evoked emotion, partly resentment at being packaged into such a trite little box, mainly a blues-singing disappointment in herself. "Is that what this is about?" she asked. "Why you followed me, stalked me from Melrose Avenue? Why your boy put a hurting on Cal? Just so you could degrade me?" "Not at all." "Oh, right. You're scouting me." "I want to elevate you." He twirled the prongs of his beard again. "Take you closer to where you want to be." Kitty tried looking away from him, but her gaze kept snapping back, drawn by some illogical science. He must have recognized this and wanted to test it, because he walked on, his shoulders arrogantly lifted. Kitty turned back the way they'd come. She saw the driver propped against the Mustang's rear fender. He regarded her with his jackal eyes. Kitty sighed, then proved the science. She tucked her skateboard close and caught up to Johan. "Who are you exactly?" "An entrepreneur. A social media sensation." He shrugged as if who he was defied explanation, a box without sides. "Look me up. The Cali Viking. My accounts are verified." It was close to midnight, but this stretch of sunset was still lively. Music boomed from a neighborhood bar and from passing cars, hectic blasts of sound, a mosaic of genres. Ringtones chimed. A homeless woman screamed something about Jesus Christ. Kitty and Johan walked to the corner of Echo Park Avenue. A mural covered the exterior of the building across the street, amplifying the Latino vibe. Johan took out his phone and snapped a selfie with it. He uploaded it to one of his social platforms with a few deft clicks, then waited a beat, nodded, and slipped the phone into his pocket. 500 likes already. Kitty said, "What do you want from me?" "Presentation is everything," Johan said, removing a strand of blonde hair from his shirt and letting it float away into the night. "This skateboarding, soul diva vibe you've got going on, beautiful, strong, but with an appetite for fun, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'd like you to work for me." Kitty recalled the solid thump of Cal Schifrin's face meeting the brick wall at Fusion 44 and the way his bloody tooth had skated across the floor toward her. "No," she said. "You're too dangerous." "Dangerous?" Johan mocked a frown, pretending to consider the adjective before coming up with another. "I prefer persuasive." "No," Kitty said again. "Listen, I'm talking about you doing the same thing you do for Sly Boy." He used his smile again. "No trash cans, though. A different product. A higher class of clientele." Kitty opened her mouth to tell him that she wasn't interested, but the words weren't there. She stammered for a second, surprised at her hesitation. "They say Los Angeles is the city where dreams come true. You could be waiting tables one moment, walking the red carpet the next." Johan made a camera out of his hands and mimed snapping her picture. "That does happen, Kitty, but not often. For every one dream that sparks to life, 20,000 crash and burn. They should call this the city of broken dreams." "Tell me something I don't know." "How long are you going to be scratching around for Sly Boy? How long before that brightness inside you fades and you find yourself on a flight back to Jerkwater?" "I don't quit easily." "I can keep you dreaming." He pointed northwest, at the Hollywood Hills perhaps, or at the few stars winking gamely through the light pollution. Then he pulled his cell phone from his pocket again and thumbed the screen. 6K likes. He showed her, the Cali Viking in Echo Park. A filter emphasized the blackness of his tattoos and the brightness of the mural behind him. Kitty glanced at it, but only for a second. Her gaze snapped back to the man himself, to his blue eyes and slightly skewed face. She couldn't look away. That illogical science. The snarl of a muffler did it. Kitty blinked and stumbled back a step, looking up to see the Mustang pull a U-turn and rumble up to the curb. "My ride," Johan said, and brushed past Kitty. "Think about what I said." "Sure, whatever," she said. But her words were lost beneath the Mustang's growl. "And don't worry about trying to find me." Johan dropped into the passenger seat, then closed the door and looked at her through the open window. "I'll find you." Another snarl, and the Mustang pulled away. It rumbled northwest on Sunset, out of sight before it was out of earshot. Kitty stood in one spot, swaying in a light breeze, only moving when a piece of trash tumbled across the sidewalk and got caught beneath her sneaker. 2. Suicide. Kitty got back to her apartment at 1:47 a.m., wanting only to sleep, to fall into a dreamless, concrete state, and not wake until the date had changed. It had been a long night, and fierce. The Viking had gotten under her skin. She closed her eyes, and he was there. "I can keep you dreaming." So arrogant, so self-important. Of all the things he'd said, and the violence she'd seen, this was what bounced around her mind and kept her from sleeping. From dreaming, ironically. She lay in bed, watching the clock on her cell phone tick off the minutes. 2:28, 2:29. "I can keep you dreaming." 2:30, 2:31. A radio played in a neighboring apartment, at a volume she would never have picked up during the day, but in the still of night it came through clearly. She heard Young Thug and The Weeknd and Roddy Ricch. A breeze meandered through the urban hillside and shook the palms beyond her windows. 2:55. "I can keep you dreaming." 3:16. "Get him out of your head, girl. Come on." At 4:06, Kitty grabbed her phone, thinking she'd call her mama. 7:06 in Louisville, Mama would be awake, making breakfast. But instead, she found the Cali Viking on Instagram. 3.2 million followers. She saw the selfie he'd taken with the Ricardo Mendoza mural in Echo Park, now up to 14K likes. There were hundreds of other photos, a gallery of vanity and entitlement. She didn't click follow. 4:42. Kitty put her phone down. She'd decided not to call her mama, although she wanted to hear her voice more than anything. Kitty was too tired to make any sense, though, and Mama would only worry. The neighbor's radio had been switched off. It was as quiet as it ever got in this part of the city. The palm trees rattled, the traffic rumbled and hissed. Kitty would prefer the roar of the Pacific, or the coyotes howling in the hills, but she could live with this for now. And eventually, yes, the ambiance lulled her and she slept, but not for long, because the sun had barely colored the horizon before she was woken by crashing and thumping sounds from across the street. Kitty rolled out of bed and staggered to the window, where she saw the actor, Luke Kingsley, emptying his garage. "You have got to be fucking kidding me." 6:53. She longed for Kentucky. There was no orderliness to Luke's process. He just threw shit onto his lawn. Boxes, flower pots, recycling containers, a push mower, a faded yellow cooler. Kitty thought that maybe, with times being hard, he was prepping for a garage sale. But when the framed Ventura Nights poster, signed by the whole cast, including Travolta, came crashing out, she knew he meant to kill himself. Kitty had revisited a couple of Luke Kingsley's movies when she discovered he lived across the street from her. She'd also dug around online, and beyond all the vicious Reddit threads and bloodthirsty sensationalism, she found a 2018 HFPA red carpet interview in which Sonny Mankiewicz candidly asked Luke which beloved thing he would rescue first from his house in the event of a fire. "Wow, a fire?" Luke had replied, flashing the smile he'd purchased from Dr. Rick Glassman, dentist to the stars. "Not to tempt fate, but I'd have to say, yeah, I have a custom-framed one-sheet for Ventura Nights that's probably my most prized possession. It's signed by everyone. JT, Emma, Reese, even Jimmy, the director. And sure, I own more expensive items, but Ventura holds a special place in my heart. Maybe because I had such a great time on the shoot. Maybe because it was my first big picture." By big, Luke meant that it was his first movie with an 8-figure budget. Ventura Nights underwhelmed at the box office, though, marginally recouping its costs. The question was a setup, of course, because Hollywood dined on fresh meat, and Luke's stormy relationship with his soul singer wife, Lisa Hayes, had recently furnished the gossip magazines. Having received the kind of reply he expected, Mankiewicz followed with, "A poster? Really? Most people say their partner." "Right," Luke said, looking momentarily uncomfortable. "My wife. Yeah, absolutely." He rolled back on his heels and brandished Dr. Glassman's smile again. "I'd probably grab her next." The Ventura Nights poster exited the garage in spectacular fashion, bouncing off one corner, the glass exploding from the frame. It traveled end over end a couple of times before settling face down on the lawn. At this point, another neighbor blustered into the street, dressed in boxers and flip-flops, his face a struck match. "Hey, motherfucker, what the fuck?" A box torpedoed from the gloom. It hit the lawn and split open, spilling paperbacks and comics. "You want to quit with the goddamn noise?" Now Luke emerged from the garage, carrying an Adirondack chair in both arms. He was also dressed in boxers, but with a baggy Black Sabbath tee that dropped to his ass. "Almost there, muchacho," Luke said, and launched the chair. It landed on top of the Ventura Nights poster. "One quick minute." This exchange lasted another 20 seconds, give or take, with Luke and the neighbor snapping at each other like small dogs. Then the neighbor retreated to his poky little house and slammed the door. It would have been amusing at any other time, these two men sounding off in their underwear, but Kitty couldn't get beyond the obvious, that this was the actor in the final moments of his life, unless, by chance, the neighbor's intervention had somehow derailed his plans. But no. Luke had thrown his belongings onto the lawn and kept the driveway clear, so that he could drive his car, a dented Dodge Caliber, not the Tesla of yesteryear, into the garage. He did so now, buzzing the driver's side window down as he pulled forward. Kitty watched from her third-floor vantage point, one hand covering her mouth, as the Caliber rolled into the freshly cleared space. The brake lights flared briefly. The tailpipe trembled and fumed. Kitty imagined Luke reaching for the clicker clipped to the sun visor, activating the garage door, wiping tears from his cheeks with his other hand. The picture had no sooner entered her mind when the door started down on its tracks. "Oh man, this shit is happening." The bottom of the garage door met the flagstone driveway, forming a near-perfect seal. Kitty pushed away from the window, still tired but decidedly not tired. Adrenaline for the win. "I can't even," she said, but she picked up her skateboard and went to him. Luke's house in Sherman Oaks had an 8-foot steel gate with an intercom system, but here his driveway met the sidewalk like every other schmuck's. Kitty took it at speed, bending her knees to absorb the uneven surface through the wheels of her skateboard, adjusting her balance to account for the slope. She hopped off at the bottom, kicked the tail of the board, and caught it beneath her arm. The garage door was windowless, buckled at the bottom where Luke had doubtless thumped his car into it. Kitty heard the Caliber's poisonous engine grumbling on the other side. "I don't need this shit, Luke," she said. Although it occurred to her that maybe she did, because the Viking had been knocked off the top spot in her mind, and that was a good thing. She could take control again. Get this day, her sense of self, back on track. Jesus, she might even sleep later. But first, she had to save this washed-up actor's life. Kitty walked around the side, and here was the door. It had a window in it, and she peered through to see Luke slouched behind the seat of the Caliber, his eyes closed. She tried the door. Locked, of course. Without hesitation, Kitty thrust the nose of her skateboard into the lowest part of the glass. Her first attempt put 3 deep cracks into the window, but didn't break it. Her second, a harder strike, did the trick. Kitty jumped back as the glass gave way. A large shard dropped like a guillotine blade, hit the ground, and shattered. The stink of carbon monoxide and other chemicals wafted out, and Kitty spluttered, reaching through the broken window to unlock the door. She pulled it open. Another hazy cloud of poison pushed past her. Kitty dropped her skateboard, covered her mouth and nose with her forearm, and ventured inside. She noticed the garage door opener on the wall and punched it with the side of her fist. The door rattled up on its tracks, an ugly but immensely satisfying sound. 2 long steps, and she was at the driver's door. Luke's head rolled loosely. His eyes fluttered. Still alive. Kitty yanked the door open, wondering if he would put up a fight. He certainly wouldn't thank her. It was his decision to die, and she, a stranger, was taking that away from him, at least for now. But what else was she supposed to do? Luke had involved her from the moment he woke her up. Stupid jerk should have stuck his head in the oven. Quietly. Kitty grabbed his upper arm and pulled. He flopped out a little way, but that was all. She adjusted her grip, pulled harder, and met the same resistance. Kitty then noticed the seatbelt latched across Luke's chest. A goddamn seatbelt. What kind of idiot? Okay, buckling up was likely an automatic action, muscle memory. But Kitty wondered if it was a subconscious thing. Perhaps, deep down, he didn't want to die. Maybe, after the smoke had, literally, cleared, he would thank her, after all. His head rolled to the other side. He muttered something, then exhaled wheezily as Kitty leaned across him. She saw the keys hanging from the ignition and gave them a counterclockwise twist, shutting off the engine. She had Luke's seatbelt unclipped a second later. He slumped forward, allowing her to grab him beneath his armpits and pull. Luke had fallen on hard times, and the stress had obviously taken its toll on his body. He was a little north of 6 feet, and she'd seen him shirtless in movies. He had a good body for Hollywood. Not ripped, but lean and strong, like a young Eastwood or McQueen. Kitty expected to feel firm slabs of muscle beneath his t-shirt, and thought she'd have to put her own muscle into hauling him from the car and into the clean air outside the garage. But this wasn't the case. Luke was thin. Too thin, and Kitty moved him without difficulty. She dragged him alongside the car, avoiding the broken glass, and out through the main door. "Ugh," he groaned, opening his eyes wide, then screwing them closed again. Kitty lowered Luke gently and rolled him into the recovery position. She was about to slide her phone from her pocket and call for an ambulance when he sprang to his knees, crawled a short distance, and collapsed against one of the boxes he'd thrown from his garage. He wheezed something, flapping one hand at her, then whooped and hacked from the depths of his lungs. This was encouraging, Kitty thought. Coughing, clearing out the toxins, was a positive sign. She held off calling the ambulance. He likely didn't have insurance anyway. Luke retched like he was going to puke, but produced only a sticky grayish thread of bile. It hung from his lower lip, swinging in the breeze. "Gah!" he said. He spat between his hands, then wiped his mouth and looked at Kitty through whirling eyes. "Who the fuck are you?" "I'm Kitty Rae," she replied, and pointed. "I live across the street." The Viking had called Los Angeles the City of Broken Dreams, a reasonable moniker, all things considered. But Kitty reflected on the past 10 hours and some of the people she'd interacted with. Salvador Angelo Gallo, creepy meth head. Chris Slyboy Streeter, full of shit. The Mustang's silent driver, would eat his young. Johan Fly himself, arrogant, dangerous. And now, there was this guy, Luke Kingsley, in his dirty boxers and scruffy heavy metal t-shirt. Yeah, sure, Los Angeles was the city of broken dreams for some, the city of angels for others. But Kitty thought a more accurate, encompassing epithet was the city of fucked up men. Right, Luke nodded, spluttered again, then pushed himself to a sitting position. He looked at Kitty with a trembling smile. "How are you doing, Kitty? I know who you are," Kitty interjected. She planted her hands on her hips and curled her lip with disdain. "You're the son of a bitch who killed his wife." 3. Soul Man. "Shit, dog. What were you thinking?" Floyd had taken a turn for the worse. His skin had faded, the whites of his eyes had a distinct yellow tint, and there was a fractional delay between his mouth working and the words coming out. For the first time since his diagnosis 7 months prior, he was showing the advanced signs of his sickness. "Some days are harder than others," Luke replied, tilting the bottle to his lips. The beer was cold and good. Felt like the right thing to do at the time. I'd been up half the night looking at old photos. Then I watched the first 10 minutes of Without Sin. Huge fucking mistake. Without Sin was the big-budget Netflix original Luke had been signed to star in, only to be fired after the shitstorm hit. They gave his part to Walton Goggins. It was all downhill from there. You said it. 3 p.m. on a Thursday afternoon. They were in the back corner of the Melody Bar and Grill, a cool, soulful establishment a stone's throw from LAX. Luke considered it his local, even though he lived 20 miles away. Never a quick drive in the Los Angeles traffic. It was worth every minute of the journey, though. Floyd Tolland was his best friend, perhaps his only friend. They'd been meeting at this joint every month for the past 11 years. Floyd had stood by Luke through all the trouble. I can see you ain't exactly on cloud 9, Floyd said, pointing at the ceiling with one wavering forefinger. But all things considered, you doing better? For now, Luke shrugged and drank from his bottle. Maybe cloud 3. Well, shit, nobody ever wrote a song about cloud 3, Floyd said, and a dusty chuckle broke from his chest. It ain't so bad, though. And it's sure as hell better than the morgue. I guess you're right. You know I am. And someone cared enough to save your ass. So there's that. Kitty, Luke mumbled, and finished his beer. 1 bottle. That was all he'd allow himself. The cops in this city couldn't slap a murder charge on him. He wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of a DUI. That single beer had gone down smoothly, though, and the company was good. The atmosphere was good, too. There was a feeling of neighborliness at the Melody Bar and Grill. The air buzzed with conversation and laughter. Soul classics pumped steadily from the sound system, appealing to the clientele, which, at this hour, was mostly older African Americans. Luke, 42 and white, looked both out of place and entirely at home. It was a unique and heartening vibe. He pushed his empty across the table and motioned to Vernon, the bartender, who brought over an ice-cold glass of water. Because Vernon knew. Jimmy Ruffin came on. Gonna give her all the love I've got. Luke sipped from his glass and gestured at the music. You play on this? This is Motown, Floyd replied, smiling and frowning simultaneously. I was on the Atlantic side. You know, Aretha, Otis, Wilson Pickett. Shit, man, I told you that. Right. I knew some of those Motown cats, though. Benny Benjamin, Pistol Allen, Bongo Brown, most of the Funk Brothers. This, Floyd touched his ear, indicating the music in a more intimate way, is Jimmy Ruffin. I kicked around some with his little brother David, and yeah, I played with him on one occasion. I happened to be in town when the Temptations were down a guitarist, so I grabbed my Gibson and stood in. Wait, Luke said. A smile touched his face. You were a Temptation? You should have seen me back in '65 with my conch hairstyle and sequin jacket. Floyd dropped a wink and looked, for 1 second, like his old self. Man, I was always a temptation. It didn't last, though. Floyd got to coughing, and tears trickled down his cheeks. Luke rubbed between his shoulder blades, which helped, but not as much as the booze. Floyd downed the remainder of his bourbon and wheezed for a time, then breathed easier. He wiped his mouth with a trembling hand and blinked his jaundiced eyes. Well, shit. You okay, Floyd? You want water or something? Luke proffered his glass. Shit, no. The doctors had been forthright with Floyd about the likelihood of chemotherapy being successful, and Floyd had been forthright in return. To hell with the chemo, he'd said to them. He'd lived longer than he had any right to, given his habits and transgressions, and considered himself blessed. He would live out his days not in a prison of drugs, but in the freedom of friends and music. Even so, Luke was about to ask if he needed to go home and rest, when Floyd, with a single word, deflected the attention elsewhere. Kitty. What? That's her name, huh? Floyd's chin quivered as he spoke. The girl who saved your ass? Oh, yeah, Luke nodded, scratching the back of his head. Kitty. Right. My neighbor. Another soul classic fluttered from the speakers. I played on this, Floyd remarked, touching his ear again. Now tell me about her. Luke did. He thought it would take all of 30 seconds, but he kept finding more to say. She's been living across from me for, I don't know, for weeks, I guess. He'd never noticed her, which surprised him because she was easy to notice. Young, mid-20s, I'd say. Beautiful. Kind-hearted. I mean, she recognized me. Everyone's favorite wife killer since O.J., but wouldn't leave my side until she knew I was okay. She even helped me pack my shit back into the garage. Kitty had wanted to get him to a hospital. She'd pay for the Uber herself, she said, but Luke refused. He claimed to have a phobia of medical facilities and white coats in general, a lie, of course, and the frown on Kitty's face said she knew it. What he really had a phobia of was paying thousands of dollars to be hooked up to a ventilator when he could get oxygen for free, albeit a smoggy, less concentrated form of oxygen, in his own front yard. So Kitty stayed with him while he inhaled deep lungfuls of air, gradually restoring the toxins in his blood to a manageable level. He coughed copiously to begin with, but this eased as the time ticked along. The fog in his head cleared too, and the smoky taste in his mouth faded. Luke tried standing after 20 minutes or so, but his legs weren't there, and he sat down again hard. Kitty perched on a cooler at the edge of his driveway and said calming things to him. It's all good, man. Just breathe. In and out. You've got this. And having her there, having someone there, felt novel and lovely, and possibly more than he deserved. She went into his house, a shithole he hadn't cleaned in 3 weeks, and returned with a cold, wet cloth that she drooped across his forehead. It was invigorating, and he brightened immediately. "Thank you," he croaked. His gratitude was sincere, not simply for the cold cloth or the care, but for her having dragged him from the fumy precipice of death. Jesus, what had he been thinking? He couldn't die yet, with so much left unresolved. And suicide was a damn good way of making himself look guilty. Or more guilty. Kitty swept up the glass from the broken window, backed his car out of the garage, and started to clear the items from his lawn. Luke, upright but still woozy, helped with some of the lighter things. She told him to rest, but he assured her that he was feeling better, which was true. He only wobbled a little when he walked, and the nausea had mostly passed. If he'd been in that garage any longer, though. When only a few bits and pieces remained, including his ruined Ventura Nights one-sheet, Kitty picked up her skateboard and shuffled up the driveway. She turned back to him, hooking a thumb toward the block of apartments across the street. "I didn't get much sleep last night," she said, "so I'm—"
"Yeah, you go. Yeah, it's all good."
"You're not going to try that shit again?"
"Christ, no."
Luke still had the cloth pressed to his forehead. It was warm now, but it felt good. He wished he had pants on, though, which he supposed was another sign that he was feeling closer to his normal self.
I'm good, really. Thank you."
Kitty nodded. She sidled past his car to the end of his driveway, dropped her board, and placed one colorful sneaker on top of it. Luke called after her.
"It was nice meeting you."
Standing there in his boxer shorts, like an asshole. "Right," she said. And then Luke blurted something he hadn't for at least 2.5 years, because he was tired of saying it, and nobody believed him anyway.
"I didn't do it, you know."
He lowered the cloth and looked at her with tired, bloodshot eyes.
"I didn't."
Kitty nodded. Then she was gone. Just the sound of her wheels on the asphalt.
"This was what?"
Floyd mumbled. Vernon had refreshed his bourbon, and he took a sip now.
2 weeks ago?
Luke nodded.
2, yeah.
Shit, nearly 3 weeks ago.
You seen her since?
It's not like that, Floyd. Jesus, she's young enough to be my daughter.
That's not what I meant.
Floyd reached across the table and clutched Luke's bare forearm, his fingers still strong, despite his sickness. Fingers that had glided up and down guitar necks in the company of Aretha Franklin and Ray Charles and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
I'm thinking you need more people in your life. More friends.
Luke shrugged.
I have you. For now.
A frown ran all the way from Floyd's eyebrows, over his bald and beautiful head, to the fuzz of silver hair at the back of his skull.
But we both know you're going to want a more long-term arrangement.
This prompted a moment of silence between them, inescapably somber, despite the joyous soul music on the sound system. Luke looked away from his friend, his gaze drawn to the posters tacked to the deep red walls and the cheery faces punctuating both sides of the bar. This was where Luke had met Lisa. She'd been singing backup with a band called Generous Joe and the Breathers. Luke had approached her after the first set, told her he liked the sound of her voice and that she could breathe for him anytime. Lisa raised one eyebrow in a way that was endearing then, but would irritate the living shit out of him in later years, and suggested he work on his pickup lines. She let him buy her a drink at the end of the night, though, and then take her to dinner at Take's French restaurant the following week. And that, to sorely misquote the great Humphrey Bogart, was the beginning of an occasionally beautiful friendship. This place had memories, many of them colored by alcohol, his fondest involving Floyd. He and Luke always sat together, and throughout the years had talked about everything: music, sports, politics, film, history, life and death, black and white. They shared stories about growing up in Macon, Georgia, Floyd, and Madison, Wisconsin, Luke. They talked about old dreams and new hopes. Most importantly, Floyd had offered a shoulder to cry on after Lisa went missing. He'd been there when every other face had turned away. They were solid friends, 39 years apart in age, different colors, from different histories, but together they formed a perfect shape. And for every conversation, every smile, and every tear, there'd been music playing, usually classic soul. Luke would never tire of the way Floyd's eyes sparkled when some old hit came through the speakers, and he'd touch his ear delicately and say, "I played on this." But now his eyes had lost their brightness, and his body, storied and ragged, was almost at an end. "Well?" Floyd asked, and again his voice and the movement of his mouth were subtly out of sync. "You seen her since?" "Kitty?" "Yeah, Kitty. Shit, who else are we talking about?" Another smile found Luke's lips, but it was touched with sadness. He watched as Floyd let go of his forearm, withdrew his hand, and took another hit of bourbon. Elsewhere, a cop car flashed noisily down Sepulveda, and the music switched to Stevie Wonder singing "A Place in the Sun." "Yeah, I've seen her." Luke ran a hand across his face, not surprised to find his eyelashes were damp. "She checked on me later that afternoon to see if I needed anything. And to make sure you weren't hanging from a rope in the basement." "Well, maybe. I'd actually spent the day cleaning the house, getting my shit together. I also lined up some voice work, another goddamn video game, and booked an appointment with my shrink." "Good." "Yeah, I'm on new meds now. They're working." Luke drummed a finger off the side of his head. "Cloud 3, brother. Better than the morgue." "Anyway, as a thank you, I took Kitty over a couple of tickets to the Egyptian Theater. You know, that art house place on Hollywood Boulevard? She thanked me, but didn't seem too impressed." Luke considered this for a second or two, then shrugged. "Maybe I should have got her an Amazon gift card." Floyd rolled his eyes and chuckled. "We talked for a short time, neighborly small talk. Then I saw her again earlier this week. I was heading to West Hollywood to audition for some Peacock animated thing. Kitty was meeting a friend in Fairfax, so I drove her." Luke nodded and drank water. "It was nice. She's a sweet girl. A sweet woman, I mean. Jesus." "Well, that sweet woman must believe you didn't kill Lisa," Floyd said, slurring just a little. "Otherwise, she'd never have gotten into that car with you." "I thought the same thing." "All right, then. Sounds promising." "I don't know," Luke replied and sighed. "I've lost a lot of friends recently, and I'm finding it hard to make new ones. Besides, she's young. She doesn't want to kick around with a middle-aged has-been like me." "Age doesn't matter when it comes to friendship," Floyd said. He finished his drink and set the glass down with a shaky hand. "We're proof of that." "We are," Luke nodded. "But this... shit, I don't know." "No excuses." Another cough rumbled from Floyd's thin chest. He covered his mouth, waited a second, and continued. "Whether it's Kitty or someone else, you need to make new friends. What's more, you need to rediscover your sense of purpose." Purpose. The word ghosted through Luke's mind, leaving a cold trail. Similar words followed: ambition, desire, motivation. These had all been in abundant supply when, at the age of 22, Luke left Wisconsin for Hollywood. Tall, square jaw, great hair. He believed the roles would fall into his lap. This wasn't the case. He auditioned for commercials, TV shows, music videos, voiceover work, TV movies, independent movies, and all-out blockbusters, working 2 jobs, washing cars and waiting tables to keep a roof over his head. It took 3 years to score anything. His first acting gig was a commercial for Delta Airlines. He flashed a bleached white grin while another actor, dressed as a flight attendant, handed him a fake magazine. Commercials for Burger King and Head & Shoulders followed. Then an under 5 in the NBC family drama, The Natural Way. His sense of purpose never faltered. That breakthrough role, he assured himself, was only an audition away. It finally came in 2012, 10 years after landing in Hollywood, co-starring in the acclaimed HBO thriller A Bullet Affair. Doors opened more readily after this. People knew his name. He was invited to parties and premieres. His agent went from calling him once every 3 months to twice a day. More TV work on notable shows: Reno and Down, Retribution Gulch, Chain Lightning. Then it was on to the big screen: Out of Midnight, Red Town, Ventura Nights, Never Always Comes. These pictures were not blockbusters, not even close. But Luke's star power was bolstered, for better or worse, by his tumultuous marriage to soul singer Lisa Hayes. Everything changed after Lisa. Doors weren't simply closed. They were slammed shut. His agent and his management team parted company with him, and he was scratched from 2 projects at the pre-production stage, both with the kind of A-list talent attached that would have propelled him to the next level. Purpose, Luke murmured, recalling the past 3 years in a series of deteriorating snapshots. I hear you, Floyd. I do. But my life is in the shitter, and no one is giving me a chance to get out. You make your own chances, Floyd said, forming a loose fist, thumping it once, lightly, off the tabletop. Not that easy. I can't land an audition for anything but low-end voice work, and I won't score a big role without an agent. Purpose doesn't need a goddamn agent, Floyd snapped. Start a charity, read to old folks, write a novel. Jesus Christ, do something. Luke reached across the table and placed his hand on top of Floyd's, signifying that the message had been received and that he was grateful. Floyd's reaction to Luke's attempted suicide had been exactly what Luke needed, neither too damning nor overly mawkish. There was more to it, though. Luke looked at Floyd's softly trembling mouth, then into his discolored eyes, and accepted the truth he'd been avoiding for the last hour or so, that this was their final afternoon together. Floyd's discourse wasn't just the wisdom of a man who'd been around the block a few times. It was a parting lesson, a loving goodbye. An understanding passed between them. It came in silence, and Luke found comfort in it. He didn't give voice to the many sorrows chasing through him. The only thing that mattered was that moment, and holding on to it, somehow. To hell with it, he said, his hand still placed on top of Floyd's. I'm going to get another drink. A real goddamn drink. You're welcome to join me. Oh, shit. I shouldn't, Floyd responded. But this late in the day, what difference does it make? Luke went to the washroom, using those few minutes away from Floyd to shed a few tears. On the way back, he ordered a pitcher of beer and 2 large bourbons. To hell with driving. He'd Uber home and pick up his car in the morning. And the 2 friends drank together until early evening, talking only about the things that complemented their shape. And as always, classic soul filled the background. Floyd's eyes occasionally glossed over, and he would gently touch his ear, indicating not just a top 10 hit or a musician, but a lifetime of harmony and achievements and love. The music of living.
I played on this.
4. Making moves. You lonely, baby girl? You can come home any time. She was 2,000 miles from the people she loved, from the neighborhoods, the scenery, the comforts and discomforts she had known for all of her 24 years. Not a day went by when Kitty didn't think about going home. You hear me? Anytime. I hear you, Mama. Kitty had gone from calling her Mama once a week to every other day. Homesickness, that was all. But there was a reason she'd moved west. Louisville, for Kitty at least, was a dreamless place. Going back, she would assume the role that had been scripted for her by the neighborhood she lived in, the name on her birth certificate, and the color of her skin. Her potential could be packed into a small box, whereas in L.A., there was no box. There was a tornado in Bullitt County the day before yesterday, her mama said, sensing Kitty's emotion and kindly steering the conversation elsewhere. Twister touched down. Yeah? Anybody hurt? No, but Munsell Stevens says she saw that mean old thing and ran like her ass was on fire. Kitty's new life was large and intimidating, but it was hers to script, and whenever that felt like too much, she would remember the dreamlessness and the small box, and, most importantly, the boy she had left behind. Kitty told her mama that she loved her and ended the call, then sat on the floor and gave in to a moment of self-pity. Mama had asked if she was lonely. Kitty wasn't, but she often felt alone, and there was a difference. She'd met a few people, of course. The neighbor directly below, Sophia, was 10 years older, an ER nurse originally from Tennessee, and far too busy for anything more than an occasional coffee. There were a couple of women at Kitty's yoga class that she had friendly conversations with, but again, their busy lives had prevented them from getting together socially. Then there was Johan Fly. Kitty hadn't seen him, or his Mustang, in the 3 weeks since their encounter, but he'd called her. She didn't know how he got her number, but supposed he had no problem getting what he wanted. You're still working for Sly Boy, he'd noted. It was the first thing he said when she answered. Hopping between garbage cans. My little raccoon. I'm not your little anything, Kitty responded, and then, as if she needed to explain herself, it's easy work. Good money. You deserve better. It'll happen. But would it? For all its life and color, Los Angeles was still the city of broken dreams. Kitty had pondered this notion since Johan had introduced it, and found it helped to approach it from a different angle. That dreams, all dreams, not just hers, were broken on arrival, and that only those with the tenacity to rebuild one tiny piece at a time would achieve success. Her resolve would be tested, but she had to believe, to trust. I can do that, Kitty whispered to herself. She got up from the floor, deciding that was all the self-pity she could handle for now, and crossed the room to the window. It was just after 5, still a few hours from sunset, when her street would be struck with passion colors, which always filled her with warmth and appreciation. No passion now. An elderly neighbor was practicing kung fu forms in his front yard, and Luke Kingsley was sitting on his front step, eating a banana. She waved, but he didn't see her. Kitty had turned the internet over in the days following their eventful meeting. She read accounts and interviews, watched news stories, scoured forums, viewed countless photographs. The most haunting and damning was Luke's shirt splashed with his wife's blood. Kitty recalled the depleted look in his eyes, although that may have had more to do with the carbon monoxide poisoning, after she'd dragged him from his garage.
I didn't do it, you know,
he'd said. And there'd been such a sadness, such a desperate quality to his voice that she wanted to believe him. Detective Tara Montesino of LAPD's Missing Persons Unit had not been of the same mindset. "We're following multiple leads, questioning witnesses," she'd said during an intense and emotional press conference. "If Lisa Hayes is alive, we'll find her. If she's dead, we'll find her. And then we'll bring the guilty party to justice. I don't care how many movies he's made." This was 3 years ago. So far, neither Detective Tara Montesino nor anybody else in the LAPD had found Lisa Hayes. But did Luke kill her? The sadness in his voice was one thing, but that blood-stained shirt was tough to overlook, not to mention the tabloid fodder nature of Luke and Lisa's relationship. They had argued constantly, colorfully, publicly. There was cell phone footage of them being ejected from Musso and Frank's, with Lisa taking open-handed swipes at Luke while calling him a small-dick motherfucker. One night, Lisa called the police to their house in Sherman Oaks, claiming Luke had tried to drown her in the pool. Luke insisted he was trying to save her. Both were drunk off their asses. "He doesn't look like the killing type," Kitty said to Connie, her older sister, during one of their weekly Zoom chats. "They said that shit about Ted Bundy," Connie replied. "Motherfucker was a killing machine." "I know, but woman goes missing. You can bet your sweet ass her man is behind it," Connie interjected fiercely. "Same when they're killed. 90% of the time it's the husband or boyfriend. Maybe 99. That's some factual shit." Female homicides connected to a significant other were closer to 50%. Kitty had already looked it up. "You stay the fuck away from him, Kitty." Her sister was not one of the world's great sages, but Kitty thought this was good advice. She intended to heed it, too, yet found herself just 2 days later sitting in the passenger seat of Luke's Caliber en route to Fairfax. She'd told Luke she was meeting a friend for drinks, but was in fact going to collect $6,000 worth of crystal meth from the trunk of a parked Cadillac. The first several blocks were tense. Kitty sat rigidly, her skateboard across her lap, one hand on her phone's screen, ready to dial 911. But it wasn't long before she started to loosen up. Luke was relaxed and engaging. He asked where she was from, what she did for work. She told him she was a courier, then shared a few showbiz anecdotes that made her snort with laughter, physically snort, so that she had to cover her mouth and nose. Kitty had debated getting into the car with him, and asked herself later why she did. Maybe she was drawn to his celebrity, such as it was. Or maybe, and this was more likely, after saving his life, she felt he needed someone in his corner. He'd dropped her at the intersection of 3rd and Fairfax. As she skateboarded to the caddy, she thought how strange it was that 4.5 months into her life in L.A., Luke was perhaps the closest thing she had to a friend. Time drummed along. Kitty's days were spent chatting with family and friends back home, going to the gym, fluttering through her socials, and attending her yoga classes. Her nights were spent making drops for Sly Boy, hating herself every time she put her hand into a garbage can. The Viking was right. She deserved better. On her night off, 7 weeks after thwarting Luke's suicide attempt, she joined him for a cold beer, both lazing across the hood of his Caliber, propped against the windshield. It was warm, the heat rising from below after spending the whole day beating down. Crickets chirruped in the weeds along the sides of Luke's house. A neighbor's sprinkler made a tranquil, whispering sound. "I don't care how many industry awards he's won," Luke said, concluding another of his Hollywood anecdotes. "He's still an asshole." Kitty smiled, guzzled her beer. She stared at the hazy night sky for a beat or two, then turned to Luke. He was looking better. The hotter days had bronzed his skin. He'd trimmed his beard and put on weight. "You have an agent?" she asked. The question surprised her. Her mouth in motion before her brain was in gear, a trait of the exuberant.
"Not anymore."
Luke swirled the contents of his bottle, then took a swig. He wrinkled his brow as he swallowed, as if the drink were bitter.
"I used to be with Marty Lustbatter at Paradigm. A tiny guy, 5 foot zip, but tough as rocks. He was the reason I got a bullet affair. It was down to me and Timothy Oliphant. But Marty worked his magic, nudged the producers in my direction. It was good to be on his roster. Felt like a goddamn hammer to the gut when he cut me loose."
Kitty inhaled, letting the night chorus fill the silence between them. She peeled one corner of the bottle's label, the moisture making it lift easily. Horns sounded distantly. Luke shifted, and the hood voiced a metallic pop.
"Why?" he asked. "You want an introduction?"
"I don't know. Maybe." Kitty drew one knee to her chest and looked at Luke. "I just want a chance, you know? I didn't move to L.A. to be a delivery girl."
"You have any acting experience?"
"I modeled in my teens. Ball caps for lids and outerwear for Banana Republic. And I enrolled in summer classes at a performing arts school in Lexington, but had to give it up after my daddy was sent to prison. Mama took on a second job, and I had to help look after my little brothers."
"Doesn't get any easier," Luke remarked. "Your first year acting, or trying to get paid work, you feel like you've run a marathon. Then you turn around and see you've actually moved about 10 yards. And the clock is always ticking. There's always someone younger, prettier, hungrier, ready to take your place."
"I'm not afraid to put in the time," Kitty said. She shrugged and peeled more of her beer label away. "Anyway, just thought I'd ask. And hey, so you know, that's not the reason I saved your life."
"Didn't think it for a second."
Luke grinned and clinked his bottle against hers.
"Shit, you'd be better off getting a job at Chateau Marmont or Spago, someplace like that. Smiling your smile as you serve those big league producers their smashed avocado toast."
"First thing I tried when I got to town," Kitty said, and it was true. She'd had a stack of resumes printed off and hit every landmark in Hollywood. There were no takers. "Those places are tough to crack. It's all favors and referrals."
"Well, my name's worth shit in this town, and my referral is worth even less."
Luke peeled off his own beer label, rolled it into a ball, and flicked it from the tip of his finger.
"But I might be able to work something out. I know a guy, Denny Chick, a makeup artist, does a lot of horror movies. You ever see It Came from the Dumpster?"
"Yeah, at a drive-in in LaGrange." Kitty raised her eyebrows. "First and last date with that fucking guy."
"Remember the scene where the dude's severed head bounces down the basement steps?"
"Unfortunately."
Thunk, thunk, thunk. Hit every fucking step on the way down, like a goddamn slinky.
"Yeah, it's etched into my mind."
Denny did that.
Luke's eyes flared with excitement.
One take. No CGI. You know how hard it is to get the head to hit every step? He used ball bearings and raw beef liver. Had to get the weight exactly right.
Kitty frowned and drank her beer, trying not to dwell on Luke's enthusiasm for severed heads.
Anyway, Luke continued, I bailed Denny out of a gambling debt to the tune of $17,000. This was back in the day. He'll never be able to pay me back, which means I can always call on him for a favor.
"What can he do?" Kitty asked.
He's made a shit ton of pictures, Luke replied. Knows a lot of people. I could ask him to get you FaceTime with an agent. Hopefully a lunch meeting. That way the referral comes from Denny, not me.
"You'd do that?"
I owe you big, Kitty. It's the least I can do.
A grin stretched across Kitty's face. It felt for a moment like all of her, a Cheshire cat on the hood of Luke's old Dodge beaming into the soupy night sky. Something dislodged inside her, too. A tension. A reserve. The space around her dreams expanded. "Thank you, Luke," she said. "Holy shit. Thank you."
A referral isn't a guarantee, Luke said. This is Hollywood. Anything and nothing can happen. And once you're in front of the agent, you're on your own. Just, he shrugged, a touch bashful. Be your winning self.
"I'm hungry," Kitty said. "I'll do whatever it takes."
Yeah? Well, you may want to be careful who you share that willingness with. Luke finished his beer, wiped his lips with the back of one hand. The big bad wolf may be in prison, but there are still a lot of fucking dogs out there.
Kitty quit her courier job 2 nights later, but maintained her working connection to Sly Boy. The possibility of lunch with a talent agent may have encouraged this decision, but it wasn't the only thing. She lingered on what the Viking had said to her. Hopping between garbage cans. My little raccoon. She didn't want to be a raccoon. She wanted to fill the sky with light. You deserve better. And maybe she could have shouldered the indignity for a month or 3, or at least until she started getting regular auditions. But a couple of things happened that fast-tracked the move. The first was Angelo Gallo, who'd bumbled toward her from a shadowy doorway, cupping his crotch, high on crystal. "I'm gonna fuck you one day, Kitty," he slurred. His dirty curls fell across his forehead, bouncing like springs as he twitched and jerked. "Gonna hit every hole in that sweet black body." "Fuck you, Angelo." "Maybe make a few new holes." The second thing to happen was not as threatening, but it upset her more deeply. She'd just made a drop at a garbage can in Rampart Village, half an ounce of meth in a crumpled Subway wrapper, which she had to push down to keep it from blowing away. She was in the process of doing this when a car horn pipped twice. "Hey, you!" And she turned, her hand still in the garbage can, to see a familiar Mustang grumbling at the light. Johan sat in the passenger seat, one tattooed arm hanging loosely out the open window. He smiled, flicked a finger in salute. Then the light turned green, and the Mustang pulled away. Kitty groaned, slowly withdrawing her hand, her sense of shame so vast that she stood rooted to the spot for 8 minutes. She finished her rounds, then rode her board to Fusion 44. Sly Boy wasn't there when she arrived. She waited 2 hours. A new jazz band played brightly. An old guy with a missing tooth hit on her. Kitty was about to leave when Sly Boy came in. He greeted a few of his regulars before taking the bar stool next to Kitty's. "I'm not doing this anymore," she said to him. "I'm out." "Maybe we can talk about this some other time." "No." Kitty shook her head, then borrowed Johan's analogy. "My LA dream doesn't involve me hopping between garbage cans like a raccoon, a well-paid raccoon. I deserve better." The band played, hitting a groove that felt like pure improvisation, but sounded tight enough to have been rehearsed 1,000 times. The vocalist, white hair, a tight green dress, swayed like an orchid. Sly Boy watched them appreciatively for a moment, then ordered 2 cognacs. He gave one to Kitty. "This won't change my mind," she said. "Not trying to change your mind." He had Clooney good looks, close to 50 years old, strong shoulders. There wasn't a worry crease on his brow. And why should there be? He'd amassed a small fortune dealing heroin from the late 1990s to the early 2010s, and had semi-retired to the good life. Fine suits, fast cars, a house in the bird streets. He owned 2 clubs, Fusion 44 and E5, a rock venue in Santa Monica. "You have something else lined up?" Sly Boy sipped his cognac and smiled. Maybe, Kitty replied. Her eyes dimmed. Then she pulled back her shoulders. I'm meeting with a talent agent soon. That'll be my new starting point. I'll bartend, I guess, until the roles start coming in. Respectfully, Slyboy said, that doesn't sound like a carefully considered plan. I think you're being impetuous. I'm done working with garbage. Warm applause as the band wrapped their improv. The singer applauded too, then whispered into the mic that they had one more number. She nodded to the drummer, who counted them in. Kitty listened for a moment, then wet her lips on the cognac and grabbed her board. I appreciate everything you've done for me, she said, but I'm done. Work here, Slyboy said, spreading his hands. His cufflinks flashed in the soft lighting. Gracie says she wants fewer hours, so I'm going to need another MC. You know, someone to introduce the talent, ad-lib with the audience. I'd be prepared to give you a shot. And this won't be that thing, Kitty said, where I start MCing, then I do a couple of runs to help you out, then a couple more, and the next thing I know I'm back to slinging glass for East Hollywood lowlifes? This won't be that thing. I might get you to bartend a couple of shifts a week, since you'll be on the payroll, and a pretty face working the bar is never a bad thing. A lighter expression touched Slyboy's face. There's only one catch. Yeah? You gotta like jazz. I do like jazz. All right, then. Slyboy raised his glass. Kitty raised hers. They touched, nodded, and sipped to seal the deal. Start on Monday. It's a slower night. You can learn the ropes. Thank you, Kitty said. You'll be good for this place. The band hit a crescendo and came out of it swinging. Slyboy finished his cognac, said goodnight to Kitty, then retreated to his office. Kitty watched him go, idly spinning a wheel on her skateboard. He was unlawful, crooked, and cowardly too. But he'd also offered his hand, shown generosity. Despite his shortcomings, Kitty thought he wasn't such a bad guy. Kitty was wrong. 5. Rock steady. A heat haze blanketed L.A., shimmering from the hills to the ocean. Beyond this, the sky was a scuffed blue, punched through the center by a fat, angry sun. Phone in one hand, water bottle in the other, Kitty jogged around her neighborhood, a 3-mile circuit, culminating in the hill that led to her apartment. Luke was reversing out of his driveway, soul music floating from the Caliber's speakers. Not Lisa Hayes, Kitty noted. This was old soul, the kind her Nana listened to. Luke saw her and turned it down. Hey, Kitty. He dropped the transmission into park, blocking half the street, then motioned her over. Got your phone? Yeah. It was still in her hand. She held it up. Okay. Take this number down. Kitty nodded, catching her breath, then opened her contacts and punched in the number as Luke read it off his own phone. He did so slowly, had to start over twice. Kitty noticed the tremor in his voice, the wetness around his eyes. Dude had been crying. That's Minnie Morello. He spelled her surname. She's with Sequoia, a new agency. They don't have as much clout as WME or CAA, but Millie is building her list and looking for actors of color. Oh, shit, Luke. That's lit. That's... Kitty was tired after her run, but suddenly didn't feel it. She beamed, jumped on the spot. Thank you. Think nothing of it, Luke said, wiping a tear from his cheek. Millie's expecting your call. She is? Oh, Jesus. Kitty inhaled, and her chest filled, the motion lifting her to her toes. You have any advice? Yeah, Luke said, and tapped the side of his nose. Snort a line of canary before going in. Right, Kitty said, and raised one eyebrow. I just need to rob a bank first. Canary was the chic new drug in Hollywood. Dubbed a power nootropic, it boosted confidence, concentration, and calmed the nerves, and was used primarily as a performance-enhancing drug by celebrities. It was highly sought after, highly illegal, and the price, $800 a gram, kept it exclusive to the Tinseltown elite.
Just be yourself, Luke said,
wiping another tear away.
Do not kiss ass. Act like you have every right to be there, but don't be arrogant.
I won't.
You have a demo reel?
No.
We'll work on that. In the meantime, get new headshots if you haven't already. Spend some money on them. It'll be worth it. There's a great guy, Antonio Senza, in Toluca Lake. Make him your first call.
Got it, Kitty said. A car approached, having to steer around Luke's caliber. The driver punched the horn and glared.
Fuck you, buddy,
Luke said under his breath, and then, to Kitty,
I should get out of the road.
Wait a second. Kitty stepped closer, leaned down, hands on her knees. Is everything okay?
Yeah,
You look upset. Luke stared blankly through the windshield. The creases across his brow deepened.
A good friend of mine passed away this morning.
Oh, Luke, I'm so sorry.
I was expecting it. He was old. Cancer. Still, it's tough, you know?
Kitty nodded.
We started out as drinking acquaintances, meeting up every few weeks to share a pitcher and shoot the breeze. But these last few years, he became the most important person in my life.
Luke blinked his wet eyes and exhaled from some lonely place deep inside.
Funeral will be sometime next week. I'm heading to Inglewood now to check in with the family, see if there's anything I can do to help.
I'm sorry, Kitty repeated. She didn't know what else to say. Everything seemed empty, even more so when she was clearly on a high. She stammered for a moment, and was spared further awkwardness when two vehicles approached, one from each direction. They slowed, then made an impatient drama out of navigating around Luke's car. No horns this time. But one of the drivers, a barrel-sized woman, shot Kitty the bird.
I think that's my cue, Luke said. Fucking L.A.
Kitty retreated to the opposite sidewalk. She waved with the empty water bottle and was about to take the steps leading up to her apartment building when she thought of something to say. Something meaningful. Luke?
Yeah?
He had the car facing east, looking at her over his shoulder. If you want some company at the funeral, if you need, a friend, Kitty offered a small but sincere smile. I'll be there for you. His expression illuminated from within, as if all the lights inside his skull had been flicked on at once.
Really?
Really. She'd seen him smile before, but never like this. It was a thing of near beauty. He turned the music back up, a song Kitty recognized. Rock Steady by Aretha Franklin. She used to dance to this at her Nana's house in Phoenix Hill, and Nana danced too, twirling beautifully, endlessly across the cluttered living room. This memory and Luke's genuine smile lifted laughter from Kitty's soul.
Good luck with Millie, Luke said. And for God's sake, don't tell her you know me.
He pulled away, soon gone. Kitty ran up to her apartment, still laughing. Once inside, she found Rock Steady on Spotify and turned it up loud. Kitty called Antonio Senza, and her luck continued. Antonio had a 6-week waiting list, but there'd been a cancellation, and she scored an appointment for Wednesday morning. She then took several deep breaths and called Millie Morello, or rather Millie Morello's assistant, who was succinct and clinical, and who booked Kitty a slot, a term Kitty didn't care for. It certainly wasn't a lunch meeting, at 2:25 p.m. sharp on Friday. The call with Millie's assistant had taken some of the wind out of Kitty's sails, but certainly not all. She video-called her mama next and squealed all the way to Kentucky. Friday, 2:24 p.m. Kitty sat in the Sequoia waiting room, her eyebrows threaded, her fingernails painted, a dash of makeup accentuating her lips and cheekbones. She wore a jean jacket or a vintage Rolling Stones tee, black jeggings, slip-on Nikes. Cool, comfortable, totally Kitty. She'd left the skateboard at home, though. Her appearance was only a small part of it. How she conducted herself during the meeting would be make or break. Kitty wasn't going in cold. She'd done her homework on Millie Morello, all hail Google, looking to see who she represented. Nobody big. Yet. Or if there were any red flags to be aware of. She found none. Millie had been in the industry less than a year. Barely time to form a reputation, good or otherwise. There was common ground, though. Millie was 32 years old, of Puerto Rican and African American descent. She had moved to Los Angeles from Louisiana when she was 24. Before becoming a talent agent, she'd studied contract law at UCLA and modeled for several well-known fashion companies. Kitty's strategy was to be cool, be herself, and use their common ground to build rapport. She planned to highlight her ambition, keeping it grounded, and her willingness to work hard. She had envisioned a professional but friendly 20-minute meeting with a positive result. "Manifest!" her mama had screeched during their video call. "Manifest the shit out of that, baby girl!" By 2:45, she would have a Hollywood talent agent. It didn't quite go to plan. "Don't sit down," Millie said the very second that Kitty, smiling confidently, quaking inside, walked into her office. "I have a meeting in 15 minutes, which gives you," she clicked her Fitbit, 45 seconds. "Oh, okay." Kitty's confident smile cracked and started to slide off her face in small pieces. Her game plan dropped out of her skull, suddenly and with a whooshing noise like an elevator with a broken cable. "I'm Kitty. Kitty Rae, 24 years old. I'll be 25 in 2 months. What Google didn't reveal, fuck Google, was that Millie Morello had an aura like jagged ice and a habitual squint, which tinged every expression with impatience. She wore heavy bracelets on her left wrist that jangled distractingly whenever she moved. Her fingernails were filed to points. "I'm originally from Louisville, Kentucky," Kitty blathered, aware that every word out of her mouth was like rain on an umbrella. "I live in Los Angeles now, in Silver Lake. I've been here for—" "Skip all that, Kitty," Millie snapped. "What makes you special?" "Special?" Kitty shook her head. "What? You have no industry accolades, no notable acting credits, and a limited social media presence." Millie shrugged. Jingle jangle. "So what can you bring that no other actor can?" And bear in mind that you're stuttering already." "Little nervous," Kitty gasped. She held the envelope with her new headshots inside close to her chest, feeling them flex and bend. An interior voice, calling to her from the other end of a long tunnel, urged her to calm down and take control. "You're nervous now?" Millie leaned across her tidy, organized desk and squinted. "How are you going to feel when you're auditioning in front of David Fincher or Jordan Peele? Or when you've been on set for 10 hours and you're tired, you feel like shit, and you know that every mistake you make, every second you waste, is costing the studio money?" "I can do this," Kitty said, and chided herself. She sounded so small, so desperate. "I can do this. I've got what it takes. All I need is one chance." Millie held up a finger with each banal assertion. "I've only been in this profession for 10 months, Kitty, and believe me, I've heard it all before." Kitty took a deep breath, already resigned to the fact that this meeting, this 45-second slot, had gone terribly wrong. that she would have to put it down to a learning experience and maybe get Luke to pull another favor. She felt frustrated, as if she'd let herself down, when really she hadn't been given the opportunity to do much more than stutter. But she didn't spend an hour on a stinking city bus and shell out $400 on headshots, only to stand shaking by this jangly bitch's door. She stepped forward, showing some personality at last, and tossed the envelope onto Millie's desk. They were good photographs. Antonio had spent 2 hours with her and had found mannerisms, moments, lights that even Kitty didn't know she had. "Someone is going to discover me," she said. Her voice still trembled, but there was some fuel beneath it, at least. "If it isn't you, it'll be someone else." Millie nodded, and was that an approving look in her eye? She picked up the envelope, removed the photographs, shuffled through them, laid a couple out on her desk. "You're a beautiful woman. Jesus, it'd take makeup an hour to dull those cheekbones." A smile, a distinct hint of warmth, at last. She sat back in her chair, jingle-jangle. "You look like a star. But, sweetie, my roster is full of stars. It's a veritable galaxy." "I've got more than looks," Kitty said. Millie's phone buzzed. She glanced at it. "My lift is here." She grabbed her MacBook, her phone, her purse, then gathered up Kitty's headshots, juggling everything as she got to her feet. "Walk with me." They left Millie's office, swept through the waiting room, then down a single flight of stairs to street level. Millie talked throughout, while rearranging her armload of items and texting her Lyft driver. "Passion, determination, talent, all essential qualities, but in Hollywood, all very common qualities. Jesus, my mailman has a demo reel. Do you hear what I'm telling you, Kitty?" "I do." "You need something that sets you apart. You absolutely have to be able to take it to the next level." "I can. I will. That's your role in this." They stepped outside. The street was too bright, too loud. Traffic clamored. Music thumped from a bar on the corner where the weekend was already underway. "My role is to find you work, assist you with career decisions, and negotiate contracts. I get paid on commission, and my rate is 10%. Kitty stopped walking, almost took a step backward. She looked at Millie carefully. Was that an offer? "I assume," Millie thrust the headshots into Kitty's hands, "you have digital copies of these?" "Yes," Kitty squeaked. "Upload them to the Sequoia portal." Millie acknowledged her Lyft driver, then gave Kitty a squinty smile and strutted away. "It's not 1995 anymore." She took a cramped bus back to Silver Lake, churning through her emotions with every slow mile. There were flashes of optimism, nubs of possibility, but she kept returning to Millie's jagged aura, her 45-second method of reducing dreams to ashes. It had not been the chilled, sociable get-together she had been hoping for. But had it been successful? Her mama texted, but Kitty wasn't ready to respond. She curled over her phone and opened Facebook, but didn't linger on her own page. Instead, she went to her second most visited profile, that of Courtney Caruso, a near-perfect American. She and her husband, architect Logan Caruso, owned a $600,000 home in Shively, Kentucky. They could afford more, but committed a portion of their income to community efforts. They were outspoken liberals, gun control lobbyists, advocates for equality and civil rights. Courtney was presently spearheading a statewide campaign to increase the education budget in low-income areas. Logan had beaten leukemia in 2011, but could no longer have children of his own. He'd subsequently raised $474,000 for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Courtney's profile picture was a professional shot of her and Logan wearing matching sweaters, their 14-year-old biological daughter, Madison, and their adopted son. His name was Levi, and he was 6 years old. Kitty touched the boy in the photograph. She closed her eyes, drifted tearfully, but kept her fingers on the screen. Passion hour. The setting sun dressed the street in burnt orange, a touch of pink. The palms chattered busily. Kitty hovered at her window, lost in the moment, given to her thoughts. Before long, she stood in a dark, silent room, only realizing this when her phone buzzed to life and cast its blue light. It was a text. No name, just a number she half recognized. Kitty read it, wondering if it might be from Millie. It wasn't. I sent a car to pick you up. It'll be there in 15. Kitty frowned, read the message twice, then matched the confident, arrogant tone to the number and came up with a face. He flowed through her mind, flaunting his disarming smile, twirling the prongs of his beard. She texted back, "Sorry, busy." It didn't take Johan long to respond. "Car is a limo." And a moment later, "We're going somewhere special, but you don't have to dress up. Just be Kitty." This prompted a smile, as surprising as it was welcome. Kitty's fingers dithered above the keypad. She started to write something, then deleted it. Her thoughts and feelings were at odds. She threw the phone onto the sofa, looked at it for a full minute, then picked it up and, perhaps against her better judgment, texted back, "Where are you taking me?" The reply came within seconds. "Higher ground." 6. Higher ground. Johan had a new tattoo on the back of his left hand, written in the younger Futhark. He took great pride in his heritage and felt a savage connection to his Norse ancestors. Other tattoos across his body included Ouroboros, the horned triskelion, and the helm of Awe. Odin's twin ravens, Hugin and Munin, flew across his chest, and Yggdrasil, the tree of life, spanned his broad back. Women had journeyed his naked body and asked what each one meant. Others had asked about the weapon mounted over his bed, and he told them. It was a replica of Krauker, a bearded axe wielded by his forefathers, and rumored to have opened the skulls of 1,000 men. "This is beautiful," Tiago said, pointing at the new tattoo. "What does it mean?" He was sitting with his new husband, Enzo, on the opposite side of the limo. Both were dressed in canali suits, one royal blue, one gray window pane. They had matching Ivy League haircuts, slick with product. Johan could smell the oils they'd worked into their thin, freshly waxed bodies. Xander Cray, his driver and one-man security detail, was also present, along with Liberty Mendoza, a YouTube star who made headlines last year when, high on coke, she'd driven her Maserati into the torso statue on Rodeo. There was a magnum of Cristal in an ice bucket on the cocktail bar. There had been Molly, too, up until a few minutes ago, but Johan had asked them to clean the colorful little pills away. He had his own product, of course. Xander was holding on to it, but he wasn't going to waste it on these starfuckers. "It means the hungry wolf will always hunt." Johan looked at the tattoo, the runes written in a clear, straight line. It was still healing. He ran one finger lightly over the raised, scabby skin, enjoying the cracked feel. It was as if this part of him were emerging from a cocoon. There had been other transformations over the years. The tattoos, yes, but also his body shape, his power. He might have been a chubby, unremarkable young man working at his father's computer hardware company in the mailroom to begin with. To build character, his old man was so uncreative, and gradually working his way up to the big seat. Johan became a different creature, though. The same genus, but more relentless, more breathtaking. "You forge," he'd said to his father not so long ago. "I wield, but we both know the sword." "Wield?" Axel Fly had laughed and looked at Johan over the top of his computer screen. "You make annoying videos and post them online. You know nothing of the sword." Johan was content for his father to believe that. The limo stopped smoothly. Liberty asked, "Who is this girl anyway?" Johan ignored her. She even ignored herself, flopping back into her seat, grinding her jaw. "Silver Lake fucking stinks of skunk. You ever notice that?" The molly was kicking in. Johan looked out the window, at the light squeezing between the blinds in the third-floor apartment. He smiled, glanced at his phone. 15 minutes since he'd texted. Right on time. "You want me to get her?" Xander asked. Johan leaned out of his seat and poured 2 flutes of champagne. "No, she'll come to me." Her apartment light flicked off a moment later. Then she was on the front steps, moving hesitantly toward the limo. The driver stepped out. He opened the rear door for her. Kitty crouched, looked inside before committing. "Sweetie," Enzo said colorfully, and beckoned. Johan smiled and offered the champagne. Johan had Xander take the seat beside his so that Kitty had to sit next to Liberty. He did this for 2 reasons. 1, so that Kitty wouldn't feel uncomfortable, and 2, so that he could look at her without turning his head. "I'm sure you remember Xander," Johan said, gesturing toward his mean and muscled assistant. Kitty nodded awkwardly, no doubt recalling the violent incident at Fusion 44, and perhaps surprised to see him riding in the back of the limo, as opposed to behind the wheel. "I remember," Kitty said. Johan continued with the introductions, then raised his glass. Kitty nodded, whispered, "Hi," and "Hello," and raised hers. She sipped and sat stiffly in her seat. "Your hair," Tiago gushed. "I change it up," Kitty responded, a flutter in her voice. "I've had it like this a while, though. True to my roots." "What do you do?" This was Liberty. "For work?" "Yeah, for work." Kitty glanced at Johan. He sensed her discomfort and offered his best non-judgmental smile. Ruben Osterfeld, Slyboy's muscle, had run a few jobs for Johan recently and had told Johan that Kitty was no longer on raccoon duty, that Slyboy had her emceeing at Fusion 44. A step sideways, as far as Johan was concerned. No garbage cans, but a servant's wage. As he'd told Kitty before, she deserved better. "I work at a jazz club," she replied, without embellishment. Johan nodded approvingly. He'd suggested in his text that Kitty be herself, and she was, from her natural hair to her $60 sneakers. Good for her. "Oh," Liberty was also being herself. "You look like more." "I'll take that as a compliment." Kitty leaned forward, angling away from Liberty. She looked at Johan. "Where are we going?" It was Enzo who replied. "A housewarming extravaganza. Barrett Lorne has a new place in Bevcrest." "Barrett Lorne?" Kitty asked. "The actor?" Johan replied, "He's a fan of my work." The limo rolled west on Sunset, the dark, soundproofed windows softening the city's edges. Enzo touched Tiago's chest where his shirt was unbuttoned. Liberty ground her teeth and selected glam metal from the limo's streaming service. "This?" Kitty smiled at Johan, indicating his beard by gesturing at her own chin. "This." He ran a hand beneath his jaw, cupping his beard, which he'd woven into a thick single braid and adorned with a wooden bead. Kitty had never seen it dressed up. He winked at her. "True to my roots." "And a new tattoo." She tapped the back of her left hand. "You've been paying attention to me, Kitty. I'm flattered." Tattoo's healing. Has to be new. A glimpse of her teeth. She'd relaxed quite a bit. What does it mean? Johan considered his response to Tiago. The hungry wolf will always hunt. With Kitty, he opted for a less dramatic interpretation.
It means never give up.
The limo took a series of switchbacks into the hills, then coasted a private road crowded by California pepper trees, their leaves stroking the bodywork like hands. It ended at a wrought iron gate that yawned inward. A narrow S-shaped driveway led to the house, a 1930s Spanish eclectic on half an acre, with an aviary in the garden bristling with multicolored birds, and movie stars smoking weed around a cascading water fountain. They stepped into a broad foyer, greeted there by Barrett Lorne's assistant, who took a group photo on her phone. God, you're all so beautiful. I hate you! Before directing them to a long table lined with champagne and pre-rolled joints. His entourage grabbed their fill, except for Kitty, who hung back. Johan ushered her in. He whispered in her ear,
You belong here.
She selected a flute of champagne and a short joint, which she tucked into her pocket. Johan took a glass, clinked it against Kitty's, then snapped a selfie with her in front of the double staircase.
You mind if I share?
He showed her the photo. Go ahead. He posted it to his socials and watched the likes escalate.
You're famous already.
He clinked Kitty's glass again. Paul Rudd stepped into the foyer behind them. Barrett's assistant greeted him, took his photo. God, you're so beautiful. I hate you! They walked through Barrett's new home, full of jungle-like plants, shiny furniture, and Japanese art. The killer robot from Fall of Adam, Barrett's sci-fi spectacular, stood sentinel in the living room, its lights flashing menacingly. There was live music outside, guests in the pool, a fire breather on the lawn. Servers circled with rich platters balanced on their palms. Liberty saw someone she knew and sashayed away. Tiago and Enzo were not far behind, leaving only Xander and Kitty. Her eyes shone. Okay, she said, turning to Johan. Color me impressed. He smiled.
You want a drink? I'm sick of champagne.
I want you to tell me why you brought me here. Johan started around the pool and toward the bar, a glittering setup of bottles, glasses, and chilled beers. Kitty and Xander followed. There were A-listers everywhere, actors, directors, musicians. Essie Elliott was on stage with the band. Jennifer Lawrence snapped photos of the fire breather, standing close enough to shy from the heat.
My business has expanded over the past 12 months, Johan said, slowing so that Kitty could catch up to him. I need good people, and people who look good. It's rare, in my field, to find someone who's both.
You don't know me, Kitty said. You don't know that I'm good.
I'm willing to take a chance.
He ordered whiskeys for him and Xander, and a mojito for Kitty. They'd each taken only a sip when Barrett Lorne approached. He was jittery, high on the atmosphere. A dark V of sweat extended down the back of his shirt.
Are we good?
He asked Johan. He didn't so much as glance at Kitty and Xander.
We're good, Johan said. Okay, let's go.
Barrett started toward the house, and Johan followed, gesturing for Kitty and Xander to come with. They'd taken only half a dozen steps when Barrett stopped, shaking his head.
No, fuck that.
His unsteady gaze passed over Kitty and Xander, then settled on Johan.
Just you. They go where I go.
Johan stroked his braided beard and looked around.
Or we can do it right here, if you'd prefer.
Barrett dragged a palm across his face and wrinkled his nose.
Fine.
Spittle popped from between his lips. He'd battled a Colombian drug cartel on screen, as well as predatory robots and Mexican banditos, but he couldn't handle Johan. To have power over the powerful was a fine feeling indeed. They entered the house. Barrett walking purposefully, pausing only for him to stumble his way through greeting Channing Tatum.
Hey, man, yeah, thanks for coming. Everything's out. Out.
And then ascending a back staircase to the third floor. An arched hallway led from there to a small room on the east side of the house. Barrett clearly wanted to do this far away from his guests, as if him being a canary head were some big secret. He'd cut his teeth on mindless action movies like The Zero Faction and Dynamite City, in which he did little more than point a Kel-Tec and grunt. His last picture, A Kind of Truth, was a box office sizzler, earning $780 million worldwide. Moreover, Barrett's performance garnered universal praise. Carrie McDaniel from The Hollywood Reporter wrote, "I have seen Barrett Lorne in a different light, and it is blinding." That light had a scientific name, Citromantle V4. Several framed one-sheets were stacked against the wall, ready to be hung around the property. Barrett lifted one of them, A Kind of Truth, ironically, and placed it glass up on a cardboard box. He turned to Johan and made a grabbing motion with his hand. Johan nodded at Xander, who stepped forward, pulling an ounce bag of yellow powder from the inside pocket of his jacket. Barrett snatched it from Xander's hand.
Fuck yeah!
He tore the bag open, spilling powder down the front of his shirt and across the glass.
Fuck!
He pulled his wallet from the pocket of his chino shorts, plucked out a 20, and handed it to Kitty.
Roll this.
He dropped to one knee, shook out a spoonful of the powder, and used his platinum Amex card to shape it into a fat rail. Xander held Kitty's mojito while she rolled the 20 into a tight tube. Once finished, she handed it to Barrett, who took it and bowed servant-like to the glass. He had tough guy good looks, sculpted features, a body like rock. On screen, he appeared larger than life. Johan was altogether sold on him being able to dispatch killer robots and gun-toting gangsters. Now, on his knees, snorting a line of yellow chemicals up his left nostril, he looked incredibly small.
That's what I'm talking about.
He blinked, sniffed through his nose, then exhaled easily.
Yeah, there it is.
The change in him was quick, a matter of seconds. His shoulders dropped, his jitters diminished. The muscles in his face and neck relaxed. He got to his feet and blinked again as if he'd just inserted contact lenses, ready to see the world more clearly.
You're all very welcome here,
he said, and displayed his best Hollywood grin.
Chill out. Stay a while. It's a beautiful evening.
Thank you, Barrett, Johan said.
My pleasure.
He brushed the spilled powder from the front of his shirt, then pinched his nose and sniffed a couple of times, clearing the yellow ring from inside his left nostril. There was no longer any sign that he'd taken the drug, and there'd be no negative side effects. No twitching, grinding, or scratching. He was good to go. A new Barrett Lorne, confident and in control, and would be until the party wrapped. Johan looked at Kitty, who regarded him with questioning eyes. He winked at her, then turned toward the door.
Oh, hey, Nancy, my assistant will pay you when you leave.
Barrett smiled warmly.
You met her on the way in, right?
We did.
She's going to hand you an envelope full of cash, but don't make a show of counting it in the foyer. You'll just have to trust that it's all there.
Johan nodded, tipped an imaginary hat. Then he, Kitty, and Xander left the actor to clean up. Out in the hallway, Kitty stepped in front of Johan, placing one hand gently on his arm. Her eyes were beautiful brown circles. "You're a canary dealer?" she asked.
No.
Johan finished his whiskey in one hit.
I'm the canary dealer. It's my product.
They started walking again. On the stairway down to ground level, Kitty said almost under her breath, "You are full of surprises." Johan said,
"We're just getting started."
Maria Kishka was the ditzy, gap-toothed star of Tell Me About It, a sitcom that ran on CBS for 3 seasons and was dropped around the time Netflix started making waves. Maria played the part of Tiffany Colt, the neighbor's daughter, who always managed to get involved with the lead family's affairs, and was known for her catchphrase, "Well, I didn't do it." She was the comic relief in a sitcom, the break-in-case of emergency role that Peter Riven at Key Light called the cat litter of acting. When Tell Me About It ended, Maria seemed destined to sink into the dark quicksand of obscurity reserved for former sitcom actors. Not the case. She crossed the pond and appeared in the BBC police drama Heron Keys, a left-field decision that saved her career. After this, she returned stateside, met Johan, and put in a head-turning performance as a young mother with HIV in an episode of Echoes Fade. Her last role, playing a crooked cop in the movie A Derelict Life, was already getting Oscar buzz. She approached Johan beneath a covered lanai away from the pool area, and thus away from most of the guests. There was a polite hug and air kiss, maybe 20 seconds of pleasantries, then it was down to business. It wasn't nearly as clandestine as Barrett Lorne's backroom transaction. Maria handed Xander an envelope crammed with cash. He handed her a half-ounce bag of canary, which she placed inside her purse. Before stepping away, she looked at Kitty, and her mouth wrinkled, the barest hint of shame. "It's not cheating," she said, and shook her head, perhaps to reinforce her fragile words. "The light's already inside me. This just helps it shine brighter." "It's all good, sister," Kitty said. Kurt Wilborn was next. He'd nodded at Johan a couple of times during the party, but didn't approach until after midnight, when half the guests had said their goodbyes. Johan was checking out the 9-foot robot in the living room. Xander was with him, as always. Kitty had struck up a conversation with Samuel L. Jackson and looked entirely enamored. "This wasn't even in the movie," Kurt said, sliding up beside Johan, hands in his pockets. "It's a life-size model, used as a visual reference. The movie's all CGI."
"Doesn't surprise me," Johan said. "How are you, Kurt?"
"Conflicted," Kurt said. Kurt Wilborn's career was successfully average, an 18-year run of small parts in big movies. He was the scientist in the superhero flick, the married friend in the rom-com, the deputy sheriff in the western. He had one leading role on his resume, in the gritty crime thriller Smoke Street, which was slated for theatrical release, but went straight to VOD during COVID-19 and bombed. He'd once told Movie Maker that the words "also starring" would likely appear on his headstone.
"Conflicted?"
"I'm not sure I want to use your product anymore." Kurt squeezed one of the robot's huge metallic fingers. His hand was baby-sized in comparison. "I don't think it's helping. I'll always be that guy, you know? That actor. Doesn't matter how well I read for a main part."
"Hey, man,"
Johan shrugged.
"Your life. Your career."
"There's an ethical dilemma, too," Kurt continued. "An artistic dilemma. I mean, even if I land another lead role, will that be down to me? You know, my talent? Or down to the canary?"
"Canary is a direct line to your potential," Johan said, tapping one finger against his chest. "It takes away any distractions and enables you to do your best work. It's not a genie in a lamp. It can't make wishes come true. It's a nootropic, which are widely used in all industries. Jesus, even college kids use them at exam times."
"It's more than that," Kurt said, scratching the shelf of his jaw. His designer stubble rasped. "If it was just another focus enhancer, you'd have it approved by the FDA, and I wouldn't need to buy it off you like some fucking street kid buying crank."
Johan smiled. "Kurt, I like you. You have a solid career and always do good work. You should be proud of your accomplishments."
"I can't work out," Kurt said, if that was an insult or a compliment.
"Hollywood needs actors like you, and actors like you don't need my product." Johan nodded at Xander.
They stepped away from the giant robot.
I'll be here a couple more hours. Don't leave without saying goodbye.
Kurt did say goodbye. Not 30 minutes later. His parting gift was 2 $5,000 straps in a royal blue deposit bag. Xander checked the money, then handed Kurt a little something in return. "Fuck ethics," the actor said to Johan. His breath smelled of whiskey where it hadn't before. "In this town, that's like clutching a rosary in hell." 1:40 a.m. The live band had wrapped. The caterers were packing up. There were several guests dotted around the garden, finishing their drinks, their joints. Johan kicked off his shoes, peeled off his shirt and jeans, and dove into the pool wearing only his underwear. The water was a cool remedy. He glided across the bottom, sleek as a ray, coming up for air and then diving again. Kitty had taken a seat poolside, watching him, smoking the joint she'd tucked into her pocket earlier. She exhaled a ribbon of smoke and smiled. "Shouldn't swim with the new tattoo," she warned when he stepped out a moment later. "That's what I heard."
It's mostly healed,
Johan said. He gave his head a little shake to get the water out of his ears.
Besides, I couldn't resist.
He grabbed a thick white towel from a caddy, dabbed his new tattoo first, then dried his upper body, working slowly, flexing every exposed muscle. When he'd finished, he wrapped the towel around his waist and took a seat next to Kitty. She offered her joint. He declined. She took another hit and gestured through squinted eyes at his torso. "Got some ink, son."
Yeah.
Johan squeezed water from his beard, feeling it flood the gaps between his fingers.
They're a part of me. Part of my heritage.
"So this whole Viking thing, it's real?"
Absolutely. I'm 28 years old, the first fly to be born in North America, but my lineage is 100% Danish.
Johan peeled wet hair from his forehead and smiled.
You just have to look at me to see that.
"Fly." Kitty blew smoke as she said this. "Is that a common Danish surname?"
No, it was probably anglicized somewhere along the way. My grandfather was able to trace it back 11 generations, to the late 17th century. Our DNA goes back further, though. Genetic ancestry testing has us linked strongly to Scandinavia from before the time of the Vikings.
"So you're the real deal?"
Pure Viking blood.
"And you believe in the Norse gods? Odin? Thor?"
They're no less believable than any other god. Here,
Johan pointed out the detailed birds inked across his chest.
Hugin and Munin, Odin's ravens. They were information gatherers connected to Odin's thought and memory, his consciousness.
"And this one?" Kitty gestured at the tree that covered Johan's back, its intricate branches spreading onto his shoulders and down both arms.
Yggdrasil,
Johan said, leaning forward so that she could see it more clearly.
The tree of life. It holds the 9 worlds together, and its branches reach up to the heavens.
"Yeah, okay." Kitty drew on the joint, held the smoke in, let it out with a small, tight cough. "You are the real deal. No doubt, man." Voices from behind. More guests were leaving. Johan saw Tiago and Enzo canoodling on a chaise longue, still high on Molly. Over by the lanai, Barrett Lorne was in deep conversation with Channing Tatum. Their famous host was cool and comfortable, the best possible version of himself.
I hear them sometimes, my ancestors, in my blood. They fascinate me.
Johan studied his tattoos, then turned his attention back to Kitty.
I'm drawn to their near mythical quality, something so outrageous and powerful, you wonder if it can even be real. That's what I want. That's how I want people to see me.
"So, you became a drug dealer?"
Drugs are a commodity in this town, like real estate, like land, run primarily by Mexican cartels. Johan shrugged and reached for his shirt. I'm staking my claim, marking my territory. It's a very Viking thing to do.
That's one way of looking at it. Kitty took a last pull on the joint, then stubbed it out on the sole of her sneaker and dropped it into an empty glass. And what's the deal with Xander? You boys go back?
Not too far. Johan brushed the grass off his shirt. A few years. He's my security.
A Viking with a bodyguard? Kitty looked surprised.
Viking leaders had their warriors, men who fought relentlessly for them, and would lay their lives down without hesitation.
Johan grinned, leaning a little closer to Kitty.
Many of them wore bear or wolf skins. They were known as berserkers.
Is that what Xander is? Your berserker?
He is whatever I want him to be. A driver, a bodyguard, an enforcer, but mostly he's trustworthy, a rare and valuable quality.
Kitty nodded. The muscles in her face had relaxed. She stretched out her left leg and rolled her foot, watching the tip of her sneaker make small circles. Johan thought of the girl on the skateboard, the raccoon, so cool and resilient. You're too dangerous, she'd said to him. And look at her now. He could hold out his hand and she'd hop right in. He could tuck her into his pocket and carry her home.
Now you.
He smiled and slipped into his shirt.
Tell me something about you that I don't already know.
There's a lot about me you don't know.
One thing.
He held up his index finger.
Just one.
Kitty inhaled deeply. Her eyelids were at half-mast. Her mouth tilted into a smile somewhere between stoned and sad. Okay, one thing. She looked at him for a second. Then her eyes flicked away. I have a 6-year-old son.
A son?
Johan tried not to sound too surprised.
Really? Back in...
Kentucky, yeah.
With his dad?
No. Kitty drew one knee onto the recliner, wrapped both arms around it, and hugged it close. I was 18 when I had him. Young and stupid. His father was in prison. I lived with my mama. No money, no job. I knew I couldn't offer him any kind of life, and I wanted him to have everything, or at least a shot at everything. So I gave him up for adoption. Johan buttoned his shirt. Water trickled from his hair, down his back. He lives now with a beautiful, wealthy, very white family. Kitty chewed her lower lip and gazed across the pool. And in every photograph of him I see, he's smiling, which makes my heart ache and fills it with joy.
Do you have any interaction with him? Johan asked.
I relinquished all parental rights, Kitty replied. But I chose the family, and they're very nice, super liberal. The door is open, you know. Johan nodded. It has to be on my son's terms, though. When he's ready. Kitty trailed off, then breathed out slowly and fanned her eyes. After a moment, she looked at him. Her face was still relaxed, but her smile had returned. This has been one of the greatest nights of my life, you know that?
I know that.
Kitty angled her head, cocked an eyebrow. He said,
I promised you higher ground.
Sam Jackson, Jennifer Lawrence, Barrett Lorne? She spread her arms. You delivered.
Not yet.
Johan retrieved his jeans. He dug into one of the pockets and took out a baggie of yellow powder. He held it up and grinned.
You ready for some real star power?
He shook a little, a bump into his palm, used his fingernail to group it, then held it out to Kitty. She closed her left nostril and snorted through her right. Johan smiled, feeling her damp mouth against his skin. It was like feeding a sick animal. A lamb, maybe. Kitty sat up, rubbing her nose. That... Her eyes cleared suddenly. She looked slowly from left to right, taking it all in, then up at the sky. Okay, yeah, that feels good.
You're tweeting, Johan said. That's what the movie stars call it. And the best part? There are no external symptoms. You look perfectly natural.
Nobody can tell? Kitty looked down at her body, running her hands over her stomach. Because I feel like I'm 100 feet tall.
And yet in total control, Johan said. There's no come down either, no crash.
I dig it. She looked at him, frowning. How did you do this? His usual vague response.
I know a man.
Kitty stood and walked around the pool, where the ground rose slightly, offering views across Franklin Canyon and the city beyond. Everything winked and flashed. Even the darkness wanted to shine. I could pick this whole city up, Kitty said. Her voice was strong and confident. She made an effortless lifting motion, like a record. Put it on a turntable and spin it.
What would it sound like?
Whatever I want it to sound like. She grinned. It lit a fire beneath her skin. Then she cocked her head, listening. Talking of sounds, can you hear the birds? Kitty dashed along the side of the house, whipping through the lilacs and sunflowers. Johan, barefoot, buttoning his jeans, struggled to keep up. She stopped at the aviary, her fingers laced through the wire mesh, gazing at the flecks of color within the dark canopy. The sound was exhilarating.
I heard Barrett used to own a tiger, Johan said. Birds are safer.
Kitty scrolled along the side of the aviary until she found the door. A simple hook and eye device kept it closed. She flipped it and stepped inside. The birds responded. A flurry of greens, yellows, and blues. Kitty closed the door behind her and spread her arms. She stood, motionless. Johan thought the birds might land on her arms and shoulders, but they didn't. After several minutes, their excitement ebbed. A lovebird swooped close to Kitty, and she whipped out her hand, quick as a cat, and plucked it from the air. Everything inside me, if it isn't complete, it can be. She cupped the bird tenderly, stroking one thumb along its bright feathers. Nothing is broken. The limo took them home. Kitty sat next to Johan, singing along to the music. I remember every word, she said. Tiago and Enzo slept hand in hand across from them, their hair mussed, their canali suits wrinkled. Liberty had gone home with one of the stars of Exit 68. It was just after 4 when they pulled up outside Kitty's apartment. The street moved lazily in the early morning gloom, palm fronds nodding, a gender-fluid pride flag saluting from a 5th-floor balcony. The chauffeur opened the rear door. Johan got out. He offered his hand to Kitty, and she took it.
I'll call, he said.
You've got my number. She stepped past him and started up the steps to her apartment. When she reached the top, Johan called out,
Can I trust you, Kitty?
She stopped, looked over her shoulder. It was too dark to read her eyes. You can trust me. Johan watched from the sidewalk until she was inside her apartment building, then got back into the limo and went home. He waited 3 days, just long enough for her to wonder if she'd been cast aside, then texted, Have to deliver a script to Casey Cookman's assistant in West Hollywood. You wanna do it? ? It didn't take Kitty long to respond. 7. No crime without a body. Floyd Tallant's funeral service was held at Inglewood Park Cemetery. It was a sweet and soulful affair, comprised of family and friends. Luke was there with Kitty, and he was grateful for her presence. She wore an off-shoulder black dress, and her hair was braided, coiled at the back. which opened her face magnificently. Luke wore an old suit with a belt that he had to punch a new hole in. He really needed to put on some weight. And a yellow tie that Val Kilmer had given him one Christmas.
"You might want to walk ahead,"
Luke had said to Kitty when they arrived, pointing out a small group of photographers that had assembled outside the chapel.
"Being seen with me would not be good for your burgeoning career."
"I came here to support you, Luke," Kitty had responded and had looped her arm through his. "And that's what I'm going to do." Floyd's great niece sang Otis Redding's Pain in My Heart, with a second cousin accompanying on guitar. Every note rang hauntingly throughout the chapel, punctuated by sobs and snivels, Luke's among them. There followed a gospel rendition of The Old Rugged Cross, then a reading from Thessalonians. The pallbearers carried Floyd's casket to a hearse lined with white roses. A winding train of mourners then proceeded to a plot in the northeast of the cemetery grounds, where Floyd was laid to rest within singing distance of his old friend, Ray Charles. Floyd had 4 ex-wives and no regrets. One of these exes, Doris, with a voice that could crack stone, invited everybody back to her house for a drink in Floyd's memory. "We'll play his music. We'll cut some rug." "Sounds more like a party than just one drink," Kitty observed quietly.
"Yeah,"
Luke agreed, loosening his tie.
"Won't end till late, probably with the LAPD banging on the door."
Kitty plucked her cell phone from the small purse she carried, checked the time, then pressed her lips together and looked at Luke.
"You have to be somewhere?" he asked.
"Not right away, but yeah." She gestured at her black dress and heels. "I got a new job. I should probably go home, lose the funeral clothes."
"Right, yeah,"
Luke nodded.
"A new job, huh? Anything exciting?"
"No. Still couriering." She dropped her phone back into her purse, then lifted her sunglasses to wipe a bead of sweat from beneath one eye. "Different company. Better benefits."
"That's great,"
Luke said. They walked toward the parking lot, their surroundings keeping an air of serenity, despite the roar of aircraft out of LAX.
"I should go raise a glass to Floyd, but I can run you home first if you want."
"No need." Kitty dismissed the idea with a wave of her hand. "Metro, Uber, I'll manage." The mid-afternoon sun dropped a dry, inescapable heat. Luke fanned his shirt collar, trying to circulate the air across his chest. Kitty had produced her cell again, shielding the screen as she pulled up her Uber app.
"Listen, thank you,"
Luke said. They'd pulled abreast of where he'd parked his car, his crappy, dented Caliber, looking decidedly low income within a row of newer, shinier vehicles.
"I really appreciate you being here today."
"Don't mention it," Kitty said. "I'd go for that drink, but—"
"Hey, no, you've done more than enough."
He fanned his collar again.
"Hope the new job goes okay."
They embraced briefly, a touch awkwardly. Then Kitty headed toward the main gates. Luke dug his keys from his pocket and started for his car. He was lost in thought, trying to remember where Doris lived, so didn't notice the platinum-haired woman getting out of the vehicle parked 2 away from his. "Got a thing for black women, huh?" Luke fumbled his keys, nearly dropped them. He looked up, surprised as the woman approached. She wasn't as tall as Luke, but it was close. "Does she know," she said, motioning in Kitty's direction, "that you're a homicidal maniac?" Luke wanted to turn and walk away, heck, run away, but held his ground, maintaining eye contact as the woman stepped to the very edge of his personal space. "Hello, wife killer," she said.
"I guess you're still not ready to join the fan club,"
Luke returned bitterly, gripping his keys so tightly that the notches sawed into his skin.
"How have you been, Detective Montesino?"
If being an inch shy of 6 feet wasn't enough, Terra Montesino was also stocked with muscle that came from buckets of whey protein and a long-time Gold's membership. Luke had first-hand knowledge of that muscle. She'd pushed and shaken him around on multiple occasions. One time, growing impatient with his responses, she had lifted him out of his chair in the interrogation room and pinned him to the wall. "Lying is more painful with a broken jaw," she'd growled. She had an alligator's sleek strength and ferocity. Her eyes were primer gray, as if waiting for a color to be applied. A small defect, maybe a scar on the inside of her lip, wrinkled her mouth on one side. Even smiling couldn't iron it out, which, in Luke's experience, she didn't do often. Her hair was her most striking feature, and arguably a more effective weapon than the Beretta 92 FS tucked into her side holster. She wore it pinned back on the streets, rigidly, like an old schoolmarm, but let it down in the interrogation room. It was mirror bright and touched the bottoms of her shoulder blades. Luke had been quite captivated, watching it ripple and shine, and had wondered how many confessions it had coaxed from the mouths of vulnerable suspects. He loosened his grip on his keys and took a step backward. Montesino followed, as close as she could get without touching. "You notice anything different about me?" she asked, hands on her hips. Luke looked her up and down. Brown boots, blue jeans, a red-checked shirt beneath a gray sport jacket, and, of course, the sidearm holstered to her left side. "You still look like a Tolkien character and dress like Chuck Norris," he said, and managed a dry smile. "So, no, I don't notice anything different about you." "Funny guy." She tapped the right side of her belt. "No shield." Luke dropped his gaze to where she'd tapped and saw no LAPD badge. As much as he wanted to show indifference, he couldn't keep the question out of his eyes. "I'd always planned to retire early," Terra said, "so here I am. New freedom, new adventures." "I'm thrilled for you," Luke said stiffly. He moved to step around her, but she followed again, cutting him off. "I recently acquired my private investigator license." There was a glint of intent in her otherwise dull eyes. "It's a simple process for an ex-cop. I have a police science degree and the requisite hours of investigative work. I have my PI firearm permit, too." She lifted the left side of her jacket. "A lot of scumbags out there. I'd rather be prepared than sorry." "Yeah, best way to be," Luke said. "Now, whatever it is you really want to say, make it quick." Montesino sneered. Her wrinkled mouth had no problem with that, and finally took a step away from him. He fetched an unsteady breath and held her gaze, breaking it only to blink. "I'm not famous like you." She all but spat the F word. "But I closed my share of high-profile cases. Got my name in the LA Times on more than one occasion." Luke had never been to Terra Montesino's home. He had no idea where or how she lived, but an image popped into his mind at that moment. A small, lonely apartment, an alcove dressed with police commendations and framed cutouts from the Times, a retirement watch in a display case, next to a novelty mug with "I see guilty people" printed across the front. "You were the one I always wanted, though," she said, jabbing her finger at him. "And you were the one that got away."
"No." Luke shook his head. "I lost everything."
"You didn't." She narrowed her eyebrows. "But I have all kinds of time on my hands now. I'm my own boss, without any departmental red tape or bureaucratic bullshit holding me back. And I'm going to use that newfound time and freedom to find out what happened to Lisa Hayes."
"By harassing me?"
"By getting to the truth," Montesino vowed. "And when I do, when you're wearing an orange jumpsuit and eating slop with a paperboard utensil, then you'll know what losing everything feels like." Luke swallowed hard, uncomfortable in the heat, but more uncomfortable in Montesino's presence. He dragged sweat from the back of his neck and looked at her.
A good cop will keep an open mind, he said. I learned that when researching my role for Out of Midnight. So I'm curious. Does any part of you believe I didn't kill my wife?
Tara held her thumb and forefinger half an inch apart. I have this much doubt.
Okay, Luke said. Some doubt, then.
Not enough to make a difference, Tara said, and sneered again. Occam's razor. The simplest explanation.
Yeah, I know how it goes.
Luke sighed and gave his collar another tug.
Believe me, I want an explanation more than you do, whether it's simple or not.
I doubt that very much.
Just let me know if I can help.
He stepped around her, jangling his keys as he headed for his car.
This isn't the best time, though. I know you're not great at reading clues, but the suit, the cemetery. I'm actually at a funeral right now.
Floyd Tallant. Pancreatic cancer. 81 years old. The funeral ended, she checked the time on her cell phone, 16 minutes ago. And, talking of death, a little bird tells me you tried to kill yourself a couple of months back. Luke had reached his car door but stopped short of opening it. He looked at Montesino over his shoulder. She stood straight and cool, not a drop of perspiration on her face. Did you know that almost half of all mass shooters turn the gun on themselves or commit suicide by cop? She shrugged her broad shoulders. Maybe it's self-loathing or the fear of infamy, of shame. But some forensic psychologists believe it's the guilt, that they simply cannot live with what they did.
I'm depressed and lonely, Luke said, surprised to hear himself speaking out loud.
Tara Montesino was not a woman with whom he would ordinarily share such truths.
I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. I can't see a future for myself.
Montesino showed nothing. She was unaffected, a piece of flint.
It was a cry for help.
That doesn't always work, does it? Crying for help. She stepped forward and dropped her ass onto the hood of his car. She wasn't finished with him yet. If it did, your wife might still be alive. Lisa had been missing for 1,134 days. Luke had counted every one of them and had relived the first several days, sleepless, surreal stretches of time, over and over again. For him, the nightmare began when he woke up in the woods to find the front of his shirt covered in blood. He'd thought it was his. A nosebleed, perhaps, even though there was no dried blood around his nose. The gaps in his memory were cavernous, but this seemed the most likely explanation. Or maybe he'd gotten into a fistfight, and the other guy had bled all over him. Sure, why not? It was only later, when the crime lab had done its work and the blood came back as Lisa's, that Luke began to realize the extent of his trouble. The volatile nature of their relationship was in full effect on the night she went missing. They were at a party at Uncle Lizard's, a biker-style roadhouse in the Los Padres forest. It was either a launch or album wrap party. Luke didn't know which, only that it was busy and loud, and that he and Lisa were drunk when they arrived. They'd gotten a head start at their hotel in Santa Barbara, where they'd also had their first fight of the day, and had downed a bottle of red wine during the 20-minute limo ride to Uncle Lizard's. Luke remembered arriving. He'd met Axl Rose outside, and they'd stumbled in together. There were a few other celebs present, but mainly it was music industry peeps and starfuckers. He remembered doing tequila slammers with the band, whoever the fuck they were, and posing for photographs. Things started getting blurry around midnight. He had vague memories of dancing on a table and snorting vodka out of a spoon, of drinking Knob Creek directly from the bottle, and flirting with some chubby goth chick outside the men's restroom. Then there was the second fight with Lisa. He had no idea how it had started or who was at fault. His only recollection was of calling Lisa a talentless whore and of her trying to break a bottle over his head. This no doubt appeared shocking to their fellow partygoers, and indeed many would later communicate their shock to the authorities, but it was just another night for Luke and Lisa. Did they kiss and make up? Luke couldn't say for sure, but he had an imprecise memory of being outside with her, close and hot, the smell of the forest, and of her perfume. "I don't think it's working," Lisa had said, or maybe he'd dreamed that. Either way, he didn't think she was talking about their marriage. There was something else, something in her eyes. The next thing he remembered was waking up at the foot of a tree, 30 yards from Uncle Lizard's. Morning light sloped through the pines. A jogger crouched over him, plum-faced and wide-eyed. "Jesus Christ, mister," he said. "I thought you were dead."
Huh? What?
"Thought you'd taken one to the chest." The jogger gestured at the blood down the front of Luke's shirt. "A bullet, that is." Luke looked down at his shirt.
What the fuck that?
He tried sitting up, then shuddered as a thunderclap of pain reverberated through his skull. Instinctively, he reached for the back of his head and felt a good-sized goose egg. No blood, but the skin was tight and tender. He must have gone for a walk in the woods, passed out, and bumped his noggin on the tree trunk. Getting to his feet was a gradual, painful process. Luke brushed pine needles from his ass, examined the blood down the front of his shirt again, then looked dazedly around.
What the fuck?
He tried to remember the night before. There were only glimpses, embarrassing flashes, indistinct puzzle pieces. Maybe the blow to the back of his head had caused some short-term memory loss. Or maybe it was the disgusting quantity of alcohol he'd consumed. Okay, yeah, it was probably the alcohol, but still.
My wife,
he groaned, looking around again, one hand plastered to his forehead. "Say, you're that actor fella," the jogger said, unhelpfully, and snapped a photo on his phone. It was either a lucky shot or the jogger had a knack for capturing people at their most murderous looking. Luke, sneering crookedly, standing in a gloomy forest, with blood splashed across his shirt. The jogger would later post the shot to social media. Multiple news sources would comment on his impressive camera work skills and ask if they could use and distribute the photograph across all media. The jogger said, "Sure, go right ahead," to the first dozen or so, then wised up and started requesting payment, a decision that made his bank account very happy. Luke, blessedly unaware of the U-turn his life was about to take, flapped a dismissive hand at the jogger, then staggered off in the direction of Uncle Lizard's. He took out his cell phone and called Lisa. Straight to voicemail. She was probably back at the hotel, he thought, sleeping off her hangover. He then navigated Uber, slowly, through bleary eyes, and ordered a car. It took 20 minutes to arrive. During that time, Luke had the good sense to turn his blood-stained shirt inside out. It wasn't perfect, but it was better. Lisa wasn't at the hotel, either. She hadn't been back at all. The room was exactly as they'd left it. One bed made, the other, the one they'd had sex in, all messed up, the heavy sheets drooping to the floor. The curtains were pulled closed. Lisa's bathroom shit was still assembled around the sink. Her toothbrush was bone dry. He called her cell again. Okay, now he was starting to worry. Had she bypassed the hotel and gone directly home? Had she gone to someone else's home? Straight to voicemail.
Hey, hun, it's 11:20, and I don't know where you are. That was one hell of a night. Fucking Jesus. I woke up in the... Shit, I'll tell you later. Anyway, I'm at the hotel. Give me a call or drop me a text when you get this, okay? Love you, babe.
He showered, brushed his teeth, and changed into clean clothes. It felt heavenly. He called Lisa again. Voicemail. He packed up their stuff and checked out, but waited in the lobby for 2 hours. He tried Lisa's cell yet again, and still nothing. He texted her. "I tried calling you. Waited at the hotel until 2. Where the fuck are you? I'm going home. Call me, please." Luke's concern increased as he drove the 100 miles back to their house in Sherman Oaks. He ran through dozens of possibilities. Maybe she'd finally left him and was cooling off with a sister or friend. Maybe some fucker had roofied her martini and she was tied up on a couch somewhere. Maybe she was still partying, snorting coke in the back of a stretched limo on her way to Vegas. He called her name as he opened their front door, not expecting a response and not getting one. He walked through their spacious house, then out to the pool. No sign of her. His anxiety grew. It crawled onto his shoulders and pressed down. He couldn't eat. He could barely breathe. Desperate, he called Lisa's best friend, her producer, her manager. Nobody had heard from her. Not a single text, and that was unusual. Something had happened to her. Something bad. Luke became more certain of this with every passing minute. His agent called a little before 6. It was Friday. Luke recalled that they'd scheduled a call for that afternoon to talk about the Netflix original he'd signed on to, but that wasn't what this was about. "What the fuck, Luke?"
Yeah, sorry, I missed our call. I've got other shit on my mind.
"Forget the damn call. You've gone viral. Again." Marty sent the photograph that the jogger had taken that morning, which had already been picked up by national news groups and speculated upon widely.
"This is nothing,"
Luke said to Marty, an irritated note in his voice.
"I got blind drunk last night and woke up in the woods. Some douchebag took a picture of me. Big fucking deal."
"But the blood," Marty said.
"Yeah, nosebleed, I guess. I don't know."
Luke turned a slow circle, gazing around his lonely living room. His heart thumped heavily.
"Listen, I can't talk right now. I haven't seen or heard from Lisa all day. I don't know where she is, and I'm starting to freak."
"She's missing?" Marty drew a sharp breath, which was followed by 3 or 4 seconds of edgy silence. Maybe Luke was too emotional to grasp the significance of a missing wife and a blood-stained shirt, but Marty was not. He connected the 2 ominous dots quickly, then stuttered something about having to feed the cat and hung up. Luke called the police at 9 p.m. 2 uniformed officers came to his house. They asked all the right questions and took notes, but Luke expressed dismay at the muted response. He wanted action, damn it. Search parties, sniffer dogs, fucking helicopters. Lisa was a celebrity, for God's sake. The senior officer pointed out that Lisa had been missing for fewer than 24 hours, and that she would, in all likelihood, return voluntarily. He suggested Luke get in touch with all of Lisa's family, friends, and associates, and inform the Van Nuys division of any developments.
"That's it?"
Luke asked.
"You guys are done?"
"Not quite," the senior officer replied.
"The shirt you were wearing, the one in the photograph, do you still have it?"
Luke dragged a hand down his face, then gestured in the direction of the driveway.
"I packed it up with the rest of our shit at the hotel. The bags are still in the Tesla."
"We'd like to take it with us," the senior officer said.
"The shirt? What do you—"
Luke stopped abruptly, interrupted by the cold, metallic chime of the penny touching down.
"Oh, right. Yeah, of course."
36 hours later, Lisa still hadn't returned, and Luke sat in an interrogation room with 2 detectives, one of them, Tara Montesino, assigned to Van Nuys from LAPD's Detective Support and Vice Division. Montesino had earned a reputation narrowing the gap between unsolved homicide and missing persons cases, and with the blood on Luke's shirt being matched to Lisa's, she was intent on adding to her resume. "Lisa is strong, beautiful, and successful. 2 platinum albums, 2 Grammy Awards. After working the club circuit for 9 years, she finally has the career she's always dreamed of. Montesino had leaned closer to Luke, her iridescent hair pooling on the table between them. A woman like that, spirited, ambitious, she doesn't simply walk away, leave it all behind.
No, Luke agreed, his voice just above a whisper.
So, the detective lifted one side of her wrinkled mouth. What happened to her? She showed no sympathy despite Luke's tears. On the contrary, his damage and confusion fueled her. She circled the table ravenously, pulling and picking at everything he said. She had him go through his version of events multiple times and ask the same questions from different angles. Does Lisa's success threaten you?
No.
I read in an interview that she wants to get into movies. Does that threaten you?
No.
On and on, around and around. The minutes crawled into hours, and each increment of time had its own threatening shape and feel. Luke fought to keep his cool, but resisted asking for a lawyer. That would only make him look more guilty. Besides, he wanted to work with the police, not against them. The other cop, Kramer, a homicide detective, took his turn. He arranged several surveillance video stills on the table in front of Luke. They showed Luke and Lisa leaving Uncle Lizard's. The timestamps in the top right-hand corner read 1:52 and 1:53. This one. Kramer tapped his finger against a grainy black and white shot showing Luke and Lisa heading across the parking lot. From the angle of their bodies, it looked like they were staggering, propping each other up.
You're clearly walking toward the back of the lot. No lights that way, no roads. Nothing except the Los Padres forest. I think we were going to make out, Luke said. What are you, 16?
Luke closed his eyes, half remembering the smell of Lisa's perfume, the tangy Arcadian aroma of the pines. I don't think it's working. Had Lisa really said that? Luke shrugged, touching the bump at the back of his head. It was still sore.
You weren't seen again, Kramer continued, until you were photographed the following morning with Lisa's blood all over your shirt.
Why didn't you destroy the shirt? Detective Montesino asked, leaning casually against the wall with her arms folded. You knew it would be incriminating. Luke wiped tears from his eyes and said, Because I didn't do anything wrong. Kramer asked Luke about his and Lisa's fight at the hotel. He mentioned that the manager was called to their room at 4:24 p.m.
Loud fight, the detective said. Kind of average. You broke a lamp. Lisa broke a lamp.
Kramer stroked his graying goatee and asked about their second fight at Uncle Lizard's. He showed Luke a video of the altercation that some turd had uploaded to YouTube.
You'll like this bit,
he said, turning up the volume in time to hear Luke call Lisa a talentless whore. Sounds like true love to me, Montesino noted. Her hair swayed and flashed. The pressure continued. More of the same questions, the detectives pecking at his answers like hungry birds. Eventually, they vacated the interrogation room, leaving Luke to stew. He paced and prayed. He thumped his fist on the table and swore at Lisa, wherever she was. There was something, though. The video clip of their fight at Uncle Lizard's had dislodged a memory. It wasn't complete, but it had substance.
There was a guy,
Luke said when the detectives returned. They appeared fresh and smelled of coffee. A guy? Montesino took the seat opposite him. He'd looked out of place, Luke remembered, uncomfortable even, standing with his shoulders drawn in and his small mouth pinched closed. Luke would have dismissed him as a socially inept freak, except Lisa had spoken to him, and something about her body language suggested a familiarity, an intimacy. Can you describe him? Detective Montesino asked. Luke sighed. propping his whiskery jaw up with one hand.
Mexican guy, I think.
Montesino's dull eyes reflected a beat of personality. Jesus, this motherfucker's as good as caught. Adrian, put out a bolo for a Mexican guy. Kramer snickered, shaking his head.
You don't get it.
Luke propped both elbows on the table and linked his hands.
The party was 60% white and 39% black. Not many Latinos. You should ask around. Check the surveillance footage. Lizards is an old biker shithole,
Kramer growled cynically.
Most of the cams don't work, and the ones that do aren't exactly high definition. You can see that for yourself.
He gestured at the video captures, still arranged on the table. Luke glanced at them. They were black and white, low res. His and Lisa's faces were little more than smudges.
What else can you tell us? Kramer said.
Luke closed his eyes, drawing on his uncertain memory, trying to step into it and see things with a clearer mind.
He was youngish, early 30s maybe, and kind of shifty-looking, awkward, like he'd walked into the wrong place.
Was he alone? Montesino asked.
As far as I could tell.
Luke tried to remember if he'd seen the guy earlier that night, talking to anyone else. He didn't think so. It was as if he'd shown up just to talk to Lisa and had left again. What else?
Tall, for a Mexican. Tall-ish. 5'11", maybe 6 foot. He was wearing a button-down shirt, black, I think.
Distinguishing features? Montesino said, and the tone of her voice suggested she was already bored with this. She tapped her pen impatiently against her notepad. Was he bald? Did he have facial hair, scars, tattoos, moles, missing teeth?
No,
Luke closed his eyes again, recalling the familiar way Lisa had leaned into the guy, her eyes lowered, her mouth close to his ear. Luke's attention had been on his wife, primarily, her jealousy-inducing body language. But yes, he picked out some features.
He had wide cheekbones, but a narrow jaw, and small, close-set eyes. An ugly fucker, really. Kind of bat-faced.
So we're looking for a shifty, bat-faced Mexican? Detective Montesino exhaled dramatically and pushed a hand through her elf-like hair.
Tallish,
Kramer added wryly. Okay, we'll bring an artist in, put a sketch together. In the meantime, Montesino pocketed her notepad and pen. Let's get back to the guy with the blood on his shirt. And so it continued. The questions, the doubts, the pushing and pressing. Luke took his time and tried to consider every response before speaking, but it got to where he was afraid his words might be unstitched and fashioned into something sinister. Eventually, he resorted to answering every question with,
I've told you everything,
and that's all I know. For Detective Montesino, this wore thin quickly. The gloves came off. She got physical. Kramer twice had to intervene. You killed her, and we all know it, she snapped after Kramer had pulled her off Luke for the second time. Her face burned, and her shirt had come untucked at the front. We just don't know how you killed her or what you did with her body, but we'll find out. Luke shook his head and started to cry. He sometimes had to cry on film, but it was nothing like this. Large, hot tears bubbling up from his ruined soul. His chest loaded with smoldering rocks. His brain wrapped in gauze.
No,
he whimpered.
No.
You think I'm tough on you? Just wait until you get out of here. Detective Montesino tucked her shirt back into her jeans and flicked the platinum hair from her eyes. The press, the internet trolls, Lisa's fans, there's no limit on how long they can make you suffer. That was when Luke called a lawyer. In the eyes of the law, there was no crime without a body. In the eyes of everybody else, Luke was a guilty man. It was exactly how Detective Montesino had predicted. He was tied daily to the trailer hitch of some rumbling black machine and dragged through the hard streets of the press and the internet. His life collapsed, a magnificent and violent undoing. It was like watching an earthquake in slow motion. Luke saw every building first crack, then crumble. He watched the ground tremble and rift and accept everything that had once been upright.
Nothing is anymore,
he'd said to his psychiatrist, the only Hollywood professional who hadn't cut him loose.
Everything isn't. My marriage, my career, my fucking Tesla.
And it was true. He slept and ate and shat in a crater. Even his friends had stopped calling. No more poker nights with Ben Affleck and the boys. No more movie nights at Tarantino's. Maintaining his innocence was futile. Luke knew that the only way his life was getting back on track was if Lisa, alive and well, returned home, or if the truth behind her disappearance was uncovered. He made his own inquiries, but to no avail. Lisa's friends and family refused to talk to him. He hacked into her email account, something the police had already done, and worked his way through every correspondence. Too much was at stake for him not to be thorough. He returned to Uncle Lizard's, hoping a critical memory might be jolted into place, but there was nothing. The press jumped on his returning to the scene of the crime, but Luke didn't care. There was another reason for going back. He wanted to ask about the bat-faced man. It was a long shot, but maybe one of the servers or bartenders remembered him. Maybe they could dig up a credit card receipt, a name. No cigar. Cops have already been asking, Vivian said. Vivian was the longtime manager of Uncle Lizard's. Throat tattoos, pierced areola, a sheepdog's mustache. Her claim to fame was putting Evel Knievel on his ass during a bar brawl in Palm Desert. They spoke to all the staff. Had one of those, what do you call them? Compost sketches.
Facial composite,
Luke said. He'd spent 2 hours with the artist, trying to get the close-set eyes just right. Yeah, that. Vivian set her hands on her broad hips. Didn't help in any case. Nobody remembered him. Not for sure. It was just too busy that night. And the celebrities outshone everybody else. Luke wondered how hard Montesino and Kramer had pushed when it was clear they didn't believe the bat-faced man even existed. Montesino had even referred to him as Senor Smokescreen at one point. Any follow-up, facial composite or not, had been more to cross him off the list than move him up it. Luke couldn't discount him, though. Maybe the bat-faced man didn't know where Lisa was, but he might have information, and judging by the way Lisa had cozied up to him, Luke believed that was a good possibility. The investigation continued. Detective Montesino vowed to find Lisa dead or alive and bring any guilty party to justice. 5 weeks after Lisa went missing, a fire swept across the southwestern region of the Los Padres forest, leading many to wonder if critical evidence, meaning Lisa's body, had been destroyed. At this point, ironically, things cooled off, but Montesino wasn't ready to let Luke off the hook. She started to follow and harass him, anything she could do to make his life hell. One time she pulled him over for failing to come to a complete halt at a stop sign. She had him exit the car and threw him over the hood to frisk him, applying excessive force, leaving bruises on his ribs that didn't fade for weeks. Luke hadn't seen Montesino for several months. He figured she'd found some other schmuck to persecute. But now, here she was, not a detective, but a private investigator, with nothing but time on her hands and a cold, bitter box for a heart. I checked your IMDb page, she said, shifting her weight across the hood so that his old caliber creaked on its springs. Your last credited work was for a video game, Backyard Wilderness. You provided the voice for Wriggles the Caterpillar. Inspiring. A 737 thundered low, approaching LAX. Luke was grateful for the disruption. He wished that it could hover in place, the roar of its jets melting Montesino's voice into obscurity. "I must admit," she continued a moment later, when she only had to contend with the hum of the traffic, "it's been immensely gratifying to watch your career implode. It's not justice, but it's something."
"Don't you have any insurance fraudsters to photograph?" Luke asked.
Montesino curled her crooked lip. She got up off the hood, folded her arms, and stared at Luke.
"Okay," he groaned. "What next? How else do you want to beat me down?"
"She looks like Lisa, don't you think?" Montesino gestured at the cemetery gates where Kitty stood waiting for her ride.
"Because she's black?" Luke said.
"Because she's attractive. She has the same body type, the same shaped eyes, a similar facial structure."
"I don't see it."
"Her name is Kitty Rae, but everyone calls her Kitty. 24 years old. Originally from Louisville, Kentucky, but now residing in Silver Lake, directly opposite," Montesino flicked her finger at Luke, "you."
Luke sighed. "She's just a friend."
"A friend? Okay." Montesino stepped toward him. 3 broad steps and she was in his personal space once again. The finger she'd just flicked in his direction stabbed the air an inch from his nose. "Anything happens to her, Luke, I will chase you down like a hound out of hell, and there will be justice, one way or another." Luke swallowed a gristly knot of emotion, then exhaled shakily and inched backward. "I'm watching you," the former detective growled, still pointing. She gave her threat a few seconds to sink in, then stepped aside. Luke blinked sweat from his eyes. It hadn't gotten any cooler, that was for sure, and got into his car.
"Always a pleasure,"
he said to her through the closed window, and then, under his breath, "Fucking bitch." Montesino kept her eyes locked on him as he gunned the engine and motored away. 8. Birthday present. Kitty was a natural in the spotlight. Smooth and comfortable, her delivery exquisite. Sure, it was only Fusion 44, introducing acts like Celsius 7 and Tickles Gabriel, but put a mic in her hand anywhere, shine a stage light on her, and she would rise. Sometimes, if her body chemistry was out, or if her mood wasn't quite on, a pinch of canary gave her the lift she needed. Kitty maintained a small supply, taken from the many bags she delivered for Johan. A dash here, a fingernail there. Too insignificant an amount for Johan to ever notice. It wasn't much, and it wasn't often. Kitty knew where the groove was and usually found it by herself. Slyboy had said that she would be good for Fusion 44, and he was right. As well as emceeing, she worked the bar Tuesday and Saturday afternoons. Slyboy also wanted her to hang out at the place. He'd pay her, he said, just to sit and chill, chat with the patrons. Kitty needed downtime, though, and she was pulling long hours for Johan, zipping between studios, offices, and parties, her backpack lined with bags of yellow powder. It was good work, for the most part, and enlightening. There were more canary heads in Hollywood than she realized. Millie landed her an audition to play the forlorn lover in the new Otto Lasseter music video. Before going in, Kitty snorted a thin rail of canary. She'd been of 2 minds about doing this, but it was worth it. She crushed the audition. The only reason she didn't get the gig, Millie explained, was because Otto's latest album hit #1 in Japan, and his record company recommended he select an actress of Asian ethnicity. The long hours were draining, but not without benefit. Her bank account was healthier than it had ever been. It occurred to Kitty that she could quit working for Slyboy altogether and still make enough to get by. She didn't for 2 reasons. First, she enjoyed working at Fusion 44. loved the high of emceeing to a packed house. It had also become Kitty's social center of gravity. She had started to meet people and feel that she belonged. The second reason for not quitting was that she needed a legitimate source of income. Being able to hide Johan's wage behind her consistent Fusion 44 salary and tips meant that she could pay her taxes and invite fewer suspicions. Maybe, if the auditions continued and she scored regular acting work, she could quit both jobs. Dreaming big didn't involve introducing jazz acts and running champagne drugs. Kitty aspired to a life that she wouldn't have to quieten, that she could shout from the rooftops. In fact, in a voice loud enough to reach her son's ears. Ephraim, her former fiancé and the father of her son, had listed ambition as one of Kitty's flaws. Know your place, he'd said. An unaspiring boor, and what did she ever see in him? He'd also said that she was too rash, and while this was not entirely true, she'd carefully deliberated her life's bigger decisions, like moving to L.A. and giving her son up for adoption. She was inclined to moments of impulsiveness. It was all part of her exuberant soul, and she made no apology for it. Case in point, 8 weeks after she'd started working for Johan, on the morning before her 25th birthday, Kitty had called her mama, needing to hear a familiar voice and to get a little love from home. Mama had been in good form. She'd explained that she was taking Munsell Stevens to visit with her new baby granddaughter, and later they were all going to Shirley May's for barbecued ribs. Kitty had hung up with tears of homesickness stinging her eyes, and, before she knew it, she was on a flight back to Kentucky. Spending her 25th birthday with friends and family seemed not only appealing, but essential. Kitty had called Johan and Sly Boy from the airport lounge to inform them of her impetuous decision.
Yeah, take a couple of days,
Johan had said. He sounded stressed, but maybe that was just her.
And happy birthday. I'll get you a little something while you're away.
Kitty spent precisely 46 hours back home, and they were everything she needed them to be, proving that an impulsive nature was occasionally a good thing. She ate barbecued ribs at Shirley May's. "I can't believe my baby is here," Mama kept clucking. Then she and a few of the girls hit the town for drinks and dancing. She got happily drunk, shared some of her L.A. stories, omitting her connection to the Hollywood drug scene, and flirted with an ex-boyfriend. On her birthday morning, a flock of them went for breakfast at Shoney's, then for a soul-filling walk in Cherokee Park. Kitty couldn't remember the last time she felt so replete. The housewarming soiree at Barrett Lorne's place had been unforgettable, but there was nothing quite like the comfort and familiarity of family. That afternoon, her sister Connie drove her to Shively, and they parked across the street from a large colonial with tall white columns and a perfectly landscaped yard. A teenage girl with shimmering blonde hair shot hoops in the driveway. After a moment, a younger African-American boy joined her. The girl was taller and more experienced, but she was kind to the boy and kept the contest close. "You okay, sweetie?" Connie asked. "Yeah," Kitty replied, wiping the tears from beneath her large round sunglasses. "He looks so happy." "He does. And that's good." Kitty would never interfere with that happiness, but she vowed to return one day and add to it, to be a woman of whom her son could be proud. She flew back to Los Angeles the following morning, with her heart both empty and full. Her mama had gotten emotional and asked her to stay. "I miss you, baby girl. I worry for you out there." A few months ago, Kitty might have been tempted, but L.A. was home now. She was making money, making connections. She had a talent agent. It was all coming together. Life was good. And then, in a blink, it wasn't. Sunday night. She wasn't scheduled to work at Fusion 44 until her afternoon bar shift on Tuesday, but she texted Sly Boy to ask if he wanted her there anyway. seeing as she'd given herself the weekend off. No response from Sly Boy, which wasn't like him. He had his faults, but ignoring texts was not one of them. She gave it 30 minutes, then tried again. Still nothing. "Netflix and sweatpants, then," she said. "No bad thing." She even had half a bottle of Chardonnay chilling in the fridge. Better and better. Kitty had just pulled her comfy pants up over her hips when her intercom buzzed. She frowned, wondering who was at her door at this time on a Sunday. Maybe Luke, welcoming her back, although he probably didn't even know she'd gone. She pushed the talk button in the little box next to her apartment door. "Hello?"
"Happy birthday, Kitty."
"Johan?"
"I have something for you."
Kitty grinned, pushed the door button, heard the lock disengage downstairs. She checked her reflection in the living room mirror, tired but passable, picked up her skateboard and leaned it against the wall, then opened her apartment door and waited for Johan to appear. He took the stairs, in no hurry at all. Casual, leisurely steps, as if the world would wait for him. Kitty heard those steps getting gradually louder as he ascended from the second to the third floor. Then he rounded the corner onto her hallway, carrying a box in his hands. A gift, all tied up with a pretty pink bow. "Hey," she said.
"Hey."
"That for me?" She pointed at the box, smiling.
"It sure is."
She stepped back into her apartment, holding the door open for him. He entered, looking around as he crossed the living room and placed her gift on the coffee table. Blue paper, a ribbon to match the bow. It was beautifully wrapped.
"Nice place," he said. "Larger than it looks from the outside."
"I use the space well," Kitty said, "and the windows let in a lot of light. Makes it look larger than it really is. Can I get you a drink?"
"I'm fine."
"I have half a bottle of white wine in the fridge. I was just about to—"
"I'm fine. Really."
Kitty remembered calling Johan from the airport to let him know that she wouldn't be available for a couple of days. He'd seemed stiff on the phone, not his usual cool self, and that same stiffness was on display now. His shoulders were up, and there was a seriousness in his eyes, his demeanor at odds with the pretty gift he'd brought. "Okay, well," Kitty gestured at the sofa. "Sit down. Chill." He took a seat, but didn't chill, although his shoulders dropped a couple of inches, and he almost smiled. "Everything okay?" Kitty asked.
"You should open your gift."
"Right, yeah." Kitty nodded and looked at the brightly wrapped box. She stooped, placed her hands on either side, and tested its weight, even gave it a little shake. She felt something roll heavily inside. "Did you buy me a watermelon?" she asked.
"It's better than that."
"Ooh, exciting." Kitty pulled the end of the ribbon and the bow came untied. Johan leaned forward, elbows on his knees, his long fingers linked. Kitty looked at him. His shoulders had crept up again, and she wondered if she'd read him wrong. Maybe his stiffness was down to awkwardness and nerves. She'd seen it in men before. They'd danced skittishly around the edges before making their move. Was that the real reason for this visit? Kitty had been running Canary for Johan for almost 2 months, and during that time had grown comfortable around him, something she would never have believed possible after their first meeting. He'd stroked her cheek on occasion, or touched her hair, and although this was inappropriate, it never felt seedy. Even after Barrett Lauren's party, when she might have slept with him if he'd pursued it, he'd dropped her outside her apartment without so much as a peck on the cheek. "I'll call," he'd said. The perfect gentleman. Kitty had begun to believe that she wasn't his type, but now, here he was, unannounced and out of sorts. Perhaps he felt that, after 2 months, the groundwork had been established and it was time to push for more. If so, Kitty hoped her rejecting these advances would not damage their relationship. She pulled the ribbon from around the gift, then made quick work of the paper, tearing and crumpling. Beneath, the mystery continued. A plain, rigid box with a lid that had been secured with little rectangles of sticky tape. Kitty peeled the first of these away, rolling it into a ball between her thumb and forefinger. "You really shouldn't have," she said, working on the second piece of tape.
I really should.
One corner of the lid popped up just a touch, and she got her first sense that something was wrong. It was the smell, wafting from inside the box, bloody and thick, the stench of spoiled meat. Kitty frowned, looked at Johan.
Don't you just love surprises? He said.
Kitty lifted the lid, and her first reaction was to scream, but there was nothing to scream with. Her airway had collapsed, drawing everything inside her chest into a hard, frosty ball. She gagged and fell backward onto her ass, pushing herself away from the table, from the box.
You said I could trust you, Kitty, Johan said. You lied.
She looked up at him as he stood up, his knees, his spine unfolding, extending impossibly, 20, 30 feet tall, a Norse god. He wasn't real. None of this was real. Then Kitty looked at the box again and saw Angelo Gaio's black curls poking out over the top. She found a fraction of her voice and husked something. Not a word, not a scream, just a weak, frightened hiss. Johan pulled his cell phone from the front pocket of his jeans. His thumb tapped across the screen, texting someone, and without looking at Kitty, he said,
We need to talk.
She said. Johan returned his phone to his pocket. He walked over to Kitty. She tried getting to her feet, but he knocked her down and planted his foot on her chest. The intercom buzzed, and Kitty jerked beneath Johan's foot as if a gun had been fired. He reached down, grabbed a fistful of her hair, and dragged her across the floor toward the apartment door. Kitty, who still hadn't found her voice, found some fight, at least. She popped to her knees and stumbled along beside him, lashing out with her fists. Johan absorbed her blows. They thumped harmlessly off his arm and thigh, before responding with a strike of his own. It was a crisp backhand slap that came from beyond his shoulder and whipped across her face. Her head snapped to one side. She felt the inside of her cheek split. The taste of blood splashed across her tongue, and the lights in the apartment dimmed for a long second. 2 more yanks, and Johan had reached the intercom. He didn't speak into it, only pushed the button that unlocked the main door downstairs, using his knuckle so that he didn't leave a fingerprint. This small detail fell like a raindrop onto her fear. He meant to kill her. No doubt about it. "Johan," she managed, gasping his name on half a breath. "Please, please."
You stole from me, Kitty.
Just a little." He let go of her hair, and she slumped to the floor. She tried to crawl away, but he dropped to his haunches, clamped his hand beneath her jaw, and swiveled her head so that she faced him. A perilous light shone in his eyes, and amid all her consternation and fear, Kitty remembered what she'd said to him on the night they'd met. "You're too dangerous." The blood in her mouth tasted oily and sour.
You stole from me,
he said again. The apartment door opened, and Reuben Osterfeld, Slyboy's right-hand man, walked in. Kitty blinked, trying to make sense of these illogical pieces. What the hell was going on here? Reuben flexed his hands inside leather gloves. He glanced at Kitty, but couldn't look her in the eye. "What the fuck, Reuben?" she murmured. He wrinkled his nose and ignored her.
Check the apartment,
Johan said to him. One hand still clasped beneath Kitty's jaw.
Don't mess anything up. If you move something, put it back.
Got it.
I'll meet you at Jinx.
Reuben nodded and started toward the bedroom, stepping over Kitty's splayed legs. Johan stroked his braided beard, made a disappointed clicking sound with his tongue, then hoisted Kitty to her feet.
Okay, Kitty. Time to go.
He pointed at the box on the table.
Bring your birthday present.
Please, Johan, in a high, cracked voice. Don't do this. I can't, please. He pushed her. She stumbled, fell to her knees.
Bring your present, Kitty.
No, please. Please don't.
Bring it!
Kitty nodded, tears spilling from her eyes. She placed the lid on the box and picked it up, gathering it beneath one arm. Johan gripped the back of her neck and urged her toward the door. Before leaving the apartment, Kitty grabbed her skateboard with her free hand, an automatic action. Walking down the stairway and out into the night, she clutched it to her side. A familiar thing. A comfort. A black SUV rumbled curbside. Johan opened the back door and pushed Kitty inside. She spilled across the seat, feeling Angelo's severed head roll inside the box and bump against the sides. Nausea swelled from the base of her stomach. She gagged and coughed as Johan climbed in beside her. Xander was behind the wheel. His hair had been shaved to a dark fuzz, short enough for Kitty to see the tattoos on his skull.
Jinx,
Johan said to him. The SUV pulled away. Kitty's neighborhood scrolled inexorably beyond the window. It was Passion Hour, she noticed. The sky peach-colored, the buildings painted warmly, the fan palms drawn in jagged silhouette. Kitty locked her skateboard between her knees and moaned. Silver Lake became the Hollywood Freeway, then Interstate 110, then Compton. Post Malone played on the stereo. Music Kitty had always enjoyed, but now it sounded mocking, tortuous. Darkness fell across the city like a coffin lid.
You know what this is about, Kitty,
Johan said. She wasn't sure if it was a question or not. I only took a line every now and then. Kitty touched his arm and he shook her off. For auditions, mainly. I swear.
That's so?
He took out his phone, opened Instagram, not interested in her excuses. Please, Johan, please, I'll pay for what I took.
You're damn right.
Kitty pressed the heel of her hand against her forehead and screwed her eyes shut. Nothing made sense. All of this for a few pinches of canary? And Angelo? Jesus Christ, what did any of this have to do with Angelo? Something bigger was at play here. A deal gone south? An all-out drug war? Kitty had no idea, but she had been swept into the middle of it. Xander steered the SUV into a scrub lot, then down a narrow industrial track lined on both sides with collapsed fencing. From here, he cut behind a derelict gas station, then crossed another disused lot, bouncing over potholes, pushing through tall weeds, finally stopping in front of a wide brick building with Jinx Warehouse painted across the bay doors. Johan got out of the SUV, and when Kitty didn't follow, he grabbed her by the hair again. Okay, Jesus! The air smelled garbagey and old. Several stray cats paraded around a pile of bald tires, their crooked tails hoisted. Johan, Xander, and Kitty, still clutching the box and her skateboard, entered Jinx through a side door. They took a metallic, echoey stairway to a basement with a low ceiling and a smooth cement floor. Pipes dripped. Low wattage lights hummed and flickered. They walked a short way and then came across Slyboy, beaten and gagged, chained on his hands and knees to ring bolts in the floor. 9. The Flooded World.
Do you know what the Blood Eagle ritual is?
Johan walked a slow figure eight, the heels of his shoes clicking off the cement floor. He had his hands behind his back, like a lecturing professor, looking between Sly Boy and Kitty, who'd been pushed to her knees. Xander stood behind her, one hand wrapped in her hair. She wasn't going anywhere.
"Oh, Jesus Christ,"
Sly Boy mumbled. His gag had been removed. It lay on the floor nearby, damp and bloody.
"Oh, Christ. Oh, sweet Jesus."
"So you know?" Johan asked him, a surprised note in his voice.
"Yeah, I know."
Sly Boy looked up. His left eye was swollen closed, seeping bright tears.
"I wish to hell I didn't." "And you, Kitty?"
She shook her head, feeling the tug of Xander's strong hand. Johan could have asked a simple question, her name, what birthday she'd just celebrated, and she might not have been able to answer. The sky had been split down the middle, allowing a rain of misery and brokenness. The world's clear shapes had been flooded.
"Then allow me to educate you."
Johan stepped toward Kitty, taking one hand from behind his back to stroke his beard.
"The blood eagle is a Viking execution ritual, a punishment for the loss of honor, or for some grave wrongdoing. First, the outline of an eagle is carved into your back. Then, while still alive, your ribs are separated from your spine using an axe, and your lungs are pulled out and placed over your shoulders in the manner of wings."
He stopped. Let this settle in. Sly Boy squirmed. His chains clanked wretchedly. Kitty whimpered and flinched. She had placed the box on the floor at her knees. The lid was still on, but she noticed blood leaking from a seam at the bottom. Such an abhorrent detail, and she averted her eyes quickly. She looked up at Johan, lost and scared.
"Very brutal. Incredibly painful." A cold smirk curled Johan's upper lip. "Some scholars believe that keeping you alive while hacking the ribs from your spine would be impossible without modern medical equipment, that you would die before your lungs were removed."
"Don't do this, Johan," Kitty croaked. She linked her hands like she used to as a child, reciting her nightly prayers. "Please, whatever this is about, we can—"
"Whatever this is about? Oh, Kitty, you disappoint me."
He stood over her, wisps of blonde hair hanging across his face, then turned on his heels and walked over to Sly Boy.
"How about you, Chris? You know why you're here?"
"No, I...
Pinkish saliva dangled from Sly Boy's lower lip.
I told you, man. I don't know what the fuck is going on."
"One of you is lying. Or both."
The pipes dripped, and for a while this was the only sound, so diminutive compared to how vast everything else had become. Johan stood with his head low, lost in thought, Rodin's thinker in an alternate pose. He then walked beyond Kitty and Sly Boy, out of sight, although his heels could be heard clicking across the floor. Sly Boy spluttered and spat between his hands. He shifted position, as much as the chains would allow. His good eye rolled slowly toward Kitty. She couldn't read the expression in it. "I don't know," she said. Not to Sly Boy, but in regard to everything. The flooded world. It was impossible to believe that she had woken up in Kentucky that morning, listening to her mama sing while she dressed for church. What Kitty would give to be there now, snuggled up in her childhood bed, the sweet aroma of milkweed blowing through the open windows. Tears filled her eyes, and she slumped, but Xander was there to hold her up. His hand was as hard as a bear's jaw. The sound of Johan's footsteps echoed in the dimness, growing louder as he returned to the patch of damp cement between Sly Boy and Kitty. He walked another dilatory figure eight. The axe in his hand had a glimmering hooked blade and a long handle, beautifully engraved. Kitty wiped her eyes and listened to the dripping pipes, imagining she could catch the water in her cupped palms and drink it, take on its smallness until she disappeared.
A couple of weeks ago, it came to my attention that Mr. Salvador Gallo, a.k.a. Angelo, was selling a diluted version of my product to his tweaker friends.
Johan ran the tip of one finger along the axe's swooping blade.
You can see the problem here. Canary is an exclusive focus enhancer used by the Hollywood elite, and it is priced accordingly. Angelo distributing it to his low-life cohorts negates that exclusivity, which severely impacts its appeal and therefore my revenue. More importantly, the inferior quality demeans my reputation.
His shoes were immaculately polished, the brown leather reflecting the basement lights as he stepped toward Kitty. He lowered the axe so that the head almost struck the floor, then used the hooked edge to flip the lid off the box. Kitty caught another glimpse of Angelo's soft black curls before screwing her eyes shut. She then heard a scraping sound, followed by a light thump. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the box had been upended, and that Angelo's head had rolled across the floor, facing Slyboy. Johan crouched over it for a moment, admiring his handiwork, perhaps, then stood to his full height and switched his gaze between Slyboy and Kitty. His voice was steady, despite his obscene anger.
I asked Angelo how he managed to obtain my canary, enough of it to distribute over a matter of weeks, and he said—
Johan let the sentence hang, now swinging the axe head like a pendulum, first toward Slyboy, then toward Kitty, back and forth, 7 or 8 times, finally settling on Slyboy.
You, Slyboy. Angelo said he got it from you.
And you believe him?
Slyboy stormed. Spittle popped from between his broken lips.
He's a fucking piece of shit liar.
I had this axe held to his throat, Johan said with an eerie degree of nonchalance. Why would he lie?
Because he's a fucking meth head.
Slyboy's chains dragged, then tightened as he tried to crawl toward Johan. An expression of terrific angst worked every bruised muscle in his face.
I don't know anything about this, Johan. I swear to you. I fucking swear!
Johan appeared to consider this, tilting his head, frowning lightly. Kitty clutched her skateboard to her chest. It had been a comfort before, but now it felt like more, an embodiment of her freedom. She had a brief, hopeful vision of driving the tail of the board backward into Xander's balls, making her escape as he fell gasping to his knees.
Angelo is untrustworthy, I'll give you that.
Johan turned his attention to Kitty, pointing at her with the head of his axe.
So what, then, or who, is the link between my product and Angelo Gallo, who usually digs his drugs out of garbage cans?
No, Johan,
Kitty wheezed. She shook her head, feeling the tension of Xander's hand in her hair with every small movement. No, I only took a little bit. Just a little.
How much is a little, Kitty?
I don't know. A pinch, here and there. For personal use. Again, Johan made a show out of considering this. He walked another figure 8, stepping close to Slyboy, then Kitty, looping around Angelo's head.
Someone is lying to me. He raised the axe, regarding the sharpened blade with his jaw pushed out.
Not me,
Slyboy insisted. His mouth quivered. More tears oozed from his closed eye.
Not me, Johan.
Are you sure about that, Chris?
Johan placed the axe on one shoulder, lumberjack style, and stepped casually over to Slyboy.
Because if you didn't sell my canary to Angelo, that means Kitty did. And, as punishment, I'm going to have to blood eagle her.
Kitty screamed and writhed. Xander pulled back on her hair, placing one knee between her shoulder blades to restrain her.
If you're lying, Johan continued, raising his voice to be heard over Kitty's struggles, that's going to be on your conscience. A terrible thing to have to carry around.
I'm not lying, Slyboy insisted. I don't know anything about your fucking canary.
Okay, Chris.
Johan crouched beside Slyboy and patted him affectionately on the shoulder.
This has been enlightening. Thank you.
Slyboy whimpered and clanked his heavy chains. Johan straightened, the axe still on one shoulder. Kitty watched through the tears in her eyes as he caressed his beard, then nodded at Xander, who pushed down on the back of her head. A whistling breath was pressed from her lungs as she was forced low, the curve of her spine exposed. Kitty heard but didn't see Johan step toward her.
Are you sure, Chris? He boomed. Last chance.
I'm sure,
Slyboy blubbered. Kitty tried to twist her body, but Xander was too strong. She was locked in place. Couldn't even get enough air to scream. Johan touched the axe to the top of her spine. He cut through the collar of her t-shirt, then tore it down her back in a wide V. Kitty saw her son in her mind and ran to him. I love you, she said, taking him into her arms, feeling the weight and realness of him. I love you, I love you. He looked into her eyes and recognized her, even though he had never fully seen her. I love you, my beautiful boy. I love you too, Mama. This reverie was knocked from her mind when she heard a vehicle pull up outside, the distinct crunch of its tires on gravel, its engine shutting off. The pressure on the back of her head was relinquished, and she popped up, then crawled a little way. Shocked tears spouted from her eyes. Xander tightened his hold and stopped her from going too far. Her torn t-shirt hung off one shoulder.
Off me,
she gasped. The warehouse's side door banged open. Footsteps chimed in the metallic stairway. The police, Kitty thought hopefully, peering through the flickering light, but no. It was only Reuben Osterfeld. This nightmare would continue. A confused expression had clouded Slyboy's face, visible through all the blood and bruising.
Rube,
he hissed. Reuben ignored him. He went to Johan, handing him something. Kitty didn't see what. As the two shared quiet words, Johan nodded, pocketing whatever Reuben had given him.
Thank you,
Johan whispered.
Good work.
Rube,
Slyboy said again.
What the fuck, man?
Oh, you didn't know?
Johan asked Slyboy, and then to Reuben.
You didn't tell him about us?
Reuben lowered his eyes.
Well, that's embarrassing.
Johan pulled a mock awkward face, resting the axe on his shoulder once again.
Reuben's been going behind your back, Chris. He and I have been working together for a few months now.
Oh, fuck,
Slyboy muttered.
Yeah,
Johan said. He walked over to Slyboy, who tried to back away, chains dragging.
I know all your dirty secrets.
Johan, please. Let's just...
The axe came down in a heavy semicircle. It didn't whoosh or thrum. It was quick and silent. Slyboy recoiled, but couldn't go anywhere. His face flowed with multiple expressions, each canceling out the other. It was a full but featureless oval, a rain cloud. The axe's blade struck the back of his neck, but not cleanly. Johan staggered with the effort. Blood splashed his jeans and his polished brown shoes. It took 2 attempts to remove Slyboy's head from his shoulders. Kitty didn't know which detail was more gruesome, that Slyboy's head had rolled across the smooth cement and cozied up to Angelo's, or that his body remained on its hands and knees, kept from falling by the tightness of the chains. She stared, disbelieving, barely breathing. Bizarrely, she thought of the lovebird she had plucked out of the air in Barrett Lorne's aviary, and how hollow its bones had felt. Johan walked toward her, dragging the axe along the floor behind him. It scraped, a sound like winter. Kitty looked up as he approached. There was a scream in her chest, held down by something, and she realized that it might never escape, only bubble away for however long she had left.
"This is Croker,"
Johan said. He stooped before her, holding the axe up in front of her whirling eyes. Sly Boy's blood dripped from the tip of its beard.
"It means hook in Old Norse, and Croker is a replica of the axe used by the great Danish warrior Gottfrid the Bird. There's no real way of proving it. 1,200 years have passed. But there is strong evidence to suggest that we flies are descendants of Gottfrid the Bird."
He stroked her face and smiled. His touch ignited something inside her, a small blue flame. It flickered, the kind of pale light that might only be seen in the dark.
"There, now you know something else about me."
Johan tilted his head, gesturing in Sly Boy's direction.
"You know something else about Chris Sly Boy Streeter, too. That he was, a liar and a coward."
"I knew that already," Kitty said in a cracked, airless voice.
"He lied, Kitty. What's more, he was willing to let you die, to let you get blood-eagled, to save his own skin."
Johan shook his head. He appeared genuinely insulted by Sly Boy's lack of moral fiber.
"What kind of a man does that?"
"Not a man," Kitty said, not sure which of them she was referring to. Johan stood up straight and paced, avoiding the blood spreading across the floor, the same blood that had splashed onto his jeans and shoes. His clothes would have to be burned, Kitty thought, along with the bodies. No evidence, only emptiness and questions.
"I know exactly what happened, Kitty, because Reuben has kept me informed. I just wanted to see if Sly Boy could regain some honor and own his wrongdoing like a man."
Johan stopped pacing and shook his head.
"He couldn't."
"Please, Johan, let me go."
"I also know," Johan continued, "that you took my canary with you when you went to work at Fusion 44.
"Sometimes," Kitty said blankly. "I guess."
"You did. That's how Sly Boy got it."
Johan lifted the axe onto his shoulder again. A drop of blood flicked from the blade and landed inches from her.
"He removed it from your backpack while you were front of house. He stole a third, sometimes half, then cut what was left with levamisol and powdered food coloring and returned it to your backpack. You then took that inferior product and handed it off to my customers."
"Oh," Kitty said. She looked at him and nodded, as if he'd asked if she was enjoying the LA weather. That flame inside her grew a little, though, and a tendon in her jaw flexed. Johan said,
"This coincides with complaints I'd received that the quality was not to its usual standard. I asked my manufacturer if he'd changed the recipe, and he assured me he had not. He and I have been partners for years. I know when he's telling the truth."
Kitty lowered her head, and Xander raised it again. His hand had been in her hair so long that she barely felt it anymore, like a tight elastic.
"Sly Boy also cut the portion he stole, then sold it to Angelo, who offered it to all his failed actor and loser meth head friends for a bargain price."
Johan sighed and shook his head with disappointment.
"This happened 5 times before Reuben found out and came to me."
"Oh," Kitty said again, and she might say it over and over, until that flame inside her triggered a more volatile response.
"But here's something. Sly Boy didn't know that the canary in your backpack was my product."
Johan tapped his finger against his chest.
Isn't that right, Reuben?
Right, Reuben confirmed. He thought Kitty got it from one of her new Hollywood contacts. That maybe this talent agent she talked about was actually the dealer.
I believe that, Kitty, Johan said, because Sly Boy knew better than to fuck with me. Which means you either lied about your canary contact to Sly Boy, or you had no idea he was taking it from your backpack.
Drip, drip went the pipes, and something rattled through the ductwork. A rat, probably. Kitty followed the sound with her eyes. She imagined herself up there, too, scrabbling through the narrow dark, locked to the scent of fresh air. It was a wholly absorbing fantasy, until the sound of the rat faded, and reality fell like rain.
Did you know what Sly Boy was doing? Look at me, Kitty.
Fucking look at me! He clasped her jaw and angled her head to face him.
There you go. I'm right here. She rolled her eyes away from him,
and he slapped her hard. Bright spots flared across the world. That small flame inside her leapt and set something else burning.
Me. Look at me.
She looked at him, hurt, crackling inside.
Were you and Sly Boy in this together?
No.
Why would you take your backpack to Fusion 44? Just leave it lying the fuck around with tens of thousands of dollars worth of product inside.
Working. Hours. So many hours. Kitty sneered and pulled back, yanking her jaw out of Johan's hand. It was easier. I didn't always have time to run home. I kept it in a locker upstairs.
And was the locker locked?
No.
So you just trusted these people you worked with, but didn't really know? You trusted them not to go snooping?
The canary was hidden inside the lining.
Hidden? Is that what you call it?
Kitty shrugged, a small gesture that managed to encapsulate the hopelessness of everything. Her miserable situation, people in general, the state of the world. Johan filled his chest with a deep, angry breath, then walked another figure eight, broader on one side to circumvent the heads and the growing pool of blood. He dragged the axe behind him.
Let's say I believe you, he said,
looping toward her again.
You're a stupid, stupid little girl, but sure, I believe you.
He paused, perhaps waiting for Kitty to express her gratitude and fealty. She didn't.
We still, he continued, have one matter to address.
I just want to go home, Kitty whispered. Johan displayed a dry smile, then dug into his pocket and pulled out what Reuben had given him. 6 small baggies, each dusted on the inside with a residue of yellow powder. He tossed them at Kitty. They spiraled like leaves. One landed between the front wheels of her skateboard, which was still clutched in her arms.
Reuben found these in your underwear drawer.
Yeah, I told you, Kitty said. Just a little, right? For personal use.
A pinch here, a pinch there.
Right.
It adds up, though. I mean,
Johan waved a hand at the empty baggies.
I'm going to estimate 6 or 7 grams over 2 months.
Not that much.
3 grams?
Maybe.
That's still $2,400 worth of product, buying by the gram.
Johan lifted the axe again and looked at her over the blade.
Would you like it if I stole $2,400 from you?
The customers couldn't tell the drops were a tiny bit light, Kitty reasoned. Her words, her thoughts, were clearer now, her sense of self returning as the fire inside her quickened. They still paid full price. You didn't lose anything.
That's not the point, Johan said.
You'd never have found out if this shit with Sly Boy hadn't gone down.
Again, not the point. Theft is theft, Kitty.
He leaned forward and touched her cheek where he'd slapped her, his fingers moving over the raised skin.
Dishonor is dishonor.
Kitty pulled away from him. Xander snagged her hair and held her in place. Again, she imagined driving her skateboard backward, a swift, sudden strike that would drop Johan's jackal, his berserker, to his knees, giving her a window in which to escape. The flame that had begun in the small of her belly was now a fire in her chest. It raged across her shoulders and down her arms. Her skin prickled in the heat. "I'll find a way to pay you back," she snarled. "Then you'll never have to see me again. But if you feel your Viking pride has been dented, and that you have to kill me over $2,400, which, let's face it, you probably spent more on those shoes, well, what kind of man does that make you?" Johan ran a hand across his forehead.
I can't let you walk out of here, Kitty. Yes, you stole from me, and yes, your stupidity with the backpack cost me a lot more than $2,400. But you have also witnessed a brutal execution.
"I didn't see anything." She hadn't been able to look away, and knew in her soul that should she survive this, Slyboy's rain cloud face would haunt her dreams forever.
I made the mistake of trusting you once before, Johan said, and it cost me dearly. Letting you live might be the right thing to do, but it's not the smart thing.
He nodded at Xander, who lifted Kitty to her feet. She felt his breath on her neck, too close, too intimate.
I have many notable qualities, but being a good judge of character is apparently not one of them.
A regretful smile touched Johan's lips. He held his Viking axe with his hands at either end of the engraved handle. The ready position.
I thought you were different, Kitty.
One more time. Clutching the deck of her skateboard with both hands, driving the tail backward with an unequaled fury, except this time, Kitty wasn't imagining it. She was doing it. The fire snapped and crackled inside her. She shrieked, a sound like steam escaping. Xander was shorter than her by 3 inches, so the board didn't strike him in the balls as she'd hoped, but in the gut, in the delicate lacework of nerves below the belly button. The result was similar. He woofed out a breath and doubled over, letting go of her hair to clutch his middle. Kitty turned quickly, still clutching the skateboard, and smashed the deck into the side of his skull. The force reverberated through the board, into her arms, and across her shoulders. She even felt it in her rib cage. Xander felt it more, though. He wobbled gamely, then fell to his knees. Blood ran from his nose. This happened quickly, 3 seconds max. It took exactly this long for Johan to react. He lunged for Kitty, but she ducked and twisted away from him. In the same move, she got her board rolling on the cement floor, then hopped onto it and pushed away. The lights flickered, disorienting her. It took a moment to locate the stairway. She skated toward it, low on her board. Johan yelled at Reuben to shoot her, and a gunshot rang out seconds later. The bullet sparked off the floor inches from Kitty's wheels. She pushed again, splashing through puddles of rusty water, which slowed but didn't stop her. 10 feet from the stairway, she hopped off her board and kicked it, still moving, into her waiting hand. A second gunshot shook the air, and the bullet ricocheted somewhere to Kitty's left. Gasping, blinking tears from her eyes, she took the metal risers 2 at a time, then threw open the door at the top and spilled out into the night. 10. 3-horse salvage. 3 spotlights shone above the warehouse's bay doors. They cast a frosty luminance across the frontage, where the stray cats swaggered, and the SUV and Mustang were parked at diagonals. As she skated around the vehicles, it occurred to Kitty that she hadn't seen the Mustang outside her apartment, probably because it was so distinctive, the kind of car her neighbors would notice and remember. Such carefulness assured Kitty that Johan had every intention of killing her. The cats arched their spines and hissed as she stopped close by, her wheels lifting a cloud of dust. She quickly surveyed the front lot. Cracked, uneven ground, marred by potholes and weeds. Not good for a quick getaway on her skateboard, and the higher weeds were too few and far between to offer solid cover. It was tempting to head that way, the obvious exit, but she'd only make it halfway across the lot before Johan and his animals caught up to her. She pulled off her torn t-shirt and tossed it into the weeds, a decoy to throw them off the scent, then turned her board around and started down the paved track that paralleled the warehouse's eastern wall. She'd rolled only 10 yards when she heard the door bang open on the other side, followed by Johan's booming voice.
Reuben, take the Tahoe. Zan, in the Mustang with me. You see that bitch? Put a bullet in her.
Kitty groaned and pushed hard. Her wheels jounced over the rough pavement, and she worked every muscle in her core and thighs to maintain balance. Engines growled to life behind her, like two hungry dogs sprung from their cages. She looked over her shoulder and saw headlights swooping over the front lot. Had they noticed her discarded tee and been drawn in the wrong direction? "Please," Kitty gasped. Tears blurred her vision. Not that it mattered. The light at the front of the warehouse barely reached around the sides. It was dark, which was what she wanted, of course, to not be seen. But it meant skating blind. She could just make out the tall chain-link fencing to her left and the warehouse wall to her right, and had to swerve to avoid obstacles as they materialized in the darkness. The engines rumbled. They were still in the front lot, ripping through the high weeds. Kitty rolled in the opposite direction as fast as she could. She had no idea what was behind Jinx's warehouse. More industrial wasteland, probably. But she might be able to scale the fence and find a place to hide, although what she really needed was a neighborhood. Stores, people, police. If she could only... Kitty didn't see the barrel. It was painted black, splotched with rust. She hit it hard. And of course, it was empty, so it chimed like a gong, first when she slammed into it, and again when it toppled and struck the ground. Kitty spilled off her board and rolled. No helmet, no elbow pads, no t-shirt. She scuffed skin from her arms and shoulders. Her head bounced off the pavement too hard. Oh, shit! Kitty pushed herself to one knee, looking for her skateboard in the gloom. She heard its wheels spinning to her left and crawled in that direction, hoping the sound of the barrel hadn't given her away. She swept her hands over weeds and trash, found her board, and got unsteadily to her feet. Blood trickled into her left eye. Kitty traced the laceration running along her hairline and onto her forehead. It was deep, would need stitches. She had more immediate problems, though. The light was sudden and stark, illuminating everything around her. Kitty staggered backward, looking through one eye and one splayed hand. The Mustang rumbled at the top of the track, low to the ground and predatory. Its headlights pinned her like claws. "No!" she wept. 3 throaty revs of the engine, as if in response. Yes, yes, yes. It came at her. The rest of the world was stripped to its quantum, conceptual parts, and the only gristle was a choice: move or die. In a blank zone, not aware she was moving, yet watching herself do so, Kitty turned, set her board rolling, and jumped onto it at a run. The narrow track was saturated with light now, and she veered around or ollied over the numerous obstructions. A sliver of awareness, of self, returned. She felt the breeze on her skin, the tears in her eyes. Her heartbeat filled her body, a loud, fearful rhythm. The Mustang didn't avoid the obstructions. It went through or over them. It struck the same barrel that Kitty had and sent it flying forward, tumbling end over end ahead of her. Kitty didn't need to look over her shoulder to know that the Mustang was gaining fast. She heard it, felt it. The light swelled. Her shadow grew. She pushed and pushed with her left leg, long, powerful strokes. But it wouldn't be enough. The Mustang would be on top of her within seconds. There was a plastic dumpster up ahead, on wheels, with just enough space between it and the chain-link fence for Johan's death machine to squeeze through. Kitty grabbed it as she skated by, yanking it away from the wall with all the strength she could gather at speed. The maneuver pulled her off her board and she ran for a few steps before she could reset. The Mustang slowed, but still struck the dumpster hard. The sound of the impact crowded the air, a boom, a rumble, the desperate squeal of brakes. Kitty glanced behind her and saw the dumpster toppling, split along two sides, its contents cascading over the Mustang's hood. A sheet of newspaper got caught beneath one windshield wiper, temporarily blocking the driver's view before flapping away like a gull. The sudden change of velocity caused the driver, Johan, not Xander, to lose control. The Mustang lurched, its back end fishtailing. Sparks glittered as it scraped the warehouse's brick outer wall, then swerved the other way, crashing through the fence, lifting it out of the ground in whickering, chain-link sections. This damaged, but didn't stop the Mustang. Johan worked the brake and navigated it back onto the track. Windshield cracked, one headlight blown. It charged at Kitty again. She reached the back of the warehouse and saw there was nowhere to go. Crates and wooden pallets were stacked against the fence. There were shadows, but they wouldn't keep her safe. Her mind hadn't fully returned, and maybe that was a good thing. She was operating on high-octane animal instinct without the distraction of self, of emotion. Barely thinking, she leapt off her skateboard, tossed it over the rear fence, then followed it, jumping first onto a crate, then clambering over the chain link. The Mustang raced closer, all light and roar. Kitty threw herself off the fence, not knowing what was on the other side. It was a dirt embankment, strewn with sagebrush and sprawling trees, sloping to a low wooden fence that bordered a parking lot. She landed hard, crying out as she rolled her ankle, then tumbling several feet before slowing. Johan was a tick behind, not following on foot, as she thought he might, but in the Mustang still. Maybe he hadn't been able to brake in time, or, more likely, he was brimming with Viking rage. Either way, he smashed through the fence away to her right, sending sections of chain link and splintered wood spinning in every direction. One landed close to Kitty, impaling the ground like an arrow. The Mustang was airborne for a moment, 4 wheels off the ground, and came down with an uncomfortable thump. The trunk popped open. A cloud of dirt rose and followed the car as it slid down the embankment, turning slowly before stopping against a tree.
Jesus Christ!
Kitty picked herself up and made her way down the slope, using the sagebrush for cover where she could. She saw the wheels of her skateboard flashing in the Mustang's one working headlight, and diverted her course so that she could grab it. A gunshot cracked the dusty night as she did, and she screamed and fell back on her ass. The bullet ripped through the dirt to her left, way too close. Kitty pulled her board to her chest and scurried away. 2 more gunshots echoed in quick succession. The first bullet grooved the trunk of an olive tree as she ducked beneath its branches. The second passed through the fist-sized gap between her right ear and shoulder. She turned instinctively and saw Xander leaning out of the Mustang's passenger side window, gun in hand. Perhaps if his head were clearer, if she hadn't clocked him with her skateboard, he would have blown her out of her Nikes. Kitty scrambled as deftly as she was able. She reached the wooden fence and toppled over in ungainly fashion, landing on the other side with a spine-jarring thud. She hissed in pain, but didn't stop. Couldn't stop. She got her knees beneath her, then her feet, daring a glimpse over the top of the fence as she stood. The Mustang was struggling to get moving. its wheels spinning in the dirt. She threw down her board and moved, her body aching all over, her left eye full of blood. The parking lot was half empty. Kitty weaved between the vehicles, using them to cloak her escape. Out onto a quiet industrial street, keeping to the shadows. Just when Kitty began to believe she might be in the clear, the black SUV came sliding around the corner, tires smoking. She got close enough to see Reuben behind the wheel, the whites of his wide eyes, his flaring nostrils. Reuben, who had once been Slyboy's ride or die, but had watched benignly as Johan decapitated him with a replica Viking axe. Clearly, he had all the loyalty of a rat snake, another fractured player in this city of fucked-up men. He mounted the sidewalk, ballsy now, behind 2 tons of American hardware, and steered toward Kitty. There was an alleyway on her left, between a tool rental and industrial clothing store. Kitty just made it, feeling the heat of the Tahoe's front end as it missed her by an arm's length. The air rippled. Kitty hit the wall and bounced off. Her skateboard flipped away, lost in the darkness again. The alleyway was too narrow for the SUV to squeeze through, but Reuben, wide as he was, would have no problem. Kitty got to her feet yet again, woozy and slow. She heard the SUV screech to a halt, then the driver's door clunk open. Reuben's voice followed, pumped on adrenaline, gasping into his cell.
Found the bitch on Rose Street, in an alley beside Tough Go Clothing.
Talking to Johan, or maybe Xander. Kitty got moving, limping, leaning against the wall. She stumbled over her skateboard and picked it up, but didn't have the strength to ride it. To propel her body weight on wheels felt akin to dragging a tree trunk uphill. Reuben.
No, but I'm on her ass. She won't get far. Rose backs onto 3-horse salvage. You can cut her off there.
The alleyway was capped by an apron of dirty cement crowded with garbage bags and flat-packed boxes. A 10-foot fence topped with razor wire, a goddamn prison fence, stood between Kitty and the salvage yard. She smeared the blood from her eye and looked between the chain links at a sprawl of vehicles and appliances picked to their bones. Reuben started into the alleyway behind her, using the flashlight on his cell phone to light the way. Kitty turned back to the fence. There was no getting over it, but she noticed a section at the bottom that had peeled away from the cement floor with just enough clearance to crawl under. Dropping to her knees was easy. She sent her skateboard through, then lowered herself to her belly and followed. The wiry ends of the chain link snagged her bra strap, and she backed up. Be damned if she was going to lose her bra, too, then inched lower, squirming from the alley to the salvage yard. Reuben's flashlight bobbed closer. He couldn't follow. No way he could wriggle his 260 under the fence. But the son of a bitch had a gun. Kitty was too drained and injured to keep running. She could only hide and pray. She hobbled, tucked herself behind the pale shell of a school bus, then crept deeper into the yard. The flashlight faded behind her. Reuben rattled the fence, but it held him. Kitty picked her way between the stripped vehicles and came across a carousel that looked both tragic and magical. Its shimmer was long gone, its drop rods dull and matted with cobwebs. Exhausted, Kitty sagged against one of the horses. Not a horse at all, in fact, but a winged unicorn. An alicorn, she thought, pulling this from somewhere. One of the many middle-grade fantasy novels she had read as a child, perhaps. A unicorn with wings is called an alicorn. A tired, silly fantasy, but she indulged it nonetheless, climbing onto the alicorn's back and galloping away, stomping into the sky above the salvage yard, heading west, where the Pacific crashed, holding on to its horn as they soared yet higher. 3-horse salvage had ceased operations some time ago. The office was a low, whistling shack with boards over the windows and a notice on the door that Kitty didn't get close enough to read. There were no security guards or dogs. No need for them. The lot was 3/4 empty, swaying with weeds, oil spots marking the dirt where wrecks had sat for years. Fan palms creaked and rattled in the breeze. Dim light shone through their canopies from the lots of adjacent properties. There were gaps in the fence at the front of the yard. The razor wire had been snipped away in one part. And this was where Johan and Xander entered. Reuben pushed through a suitably sized hole a little farther down. The three men converged. Their voices carried. Xander.
You think she's still here?
Johan.
If she is, we'll find her.
Kitty had hidden beneath the dented hood of an old Chevy Impala, curled up in the cavity where the engine used to be. Rust holes in the fender allowed a limited view. She saw 3 cell phone flashlights bloom in the darkness, then separate as they started to look for her. Johan still had his axe. He dragged it along the ground behind him. Kitty remained as still as possible, thinking that any small movement would make the Impala groan on its springs or cause one of the few remaining parts to dislodge and fall loudly to the ground. She breathed through her hand, clamped over her mouth and nose, with only a couple of tight air holes between her fingers.
You may be safe for the next 10 seconds, Kitty,
Johan called out. He was close, maybe 30 feet away.
Or the next hour, or a week, but I will find you eventually.
She imagined a life of looking over her shoulder every other minute, expecting to see that sage Mustang snarling at the end of the street.
Like I told you before,
his voice was closer,
I don't give up easily.
Kitty closed her eyes and saw the axe. Croaker, the fucking thing had a name, swooping downward, not once but twice, separating Sly Boy's head from the rest of his body. She pushed the memory away, but it came back, and back again. Levi, she whispered into her hand, because her son's face made everything brighter. Would she ever get the opportunity to place herself at the edge of his world in the hope of being drawn deeper? Would she ever hold him, touch his hair, smell his skin? Would he ever know her? The axe fell again, but it was Levi's slender neck beneath the blade. Then it was her mama's. Then the rest of her family's. One after the other. And finally, her own. This crazy fucking Viking was taking everything away from her. She heard his footsteps, and the axe dragging through the dirt behind him. The light from his cell phone bled through the rust holes in the fender.
Here, Kitty.
Close enough that he might hear her heart, the insistent little drum that it was.
Here, Kitty, Kitty.
Blood trickled from the wound in her head. It gathered on her cheekbone and dripped, splash, onto the dirt below. She trembled from the hips out, the reverberations traversing her curved spine and tucked knees, rattling her skull like the lid of a boiling kettle. The light through the rust holes grew brighter. Kitty heard his wet, hungry breaths, and was sure, suddenly, that he knew exactly where she was. He would pop the hood any moment, and would chop and chop and chop before slamming the hood closed again. And there she'd stay, for weeks, months, until the last few wrecks in this shithole were dragged away. She clapped her hand tighter to her mouth, allowing only the smallest gap to breathe through.
Here, Kitty, Kitty.
Another few steps. He was right next to the Impala. If he simply bent down and peered through the rust holes, he would see her bright, deer-like eyes staring back. The next moments moved with hypnotic slowness. Johan moved away, then circled back again. He started to strike the various wrecks with the pole of his axe, and each impact boomed like a shotgun blast. He twice whacked the Impala that Kitty was hiding in. Rust fell in lacy sheets. The hood clapped up and down. Kitty braced herself with her spine and her feet. It took everything not to scream. Johan stomped away. She heard him hammering the vehicles some distance away. Not a safe distance by any means. After what felt like a long stretch, he met up with Xander and Reuben. It was impossible to tell exactly where they were or how far away. She saw nothing of their flashlights, but heard their voices clearly enough. Johan.
I don't know, man. Fuck!
Xander.
She probably got out through another hole in the fence.
Johan.
If she did, then we've lost her. For now. Bitch can't run forever, though.
Xander.
Think she'll go to the cops?
Johan.
Let her. She's a black drug runner. I'm a rich white man. What do you think will happen?
Reuben.
I'm not a rich white man.
Johan.
I've got your back, Reuben. Despite the fact that you let her out of your fucking sight.
Reuben.
I couldn't follow her skinny ass.
Johan.
Just don't worry. I'll secure us a solid alibi. Zan, head back to Jinx and clean up. We'll keep searching here until you're done.
It continued. The footsteps. The hammering. The flashlights seeping through the rust holes and the half-inch seam where the hood wouldn't latch. Kitty had no idea how long she hid in that cramped engine compartment. Even when the search ended, and she heard their vehicles pulling away, she didn't move, certain that Johan had remained behind and was standing on the roof of the office with the axe across one shoulder, carefully surveying the yard, waiting for her to emerge. Morning broke slowly, in shades of coral and red, and Kitty wept, suddenly aware that she hadn't expected to see a new day. Her tears were frightened and grateful, but mostly angry. She exited her hiding spot the same way she had entered, not by lifting the hood, but by dropping down through the engine compartment and slithering out from beneath the car. It took a minute to be able to straighten her spine and legs, to first kneel, then stand. Walking was another matter. She leaned against the Impala, then pushed off and staggered 6 or 7 steps, collapsing against the skeletal frame of what had once been a pickup truck. Johan didn't descend on her with his axe. The salvage yard was empty. The only sounds were the gently creaking palms and the whoosh of commuter traffic on a nearby freeway.
"Come on, Kitty,"
she gasped.
"Come on."
She took a deep breath. It tasted of oil and grit, and stumbled to the next vehicle. Then the next. Sweat dappled her brow. She dropped her skateboard to the dirt, lowered her right knee onto it, then pushed herself along. There was a water barrel outside the derelict office, 1/4 full. Kitty leaned in and removed the skin of insects from the surface, then rinsed the blood and dirt from her body. The water was warm and foul-smelling, but it did the job. She couldn't bring herself to drink it, though, despite a raging thirst. Marginally fresher, Kitty moved on. She procured a dirty blanket from the trunk of a rust-eaten Ford, shook out the spiders, and wrapped it around herself. She tried walking again and managed, but slowly. Eventually, she found a gap in the chain link and left the yard. East Compton Boulevard an hour later. Kitty sat in the doorway of a dry cleaner's, having been moved on from 2 other places. "Get the fuck out of here," the owner of an auto parts store had said, and took a swipe at her with his broom. She sat with her knees drawn to her chest. The blanket concealed her partial nakedness, as well as the bumps and scrapes on her arms and shoulders. Kitty raked her hair across the more serious wound in her head and tried to snag the attention of people as they walked by. Finally, she did. A black teen with a spring in his step and a red hoodie tied around his waist by its sleeves.
"Hey, man.
What's up?"
I'm in a bad place, that's what's up."
I'll trade you this $200 skateboard for that hoodie and $10 cash.
Shit. You can't get much crank for $10.
I'm not after crank. I just need enough for a bottle of water and bus fare.
You steal that board?
No, it's mine.
Prove it.
How?
Do a trick.
I'm not your fucking dog. You want to do this or not? He did. The police could detain Johan. They could interrogate him, obtain warrants to search his home, his car, Jinx's warehouse. Assuming they took Kitty at her word, they could cross-examine Xander and Reuben until one of them slipped up. But would any investigation get that far? Johan would have his bases covered, and the sharpest lawyers in Southern California. The question was not, could the police charge him with his elite white connections and solid alibis, but for how long could, or would, they protect Kitty? She rode the bus north, pondering the best course of action. Other than hiding under a rock for the rest of her life, there appeared only two ways out of this: for Johan to be imprisoned or killed, and neither seemed likely to happen any time soon. Her head started to bleed again. She dabbed at it with the sleeve of the hoodie. Red on red. She needed a doctor. Even better, a hot shower and sleep. Not at her apartment, though. Johan would have eyes on the place. She imagined Reuben parked on her sofa, eating her snacks, watching her TV. Her phone was there, her wallet, too. Even if she ran, how far could she get without a photo ID and a bank card? And if she borrowed some cash, or stole it, where would she go? Louisville, home, was out of the question. She couldn't put her family in danger.
Never,
she whispered. Kitty looked out the window. She didn't see the Mustang, but it prowled along beside her nonetheless, emphasizing what she already knew, that Johan had to be stopped. But how? She shook her head. The question was too big, too much. First things first, rest and healing. But even this required the basics: a bed, food, medicine, safety.
a friend.
She said, using the other sleeve to wipe her tears.
I need a friend.
In all of Los Angeles, only one person came to mind. 11. The world falling away. Luke was woken by someone knocking on the back door. He opened one eye. Morning light broke through the blinds, and the ceiling fan turned in swift, whispering circles. He sat up, disoriented. Tap, tap, tap.
What the fuck?
There were 2 Xanax capsules on the nightstand, where he'd placed them before going to bed. He'd been trying to be less dependent on them, but it was a losing battle. Last night, though, Luke had drifted off without their assistance. He'd tossed and turned until 3 a.m., his mind rumbling with the usual dark thoughts that occurred the moment he dropped his head onto the pillow. Lisa, his career, suicide. Around and around, like the ceiling fan above him, but screaming, not whispering. Luke remembered thinking that he would throw in the towel, take the goddamn benzos, like he so often did, but somewhere between thinking this and actually doing it, his body succumbed. Just his luck, then, to be woken up by some jackass knocking on the back door. And early, too. He checked his phone. 8:56. Son of a bitch. Luke looked at the Xanax and at the half-popped strip of antidepressants beside them. Until Lisa disappeared, he'd been able to avoid prescription drugs, no mean feat in a town where everything, livelihoods, principles, level-headedness, was so dubiously balanced. He'd never been big on recreational drugs either. Booze had always been enough, sometimes too much. Sure, he'd smoked weed in college, like everybody else with a pulse, but he could take it or leave it. Same with cocaine, when his career started to move and the Hollywood parties became more commonplace. He'd do a line purely to fit in, but the buzz didn't excite him, except when he was with Lisa. She'd turned it into something else.
It's not really my thing,
He'd said to her honestly. They'd been dating 2 or 3 weeks at the time.
Yeah?
Lisa had unsnapped her jeans, pulled them, along with her underwear, down to her knees, and sprinkled 0.5 gram onto the shaved mound of her crotch.
Is this your thing?
They'd had some godly moments on coke, more so at the beginning of their relationship. They'd left their mark at high altitudes. They'd roared and tussled like cubs. When Luke sensed it becoming too casual a thing, he'd reined it in. Lisa wasn't as disciplined. She considered herself a low-key user, occasionally in social environments, and always before performing.
You're better without it,
He'd said to her once.
Oh, baby,
Lisa had replied, and kissed him, her mouth sweet and plush.
you'll always reach higher when you have something lifting you up.
Tap, tap, tap. The back door? Who the fuck came to the back door at any time of the day, let alone 9 o'clock in the morning? Trouble, that was who. Luke owned a gun, a snub-nosed .38 Special, which he kept in a lockbox, like a smart American, but had lost the key, like a goddamn idiot. Maybe that was just as well. If the .38 had been accessible 4 months ago, he might have used it to pop his brains out rather than rolling down the garage door with the 4-banger running. He sprang out of bed and into the hallway where he grabbed his Louisville Slugger, 42 inches of solid ash, from the shit pile that served as a coat closet. It wasn't as reassuring as his .38, but it would have to do. Hoisting it to his shoulder, he edged into the living room, which was open plan, an L-shaped breakfast bar separating it from the kitchen. It offered a better view of the back door. Tap, tap. Luke cleared a channel through the empty beer bottles and looked over the breakfast bar. The blind in the back door window was down, but only half closed. Through the cracks, he glimpsed someone on the other side, wearing what looked like a red hoodie. Some meth head, probably, looking to steal his shit. Tap, tap, tap.
I have a gun, motherfucker,
Luke called out.
and I know how to use it.
The second part was true, at least. He'd spent 6 weeks training at Brock's Urban Shooter for his role in A Bullet Affair. Couldn't hit a bull in the ass to begin with, but by the end could clear a tactical area with nothing but headshots. Mr. Red Hoodie lingered for several seconds, as if weighing his chances, then disappeared from view. Luke lowered the baseball bat and ran a hand through his hair, aware only then how keenly his heart was drumming. He pulled in a deep breath and exhaled slowly.
That's right, he shouted. Get the fuck out of here.
Luke counted to 30, then looped around the breakfast bar. He took 3 long strides across the kitchen and peered out the window over the sink. Red Hoodie was still there. A female, not a male. Luke could tell from her slender shoulders and hands, and from the wavy black hair hanging down from inside her hood. She sat with her back against a sun-faded planter, knees drawn to her chest, her head low. Her track pants were covered in dirt, and her colorful sneakers— "Oh, shit," Luke hissed. He flashed back to just after his suicide attempt, standing in his driveway with a cloth pressed to his whirling head, watching the girl who'd saved his life lower one colorful sneaker onto her skateboard before rolling away.
Kitty.
Luke dropped the baseball bat and pounced at the back door. He turned the lock, threw the bolt, and lunged outside in one ungainly sequence. Kitty flinched, then looked up at him. Her eyes were wide, shocked with tears. Blood smeared the left side of her forehead.
Kitty. Jesus Christ.
Her mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Luke reached to take her hand, but this obviously wasn't enough, because she scrabbled to her feet and threw her arms around him.
Okay, Kitty. It's okay now.
Her body felt small and hurt, but her arms were strong. She held him as if the world were falling away beneath her. His spare room was a catastrophe. There was a bed in there somewhere, concealed beneath an epic mound of worthless crap. Totes crammed with VHS cassettes, a torn sleeping bag, a broken curtain rod, 3 boxes of headshots that would never be signed and sent out to fans. Clothes and towels were scattered across the top. More clothes, most of them Lisa's, crowded the closet. There was an out-of-tune acoustic guitar in the corner, and a desk with an old TV on it. A thick, feathery dust coated the screen. Luke had given Kitty a glass of cold water and used a soft cloth to wipe the blood from her forehead. He tried leading her into the living room to sit down, but she pulled back, pointing at the window.
They can see in,
she said, trembling, clutching at him. So he sat her at the breakfast bar and rubbed her back while she sobbed.
Kitty, what's going on? He'd asked. Do I need to call the police?
I don't know,
she replied. Her hands shook as she lifted the glass to her lips and drank.
Right now, I need a hot shower and a long sleep.
So he showed her to the bathroom and put a fresh, sort of, towel and some clean clothes, Lisa's, out for her, then began cleaning the spare room. Kitty was a long time in the shower, which was just as well because there was a lot of crap to clear. He moved most of it to the garage, piling it on top of the useless crap already in there. The rest he reassigned to his bedroom, where it would probably stay until he got his head together enough to deal with it. He found some clean, sort of, sheets and made the bed, then closed the blinds. Perfect timing. Kitty stepped out of the bathroom wearing Lisa's Lakers top and PJ bottoms. They looked quite alike. The former detective Terramontesino had been right about that, but not in this moment. Kitty was a fraction of her usual self. Her skin was dull, her body drawn inward like a plant that needed water.
Better?
Luke asked. He didn't know what else to say.
A little.
A tired, sad smile. She gestured at the clothes.
These are a good fit.
Yeah, I thought they would be. He shrugged. They smell kind of musty, but they're clean, I promise you.
It's all good.
Kitty climbed into the bed, wincing as she moved. Luke left the room and came back with a glass of water, which he set on the nightstand along with his prescription bottle of Xanax.
These'll calm your jitters. Help you sleep.
I'll take 2.
She took them with a sip of water, then sank her head into the pillow and closed her eyes. She was out a long time. Luke looked in on her every now and then. The first time she was eerily still, breathing slowly. The cut on her forehead had started to bleed again. Not much, just a trickle. And he took the opportunity to clean it with an antibiotic ointment, then close it with steri strips and tape a gauze over the top. Kitty had been more animated the next time he checked on her. She rolled her head on the pillow, whimpering,
Please, no,
over and over. Her body twitched beneath the sheets. Luke sat on the edge of the bed and placed a hand on her shoulder.
Shh, he soothed. It's okay now. You're safe.
And he stayed there until she settled. He tried watching TV, but couldn't focus. So he cleaned the kitchen instead. A deep, into every corner clean. It was surprisingly therapeutic. His mind buzzed with what might have happened to Kitty. Had she been mugged? Raped? Why didn't she go to her own apartment? Or call the police? The questions mounted, and the sad truth was there were too many possible answers. In the end, Kitty would either tell him or not, and he would respect that. He'd be there for her, whatever she needed. It felt good to care about something again. It was almost 2 a.m. when Kitty woke up screaming. Luke leapt up from the sofa. The TV was on, but he hadn't been watching it, not really, and bolted into the spare room. She'd clapped a hand over her mouth by the time he'd thrown the door open, as if aware her voice might alert the neighbors.
They can see in,
Luke thought with a chill. Kitty looked at him over the top of her hand. Her eyes were petrified circles, her chest pumping as she fought to suppress her cries.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay, Kitty.
She shook her head. Nothing was okay.
You're safe here. No one can hurt you.
He moved to touch her, to ease her, but thought better of it, so placed both hands on his own chest, over his heart.
I'm here, Kitty. You're safe now.
She gradually calmed, removing her hand from her mouth and sinking back down into the pillow. Her wet eyes flashed in the light edging in from the hallway.
Okay, Kitty. It's okay.
He remained by her side, kneeling, both hands over his heart, until she drifted into sleep again. Still, quiet, and soon, deep. Luke didn't sleep, or not for long at least. There were a few smoke-like threads, but the clock on his phone never made any big jumps. He got up a little before 6, brewed a pot of coffee, then poured himself a mug and sat out on the back stoop. Birds occupied the eucalyptus tree in his yard, singing with exuberant break-of-day voices. Luke listened, yawning, his own morning sounds, slurps, grunts, and farts, notably less appealing. In the glory days, he'd go for a swim first thing in the morning, the best way to wake up. He'd climb bare-ass out of bed, stumble groggily outside, and flop into the pool. So much of the grime that had clung to him the day before would be washed away. The bad press, the smell of alcohol, the arguments with Lisa, and he'd emerge, baptized, ready to get dirty again.
Good times, he said.
I beg to differ.
He jumped off the stoop and whirled around, coffee slopping over the lip of his mug. Kitty stood in the open doorway, regarding him through her huge brown eyes. She tried to smile, but it wasn't quite there.
Hey, Kitty,
Luke said, snapping back to the here and now.
How are you feeling?
Not good,
she replied.
but coffee might straighten me out some.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Luke nodded, content to have somewhere to apply his mind, if only for the next few moments. He stepped back into the kitchen, and Kitty followed.
Cream? Sugar?
Please, a little of each.
She sat at the breakfast bar and looked around. Her eyes brightened.
You cleaned.
I know, right? I don't know what came over me.
He made her coffee, giving her one of the better mugs.
It's hot. Be careful.
Thank you.
You hungry?
Yes and no.
She sipped her coffee, and the look of simple gratitude on her face was heartbreaking.
I am, but I don't know if I can eat.
Let's find out,
Luke said, stepping toward the fridge. He opened the door and looked inside.
I don't have much. Few eggs, one lonely sausage. I think there are a couple of bagels in the freezer.
Sure.
He set about fixing Kitty breakfast, again content to do anything that didn't involve hovering awkwardly around her, afraid of saying the wrong thing. In his experience, trying to comfort an emotional woman was like trying to defuse a bomb. There were several wires to choose from, but only one that wouldn't go boom.
I got pickles, he said. You want a pickle with it?
Ugh, no.
Luke looked at her and tried a smile. She tried one back. Yeah, he was doing okay. He made her scrambled eggs and sausage with a hot buttered bagel on the side. She took it onto the back stoop to eat, clearly feeling more comfortable at the rear of the house, which couldn't be seen from the road. Luke joined her a moment later with a bagel of his own, smeared with peanut butter, and they ate together in silence. Or a near silence, anyway. Kitty made mewling, grateful sounds as she forked food into her mouth. She cleaned her plate entirely.
Well, I guess that answers that question, Luke said.
I guess so.
More coffee?
Sure, but hey, I can get it.
She took her empty plate and both their mugs into the kitchen, and emerged a moment later with refills. She handed Luke his, then resumed her place on the stoop. They sipped their coffees quietly, letting the morning grow around them.
You know how long it took me to climb over your back fence?
Kitty asked when just enough time had passed. Luke stared into his mug, his brow cut with a long frown. He opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again. The birds in the eucalyptus chattered inanely. He wasn't about to join them.
You want to know what's going on?
Kitty said. It wasn't a question. Only if you want to tell me, Luke replied. He scratched his beard and fixed her with an honest stare. But first, you need to know 3 things.
Okay.
Number 1, whatever you tell me, you can trust me. Number 2, I won't judge you, because heaven knows we've all done things we regret. Number 3, I have lived with my fair share of injustice and pain. That gives me a jaded but realistic perspective, and if I can use that to help you, I will.
Kitty nodded. She drank from her mug and sighed, looking around Luke's modest backyard, perhaps wondering where to begin. Finally, she said,
Have you noticed anybody unusual hanging around outside my apartment? A stocky white guy with a shaved head and skull tattoos? Or a tall guy? Looks like a Viking?
Luke gave it a moment's thought, then shook his head.
No, but I didn't leave the house yesterday, and I bet I didn't look out the front window more than 3 or 4 times.
Kitty sighed again, and this went deep, all the way to the base of her belly and out in a hard rush of air.
I told you I was a courier,
she said.
and that was true. But what I used to courier was drugs. First meth and ecstasy, then canary.
Canary? Luke bit his lip, but couldn't get the surprised note out of his voice.
Oh, okay.
No, Luke. It's not okay.
Kitty started at the beginning and talked for a long time, and Luke realized there were occasions when you didn't have to say anything at all. Sometimes it was better to just listen. 12. In a bad place. The dude with the shaved skull entered Kitty's apartment building at 3:13 p.m. The bulky black dude, Ruben Osterfeld. Luke had seen some of his UFC bouts, exited at 3:17. There was nothing surreptitious about their movements. They came and went as if they lived there. No sign of the Viking. Luke had looked him up online, though, and he wasn't hard to find. Johan Fly had 2 YouTube channels, each with over 4 million subscribers. One was for video games. The other, Vibin Viking, followed Johan through the streets of Los Angeles, usually cruising in his Mustang, hanging with his homies, or bar hopping on the Strip. He came across as a big personality, the life and soul of the party. The kids no doubt loved him, but Luke saw a privileged douchebag who thought way too much of himself and who likely hadn't struggled for anything his entire life.
It's a front,
he'd said to Kitty. The YouTube video paused on a shot of Johan pumping free weights at Muscle Beach.
All gangsters hide behind a legitimate business. This is his. It's very Gen Z.
I guess.
Kitty couldn't look at Johan for long. She pushed Luke's cell phone away with a shudder.
Doesn't seem very Viking, though.
That's because Johan Fly isn't a Viking, Luke said. He's a rich, entitled asshole from the Palisades.
Tell that to Sly Boy.
Kitty was right. Johan was asking his subscribers to hit the like button one moment and beheading rival drug dealers the next. The guy was dangerously charismatic and seriously unbalanced, a psychosis that could only lead to ruin. Luke searched beyond the social media persona, looking for evidence of this psychosis. He found nothing. There were numerous pictures of Johan as a chubby preteen, fly fishing at Piru Creek with his old man, posing alongside the new family Maserati, standing outside a Viking ship museum in Denmark. There was an article in 3 Tier Online about Johan's decision to turn down UCLA in favor of developing his YouTube career. The most incriminating thing was a disturbing the peace incident in which Johan used fighting words with a doorman at the Mondrian. The police were called, the situation was diffused, and Johan was sent home with a slap on the wrist. Perhaps Luke didn't dig deep enough, but bitter experience had taught him that shit had a tendency to float to the top, which suggested that Johan had been extremely careful over the years, or that he had friends in high places. Probably both.
The heavy with the skull tattoos just showed up at your apartment.
Kitty was on the back patio, which Luke had made more comfortable for her. He'd set up an Adirondack chair with a couple of soft pillows, and a table with a pitcher of ice-cold water on it. Alexa streamed R&B through the open kitchen window, just loud enough to hear.
Xander,
she said, sitting up as Luke approached.
The berserker.
Is that what he is?
Luke brushed dirt off the edge of the planter and sat down.
Well, he just went in, and Mr. UFC came out, so, yeah, they've got at least one person in position in case you show up.
Do they really think I'm that stupid?
You remember the scene in Pulp Fiction when Bruce Willis goes back for his old man's watch?
Luke asked rhetorically. He scratched beneath his jaw.
You left your cell phone and your wallet at home, right?
Right.
Johan's not taking any chances.
The backyard was a safe zone, with wooden fencing and trees providing sufficient privacy. They kept their voices low, though, in case they somehow carried around the front and across the street. There was no harm in being careful, Luke reasoned. Similarly, Kitty wouldn't sit in the living room, even in a chair that couldn't be seen through the window. Luke offered to pull the blinds, but she said that might look suspicious during the day. She also suggested Luke work on a natural response in case Johan's boys came knocking, asking if he'd seen the girl from across the street. He did so, practicing in the bathroom mirror, the way he used to practice his lines.
Which girl?
Kitty?
I haven't seen her for, I don't know, 3 or 4 days maybe?
It wouldn't win a SAG award, but it'd be good enough to fool those jackasses.
My phone's not up there anymore,
Kitty said after a moment. She'd poured herself a glass of water. The ice cubes rattled as she drank.
Johan has it. He will have hacked the password, and now has access to everything. Names, telephone numbers, texts, emails, photographs, social media. My entire life.
Luke shifted position on the edge of the planter and nodded. This was extremely likely. The question was, how could Johan use that information?
I'm scared, Luke,
Kitty said, clearly asking herself the same question.
I'm scared for me, and I'm scared for my family.
She was in a bad place, walled in on all sides. Luke had spent most of the afternoon thinking of ways to sledgehammer through the brickwork, to let in a shaft of natural light and clean air, or better yet, to reach through, grab both of her hands, and pull her free.
I'll find a way to help you,
he said, recalling what Floyd had said on their final afternoon together. You need to rediscover your sense of purpose. And here was something he could sink his teeth into, that could offer a sense of value after 3 destitute years. This was important, but there was another reason, one of self-preservation. Tara Montesino had seen Luke and Kitty together. If Kitty's brutalized corpse were discovered in a dumpster, or, far more likely, she disappeared without a trace, it'd be Luke's head on the chopping block. Montesino had warned him about this very thing. Anything happens to her, Luke, I will chase you down like a hound out of hell. Luke's throat was uncomfortably dry. He refilled the pitcher, poured a glass for himself, and drained it in one hit.
Okay,
he said to Kitty.
What are the options?
There aren't many, and none of them are good.
Kitty closed her eyes for a moment, her fingers lightly pressed to the gauze taped across her forehead.
I'm increasingly thinking that going to the police might be the best approach. Just tell them everything and hope they can protect me.
I don't know, Luke said. I haven't had the best experience with the police in this city. You'd be putting all of your trust in a system that doesn't run as effectively as it should, especially for African Americans.
Sad but true.
And remember, he continued, Johan is a slippery son of a bitch. You'll need evidence to take him down. And I guarantee his bases are covered.
Also true, Kitty said. I heard him talking about cleaning up and putting an alibi into place. He is not afraid of the police.
One of the benefits of being a privileged asshole.
I know, right? Kitty rolled her eyes. But I was looking at this from an insurance point of view.
What do you mean?
Will Johan still come after me if I involve the police?
Kitty winced and shifted her weight in the chair, finding a more comfortable position.
They won't have enough evidence to take him down, but he'll know that if something happens to me, he'll be prime suspect number 1.
He'll only be a suspect if there's a crime, Luke pointed out. And there's no crime without a body. Do you hear what I'm saying?
That he'll tie a concrete block to my ankles and dump me in the Pacific?
Luke shrugged, thinking the means of disposal would be more graphic.
But he knows someone would report me missing, Kitty said,
looking for any chink of light.
That might be enough to deter him.
It won't. Luke shook his head. Think about it, Kitty. The police would bring him in for questioning. He'd shrug and say he hadn't seen you, then remind them that you were a drug runner, involved with all kinds of shady people.
Kitty covered her eyes and sighed.
Given Johan's status, skin color, and resources, Luke continued, I don't see how going to the police can work favorably for you.
I have to do something, Kitty hissed.
She removed her hand from her eyes, smearing a tear across her cheek in the process.
I can't run for the rest of my life, always looking over my shoulder. I want to stay in this town, Luke. I want to make something of myself.
Luke nodded, acknowledging both the unfairness and the ambition. But it was this hunger for success that had landed Kitty in such hot water. Her new talent agent had said that she needed something to set her apart from the competition, and Kitty had taken this very seriously. Listening to her story, Luke asked himself if he would have done the same thing. Young, new in town, with access to Canary, would he have appropriated a pinch here and there to help elevate him to a higher level? Damn right he would.
You have to lie low for a while.
Luke leaned closer to Kitty, measuring his tone so that it was both forthright and kind.
Give Johan some time to cool his jets, and to prove to him that you're not bringing in the cops.
Run away, you mean?
More tears spilled down Kitty's cheeks, and she used Lisa's shirt to wipe them away.
Hide from the big bad man.
Not forever.
How long? A few months? A few years?
Maybe a year.
And what if, while I'm working on some potato farm in Idaho, Johan goes after my family? What if he kills them to get back at me?
I don't think that will happen, Luke said, although he was far from certain. Johan Fly isn't the Colombian cartel. He's a drug dealer to the rich and famous. Dangerous? Yeah. Protected? No doubt. But that protection only stretches so far. And it sure as hell doesn't stretch all the way to Kentucky.
You don't know that.
No, Luke conceded. But Johan has been careful so far, which tells me he's smart, which further tells me that he isn't going to take his brand of malice to the other side of the country. He's an LA boy, born and bred. Everything he knows is right here.
Maybe, Kitty said. Maybe not.
I know. It's all conjecture.
Luke spread his hands and sighed.
All guesswork.
Kitty touched the gauze on her brow again, looking at him through a haze of emotion.
I appreciate everything you're doing, but I can't depend on guesswork. I need a solid plan of action, and I need it quickly.
Luke topped up their glasses. The sound of pouring water, amid this dialogue of desperation and fear, was altogether lovely. He handed Kitty her glass, gave her a moment to drink and regain a thread of composure. They welcomed other sounds, birdsong, the breeze, Alexa playing Marvin Gaye. Beyond the backyard, two neighbors quarreled in Spanish, and a Fox 11 news chopper hovered over Echo Park.
I need to get this psycho off my back,
Kitty said, once the moment, all too brief, began to fray at the edges.
It's the only way.
You know any hitmen? Luke asked wryly.
No. Do you?
Unfortunately not, Luke replied. Although I used to go on motorcycle rides with Keanu.
John Wick?
Kitty cracked a smile.
I wish.
So, hey,
I don't know. Luke threw up one hand.
Why not hang here for a few weeks, let the dust settle? Then, maybe reach out to Johan. See where his head is at. Convince him you're not going to be a problem.
Yeah, I tried reasoning with him, right after he decapitated Sly Boy.
Kitty pressed a hand to one side of her head, perhaps trying to push the memory away.
The bottom line, I stole from him, and I've got serious dirt on him. That makes me a threat.
This was true. Johan was, above all, a star-soaked narcissist bathing in the adoration of his followers. He'd likely wriggle out of prison time, but Kitty could still throw shade on his reputation. These days, it didn't take much to get someone canceled.
And the only way I'm not a threat, Kitty added, is if I'm dead.
With these words, something dropped into Luke's mind. It fell heavily, with weight and heft. A way, possibly, to hammer through the brickwork. He looked at Kitty, his eyes widening with a kind of desperate hope. "What if you were dead?" he asked.
Huh?
Kitty shrank back into her seat, her lips trembling.
Luke, I don't like the way you're looking at me.
He stood up with a flourish and whirled on his heels. A grin surfaced just above his chin and reached all the way to his cheekbones. "I have an idea," he said. Part 2. Stray Bullets. 13. Dead Kitty. The full-length mirror displayed an old companion, a man he'd become intimate with, had embodied, for 14 full weeks of principal photography and another 6 days of reshoots. His neck was scrawnier and his shoulders not quite as broad, but this was him. Colton Stone, with his focused, steely gaze and cleanly shaved jaw. "Better tell me what I want to know, Essay, or my friends Smith and Wesson will start asking the questions." A sad, surprised breath caught in Luke's throat. He reached out one hand and walked closer to the mirror, almost as if he could step through, back into a life of autographs and red carpets. A feeling of longing overwhelmed him, an acute, immersive déjà vu. It was in everything, from Colton's wide, cowboy-like stance, which Luke had adopted without even thinking, to the odor of the silicone adhesive keeping his blonde wig in place.
Jesus, you look the part,
Kitty said. "Yeah," Luke said, using Colton's gravelly, Texas-tinged voice. He hadn't stepped onto a TV or movie set for over 3 years. His last real acting gig was in the Hulu original Bleeding Out, in which he'd played a punch-drunk boxer. It was a supporting role, maybe a dozen lines, but the writing was strong, and he was able to demonstrate some range. The audience never saw this, though, because his scenes were cut from the movie after everything with Lisa went down. And sure, voice acting was still acting. He told himself this all the time. But it wasn't the same. Certainly not the dog shit he'd been churning out these past 3 years. For Luke, there was nothing like stepping onto a set in full costume and makeup, becoming so absorbed in the role that the lights and cameras disappeared. He missed it. God, he missed it so much. "You're going to crush this," he vowed to his reflection. This was the positive mantra he would recite before every performance. "You are the man. You are the fucking man." There were no cameras rolling, no director, but even so, it felt good to be back. Luke rented a '78 Camaro from Hooper's Movie Cars on Hollywood Boulevard, partly because he didn't think Colton Stone would ever drive a 2007 Dodge Caliber, but mainly because Johan had likely seen the crappy little car, with its distinctive dents and rust patches, parked in the driveway opposite Kitty's apartment. This performance had to be convincing, from top to bottom. One errant detail could condemn him and Kitty to the cutting room floor. The 3-hour rental set Luke back 280 bones, not cheap, but if it helped sell the illusion, it was money well spent. Besides, the Camaro was a blast to drive, with its worn leather interior and gator-like V8. Luke couldn't resist a moment to cruise, growling up and down the strip with the windows down and the radio way too loud. He stayed on Sunset, taking it southwest to the Palisades, stopping only once to buy a bottle of water and a calming supplement for his nerves, what he would give for a pinch of canary. He sat on the hood of the Camaro, mentally reciting his mantra, giving the remedy time to kick in. He wasn't recognized as Luke Kingsley or Colton Stone, which didn't surprise him. Out of Midnight was a competent crime drama that, like all of Luke's movies, failed to make an impact at the box office. It had something of a cult following, but for the most part could be found in the bargain bins at Walmart and Target, or streaming on services like Popcorn Flicks and Tubi. Johan's family home was in a guard-gated community in the Palisades Highlands, but Kitty said that Johan kept a crib close to the village, and this was where he could be found when he wasn't engaging in his social media or canary-dealing exploits. Luke used the GPS on his phone to find the place, an uber-modern glass box surrounded by willow and palm trees. A curved driveway distanced it from the street, enclosed by a wrought iron gate that managed to be both elegant and imposing. Luke pulled up to the gate, then took a deep breath and pressed the button on the intercom. A security camera positioned on the adjacent wall challenged him with its single, deprecatory eye. No response. "Come on, motherfucker," Luke hissed. Despite the supplement he'd taken, Indian ginseng and B12 with some other shit thrown in, his heart still ran at an agitated clip. He looked through the gate at the drooping willow branches and discerned the back end of a black SUV parked at the top of the driveway. Someone was home. He pressed the button again, waited, then pressed it a third time, and this was the charm. A male voice came through the intercom speaker, one staticky word, but irrefutably impatient. "Yeah." Luke dropped into character.
Detective Colton Stone, Los Angeles Police. I'd like a few words with Johan Fly.
5 seconds of heavy silence. Then,
"What do you want with Johan?" "What are you, his fucking mommy?"
Colton was not a cop of infinite tact. His approach was often coarse, but effective.
"Open the goddamn gate."
Another brief silence. Then,
"Johan's not home." "Where is he?" "Out. Filming. I don't know where."
Luke's turn to pause. He'd wanted to talk to Johan, to get all up in his shit, put a scare on him. But this wasn't essential to the plan. In fact, it might work better this way, provided the information he divulged was passed along to Johan, which it would be. It'd doubtless be more convincing if relayed via a trusted source.
"Well, I'm not leaving here until I talk to someone, so I guess it'll have to be you."
Luke clicked his tongue, as if encouraging a horse, and used his left hand to gesture at the gate.
Let's go, muchacho. Open up.
Luke counted 5 seconds, waiting for the gate to slide open, showing nothing but cool despite the jitters he still felt inside. He was about to punch the button again when the voice came back.
I'm going to need to see some ID.
Luke nodded, surreptitiously wiping a thread of sweat from his brow. He leaned to one side and yanked Colton Stone's ID from the ass pocket of his jeans, not issued by the Los Angeles Police Department, but by Sparks Movie Props and Magic. It was good work, with the detective's photo on one side and his shield on the other. A little souvenir from the shoot. Luke held it up to the security camera, one eyebrow raised impatiently. His hand was unnaturally steady, as if an invisible scaffold supported it from beneath. He waited 7 very slow seconds before finally the gate beeped twice and rolled back on its tracks. Luke pocketed his ID, removed his foot from the brake pedal, and started up the driveway.
Okay,
he whispered, quiet on the set. That was the rehearsal. Now it was showtime. The voice belonged to the stocky dude with the shaved skull, Xander Cray, the berserker. He stepped outside as Luke parked the Camaro next to the black SUV, poised on the front steps with his arms folded. He looked older than Johan, closer to 40, but with the broad shoulders and cut biceps of a man half his age. Luke killed the ignition, pulled a manila envelope from inside the glove compartment, and stepped out of the car. Xander didn't move to greet him. He'd rooted himself to the front step, forming a barricade between Luke and Johan's domain.
And you are?
Luke said as he approached.
Alexander.
There was a yellowing bruise on the left side of his head, probably where Kitty had whacked him with her skateboard. Good for Kitty.
Everyone calls me Xander. Xander Cray?
Luke hooked his right thumb into his back pocket, the move opening his jacket in front and briefly exposing the pistol strapped just above his hip. He'd bought the holster that morning. The pistol was his .38 Special snub, finally liberated from its lockbox by way of Jay's lock and key service in Echo Park. This move, flashing his sidearm, was deliberate, of course. Colton Stone did it twice in Out of Midnight, and both times the schnook he'd confronted spilled the beans. Luke didn't need Xander to spill anything, only squirm a little. It worked.
Yeah,
Xander said. His gaze had flicked to the sidearm the moment it came into view, and his shoulders dropped slightly.
Yeah, that's me.
Right, Luke nodded, thumb still in his back pocket, legs slightly spread, the full cowboy stance.
Your name has come up a few times. In regard to what? We'll get to that.
Luke fanned himself with the manila envelope, then nodded at the double-wide front door.
Any chance we can step inside? It's hotter than a stepmother's kiss out here, and I'll bet that big glass house is one heck of an air conditioning system.
Xander considered this request for a moment, the thoughts zipping across his face like buzzing insects. He decided, though, that cooperating was the wisest course of action. A slight nod, then he turned and entered the house. Luke followed, his boot heels clipping off the marble steps.
What's this about?
Xander asked once they were both inside. He stood in the foyer, his arms folded again, not prepared to go any deeper into the house. Luke inhaled the cooler air, ignoring Xander for now. Let him wait. Let him writhe. The foyer was a bright space with a water fountain, several tall plants, and a broad white wall decorated with Norse art. There were various runes and symbols, a painting of Yggdrasil, the Tree of Life. Luke had done his homework. And 2 crossed swords that looked as if they might have been wielded by Ragnar Lodbrok.
This is all very Nordic,
Luke remarked, gesturing at the wall.
Johan is descended from the great Norse warriors,
Xander replied with total conviction.
Really? He traced his family tree all the way back to the 10th century?
That's impressive. Luke whistled through his teeth, looking from the wall to Xander. Mind you, those Viking men put their dicks in just about anything that moved. That is one wide DNA pool. We probably all got a little Viking inside us. He winked, then drew a couple of horns out of the sides of his head and growled, "Grrr." Vikings didn't wear horned helmets, Xander said, with a gray expression. That's a fallacy. Yeah, well, I'm not exactly up on my Norse history. I'm more concerned with the present. Me too. So what do you want? Luke reverted to the cowboy stance, letting his jacket flap open again, another flash of the sidearm, just to remind Xander who was in charge. His jitters had subsided. There were still a few resolute butterflies fluttering around in his stomach, but not enough to affect his performance. Maybe the calming supplement had kicked in, or, and this was more likely, it was because he'd become Colton Stone. This happened all the time on set. His performance anxiety dissipated the moment the tape started to roll and he dropped into character. I'm investigating a homicide, he said, walking over to a potted olive tree, letting this statement percolate while he studied the plant's dull green leaves. Okay, Xander said, and swallowed awkwardly. He obviously thought this was about Chris, Sly Boy Streeter, that Kitty had told the cops everything, and was readying whatever script Johan had given him. If I can help in any way. This is a nice place, Luke said, hands on his hips, craning his neck to look at the tall windows and swaying palms beyond. What exactly does Johan Fly do? He's, Xander blinked and shook his head, the stark change of subject catching him off guard. This was another Colton Stone tactic. Don't let the suspect get into a groove. He's a YouTuber. I know that, but what does that entail? He uploads videos to YouTube and gets paid for advertising, product placement, and affiliate links. Geez, he must get paid a lot. He does. And what do you do for him? Xander shuffled his feet and pulled his left earlobe. Probably a nervous tic. I'm his assistant. You're his assistant, Luke said, frowning. But you don't know where he is right now. Where he's filming? I don't live in his pocket, Xander said. He let go of his earlobe and folded his arms, reestablishing his rigid body language. Johan's a high-energy guy. He doesn't stay in one place on a shoot. It's tough to keep tabs on him. Right, Luke nodded and stepped a little closer to Xander, but not so close that he might reveal the lining of his wig. So what do you do exactly? I drive for him sometimes, Xander replied. I facilitate meetings and provide security when necessary. Well, you sure look like a bodyguard, Luke said, taking in Xander's muscled shoulders and broad neck. But an assistant? Nah, I don't think so. What does an assistant look like? It's probably not very PC of me to say. Luke spread his hands and pushed out his lower lip. But I would think a young, good-looking heterosexual man like Johan would employ a young, good-looking heterosexual woman to oversee his administrative needs. Yeah, no, Xander rolled his eyes. Get your head out of the 50s, boss. I know, right? I'm such a terrible male. Luke pulled a wry face. But I was thinking, someone like Kitty Rae. Xander tried not to react to Kitty's name, but couldn't manage it. He touched the bruise on his head, then went back to his left earlobe, giving it a couple of firm tugs. You know her, right? Luke asked coolly. African American? 25 years old? Right, yeah. Xander flared his nostrils. I think she did a couple of small jobs for Johan. I'm not sure what exactly. Okay. Luke nodded and stepped over to the fountain, walking slowly, enjoying the way his boot heels echoed in the wide space. He ran his hand beneath the cold water, waiting for Xander to speak, just so that he could cut across him. "Listen, I don't—"
Have you seen her lately?
Luke's lips twitched. It felt good to be someone else, even an asshole cop like Colton Stone. "Kitty?"
Yeah, Kitty.
Luke said. He took his hand from the cascading water, wiped it down the front of his jacket, and walked back over to Xander.
When was the last time you saw her?
Xander pressed his lips together, creasing his brow, pretending to give this some thought. He made a vague gesture with his hand. "A week ago? Maybe?"
Someone matching your description was seen entering Kitty's apartment building in Silver Lake at approximately 3 p.m. on Tuesday.
Luke ran a thumb across his freshly shaved chin.
What can you tell me about that?
3 p.m.? Xander's mean little eyes shifted as he considered how best to tackle this. "Right, yeah. Johan wanted her for a job, I think. She wasn't answering her phone, so I went to her apartment. There was nobody home." Luke snorted. He could make this little shit tie himself in knots for the next hour. It was fun, too. But that wasn't what he came here for, and he didn't want to push too hard. He had one objective: to sell the ruse. The first part of this was to walk and talk like a real homicide detective, to be convincing. Now, it was time for part 2. He held up the manila envelope, but paused before opening it.
Hey, you're not squeamish, are you?
"No," Xander shook his head.
Good,
Luke said, reaching into the envelope and handing Xander the photos of Kitty's corpse. Luke had pulled another favor with Denny Chick, his makeup artist buddy from the good old days. Denny, though, hadn't exactly been thrilled about doing unpaid work. "I'm a fucking artist," he'd stormed. "I don't do shit for free." "Free?" Luke had retorted. "Motherfucker, you owe me $17,000. If it wasn't for me, you'd be walking on fucking crutches right now." "Ah, Christ. Are you going to hang that shit over my head forever?" They were in Denny's studio in Santa Monica, a brightly lit space with an ocean view and jazz funk playing on the stereo. Everything was mellow, except for Denny, although he probably had been until Luke showed up. A filtration system sucked up the smells of solvents and paints. Latex masks and a menagerie of alien-like creatures crowded shelves and hung from the ceiling on strands of nylon.
I don't want to hang anything over your head, brother. I just need your help.
Luke gestured at Kitty, who stood awkwardly by the door. He had cleared out his garage and backed his car in so that he could smuggle her out of the house without being seen.
We both do.
I get it, man. I do. But I'm swamped right now.
You do this for me, Denny? This one big favor. And we're square.
Luke drew an invisible square in the air and nodded. I fucking promise you, man. That $17K? History. Yeah? Yeah. Well, shit. What is it you want? Luke took a deep breath and gestured at Kitty again.
She needs to look dead. Bullet holes in her head and chest. A realistic amount of blood.
Denny shrugged. Sure, man. Whatevs.
No, not fucking whatevs. This needs to look like the real fucking deal.
Cool, man. Yeah, I can do that.
Good, Luke said. And I want you to dress me up like Colton Stone.
Colton Stone? Denny frowned. Who the fuck is Colton Stone?
He's the character I played in Out of Midnight, the cop.
Luke spread his hands in an affronted fashion. You know, with the blonde hair. That was Don Johnson played that guy. It was fucking me. Shit, really? Denny scratched the back of his head and glanced briefly around his studio. Okay, well, I think I've got a wig that'll work somewhere. I don't have the wardrobe, though. I've got the wardrobe, Luke said. I've got the sidearm. I've even got Colton Stone's ID. Then we're all set, Denny nodded. You want to do this now? Yeah, Luke said. Right fucking now. Jesus Christ, Xander said. His shocked expression was extremely satisfying. He didn't doubt the authenticity of the photographs, not for 1 second. Jesus, what happened?
She got shot is what happened.
I can see that, but... Color had risen from inside Xander's collar, spreading across his throat in pink blotches. I don't know what to say. There were 2 photographs. One was a full shot of Kitty slumped in some dim concrete corner, Denny's garage, dressed in the same dirty blue bra and sweatpants she'd been wearing when Luke found her in his backyard. Only one strap of the bra was still blue, though. The rest was dark with blood. More blood covered her body and pooled across the concrete around her. The entry wound in her chest was small but distinct. One grubby sneaker lay on the ground nearby.
The coroner pulled a .40 caliber slug out of her temporal lobe,
Luke said, pointing at the other photograph, a close-up of Kitty's face.
It was in the part of her brain that made her feel emotions. You know, like fear.
This second shot was the winner. The hole in the middle of Kitty's forehead looked deep enough to slot a pencil into. Dried blood caked the skin around it and painted her face in zigzag lines, but she was still identifiable. This, Luke told Denny, was all important. She had one eye open, staring at nothing. Denny had used an opaque contact lens to make it appear as if all the light behind had been snuffed out. The effect was so convincing that Kitty shuddered when she saw the close-up. Too real, she'd said, and Luke had to agree. The severed head bouncing down the stairs in It Came from the Dumpster was great, but this was Denny's best work. Christ, Xander said under his breath, and handed the photographs back to Luke.
She died instantly,
Luke said, studying the photos himself, shaking his head sadly.
So there's that.
Yeah. Xander cleared his throat and pulled his shoulders square. Luke could almost hear his brain ticking, perhaps thinking of ways to break this news to Johan. The foyer dimmed as a blanket of cloud drifted across the late afternoon sun. Luke turned his face to the tall windows, letting the gravity of the moment carry, then settle into a bleak silence. He sighed, glanced at the photographs once again, then slipped them back into the envelope. They'd worked perfectly. So far, this whole act had gone according to script. He just had to walk in Colton's boots a little longer, then split. Listen, Detective, Xander ran one hand over his skull, then, tug, pulled on his earlobe again. I want to help you, but
is that Yggdrasil?
Luke asked, pointing at the painting of the tree on the wall.
It is, right? It's that big-ass mythological tree, Yggdrasil. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah. Xander stiffened, wrinkling his nose like a bulldog.
Man, that is a beautiful painting.
Luke nodded appreciatively.
I would love something like that in my crib, but I don't have a large enough wall.
Xander smiled coldly. Johan bought it at auction for $300,000.
Well, shit. I guess I don't have a large enough wallet either, Luke said, and barked an ugly laugh. Maybe I should start my own YouTube channel, chasing down freaks and psychopaths.
Maybe, Xander said. His impatience was building, one tick at a time. He drummed tattooed fingers against his thigh. Luke returned to the script. Just a few lines left.
I worked Vice for 3 years. Made a lot of contacts on the street.
Luke exhibited Colton Stone's characteristic steely gaze.
Multiple sources have informed me that Kitty was involved with some real low-life assholes, running drugs for them. Meth, mainly.
I don't know anything about that. I also heard that Johan had a score to settle with Kitty, which is why he was looking for her. Luke stepped closer to Xander, holding the envelope up to indicate its contents. I heard he was real pissed off. That's news to me. Xander had a steely gaze of his own. Remind me again, Luke said, why you were at Kitty's apartment on Tuesday. Johan was looking for her. For a job, I think. You think? Yeah, I think. Xander flashed his teeth, then gestured at the envelope. Listen, I know what you're driving at, but Johan didn't have anything to do with this. How can you be so sure? Luke asked. He assumed the cowboy stance again, his head cocked. You said yourself that it's tough to keep tabs on him. Xander opened his mouth to respond, then thought better of it. His nostrils flared as he took a deep, centering breath. Luke held the stance another 10 seconds, then stepped backward. He consulted the script in his mind. Colton moves easily. He's confident but not cocky, strong but not implacable. A cool smile touches his lips, and he nods once. Morricone could score his every move. Coroner estimates the time of death to be around midnight last night, Luke said somberly. Any idea where Johan was at that time? Or what you were doing, for that matter? Okay, Xander nodded, held up both hands. The muscles in his face relaxed, and he breathed easier. I was with Johan. We were clubbing in Nueva Vida until 3 a.m. Slept in the limo all the way home. Nueva Vida. It's a town out in the desert, close to the Nevada state line. The club's called Stray Bullets. It's a refurbished saloon, like in the Old West. Some big bands play there. Foo Fighters, the Chili Peppers. It's dope. And if I were to take a drive out to Nueva Vida, Luke said, with no intention of driving anywhere but back to the rental company, then home, the staff at Stray Bullets would confirm this? No doubt, Xander replied. We were in the VIP area. Johan signed us in. There'll also be a credit card transaction to the tune of $3,000. And you can check with the limo company, too. Oh, I will, Luke said seriously. Sorry to roadblock your line of inquiry, Xander said smugly, but we're rock solid. Yeah, they were. A perfect alibi for a crime that never happened. But truly, the most rock-solid thing here was Luke's performance. He'd just removed Kitty from Johan's most wanted list. Maybe they could celebrate later with beer and nachos. He gave Xander a tight, capitulating smile, tipped one finger, and prepared to exit the shot. You'll be seeing me, he'd growl theatrically, or perhaps something more Colton-esque. If I need to come back, muchacho, it ain't gonna be pretty. He edged toward the door, deliberating between the two. When Xander decided to ad-lib. Hey, you could drive out to Nueva Vida if you want, but I can save you the trip. He tugged his cell phone from his back pocket and held it up. Picto Shark. Welcome to the information age, detective. Huh? Luke froze mid-step, trying to hold his cool pose. It's a photo-sharing app, like Instagram. Xander accessed the app, swiped and scrolled, then turned the screen toward Luke. These were taken last night. Look, there's a date and timestamp. Luke stepped forward, adding a hint of swagger to stay in character. The photo on Xander's phone, a selfie, showed Xander sitting at a table loaded with colorful drinks, with Johan in the background, one arm looped around a beautiful woman. The date and time beneath the shot supported their alibi. Yeah, Luke scratched his jaw and sneered, affecting doubt. That could have been taken anywhere. Check out the novelty powder keg behind us. Xander zoomed in. Says Stray Bullets right on it. It did. And here, look. He scrolled through a few more photos. Johan with some other long-haired dude, sticking out their tongues, a close shot of an elaborate cocktail, Another pretty woman, dressed in a cowboy hat and Stray Bullets t-shirt. "That's Tanika, our server. Notice the T?"
Already did.
"Here's the stage." A small raised area loaded with musical instruments and a Stray Bullets backdrop. "A band called Mean Heat played last night. They rocked it. And wait, one more." Xander zipped through several more photos, a blur of lights, bodies, and faces, and Luke was about to say that he'd seen enough when one of those faces leapt off the screen and almost knocked him onto his ass.
Whoa, shit. Wait a second. Back up. Back the fuck up.
He wanted to grab the phone out of Xander's meaty hands.
Go back. No, not that one. Keep going.
Xander flicked through the images until he reached the right one.
That's it. Stop.
Luke's heart plunged, and his lungs filled with a heavy, unbreathable air. Memories surfaced, incomplete but colorful. Slamming tequilas at Uncle Lizard's, wild, woody aromas mixed with Dolce & Gabbana perfume, the softness of Lisa's kiss. Luke clenched his jaw, trying to keep his cool. But the script he'd been following had burst into flames, and Colton Stone had left the set. Now it was just Luke, with all his fears and failings. "What's the big deal?" Xander asked. "Him," Luke said, and pointed. 3 people in the photo: Xander, Johan, and, standing between them, a tallish Latino with a narrow jaw and close-set eyes. "Him," Luke said again. It was the bat-faced man. Luke was late returning the Camaro. There'd be a $200 minimum charge, but he didn't care. Rental company policies were not a point of concern at that moment. He was parked on a residential street just off Sunset Boulevard, and had been for the past hour, lost in the depths of his phone. He'd signed up to PictoShark using a fake name, and had tried following Xander, but his account was private. It didn't matter. Luke found the photo he wanted using the Stray Bullets hashtag. He found other shots of the bat-faced man under the same hashtag, going back several years. He was obviously a regular. "There you are," Luke whispered. He'd dropped the relevant snaps in a favorites file and swiped quickly between them. "There you fucking are." Xander hadn't given him a name, despite the way he and Senor Batface were cozied up in the photo. He claimed not to know him, that he was just some guy who'd jumped in on the shot. "No surprise there," Xander had said. "A lot of people wanted their picture taken with Johan." "On your phone?" Luke had asked. "I don't know. We were drunk." Xander had shrugged. No big deal. "It just happened." Maybe he was lying. Luke didn't want to press too hard. He'd slipped out of character, and this unrelated matter might undo all his good work. But he had something now. Something to work with. He ran a hand through his hair. His real hair. The blonde wig was in the passenger seat. Then exited PictoShark and brought up Google Maps. Nueva Vida was 250 miles away. He could be there before dark. In time, perhaps, to watch the bat-faced man pull up a stool at Stray Bullets and order a shot of mezcal. Luke remembered the way Lisa had sidled up to him at Uncle Lizard's, the intimate way they'd spoken. There was something between them. No doubt about it. They knew each other, Luke whispered with certainty. He wiped sweat from his throat and breathed deeply. It occurred to him that he could offload this information on Terra Montesino, but would she follow up on it? She didn't like Luke. Fucking despised him, in fact. But was she big enough to look beyond that and chase down a genuine lead? Luke wasn't sure. Perhaps if he had more information, a name, an address. He looked at the map again. Nueva Vida, he said. It was Spanish for new life. 14. What Friends Do. Kitty had used Luke's phone to send a text to Connie, having to dig the number from the recesses of her brain. She couldn't remember Mama's number at all, warning her not to reply to any messages. "My phone was stolen. If you get a text, it is not from me. Do not respond. Tell Mama and everyone else. I will call you when I have a new cell, sending this via a friend." The idea that Johan might be exchanging texts with her family, pretending to be her, filled Kitty with a cold and miserable gloom. This, hopefully, would sever that line of communication. It had been Luke's idea. She would have thought of it herself, and probably a lot sooner, except her brain was only functioning at about 40% power. The drugs had something to do with that. The painkillers, the Xanax. Mainly it was the memories, the vivid flashbacks of that terrible night. Everything from Sly Boy's rain cloud expression to the sound of Johan's axe scraping across the cement floor. Kitty waited for Luke to return home, trying to distract herself by sleeping, listening to music, or watching Netflix on the dusty TV in the spare room. None of it worked, and she didn't like being in the house by herself. She took a long shower, and that helped a little, although the worst of the grime was on the inside. The easiest, and certainly most healing part of her afternoon was when she sat on the toilet and had a good, deep cry. Phase 1 of the plan was to make Johan believe she was dead, which would get him off her back and keep her family safe. It was a stroke of genius from Luke, and his commitment to realism was off the charts, but it wasn't a long-term solution. Not if she wanted to stay in Los Angeles, which she did, and certainly not if she planned on getting into TV and movie work. Phase 2 was to defame Johan, to use the internet against him. This was a more tenuous procedure, but Luke was confident he could make it work.
"Discrediting celebrities is all the rage," he'd said. "Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. The internet goes from being a golden, robust structure that supports and celebrates you to a cancel culture that'll burn your shit to the ground."
But any kind of smear campaign will be traced to its point of origin,
Kitty had said, unable to keep the concern from her voice.
Then it'll be you in Johan's crosshairs.
"No, it won't, because I'll be 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon removed from it."
Luke nodded assuredly, then drummed one finger against his temple.
"I know people. Shitty Hollywood sharks that circle constantly for a single drop of blood. They'll take this and fight over every scrap. The canary, the celebrities, the Viking imagery. It'll be a goddamn feeding frenzy, and I'll be the little fish swimming in the opposite direction."
Kitty covered her mouth, perhaps to hide the hopeful smile that had snuck onto her face. It didn't feel right to hope when so much was broken, but it was there, a nebulous cluster of energy, too small to truly shine, too real to be ignored.
"You really think this will work?"
she asked.
"Yeah, I do. But I need you to tell me everything you know. I want names, dates, and addresses, credible information."
Luke linked his hands across his chest and leaned forward.
"I'll start out slow. Just a little drop of blood here and there. But as soon as the sharks begin sniffing around, Johan's contacts and clients, all those do-good celebrities, will get the fuck out of the water. They won't want anything to do with him."
"He won't like that," Kitty said. "The hit to his pride, to his status. He'll begin to unravel."
"Yeah, and then I'll add the real meat."
Luke grinned and snapped his fingers.
"The big guy, Mr. UFC?
Reuben."
You said he turned on Sly Boy, right?"
"Yeah. He was working for Johan behind the scenes. Told him everything Sly Boy had been doing."
"Okay. So Reuben has proved himself to be about as loyal as a wet piece of toilet paper."
Luke sat back in his seat and shrugged.
"I'll find a way to credit at least some of the leaks to him, and Johan won't look any further."
Kitty scrunched her hands into fists and pressed them to her eyes. Everything felt larger than she could comfortably hold. She didn't know if Luke's plan, any of it, including faking her death, would work. but she wanted to hug him, if only for his willingness to bear the load.
Thank you,
she said, but the words were enveloped in a rush of emotion, and all she managed was a grateful sigh.
This might take a few months, Luke continued, but it'll hopefully culminate in Johan being sent down for a very long time. And he won't have the same level of protection, because his name will be shit in this town.
Yes,
Kitty said. Another sigh.
The best part, the key part, he won't suspect you in any of this, because he's going to think you're dead. So you can go home to Kentucky, be with your family. Then, when you see on the news that Johan has blown his brains out or gone to prison, you can return to L.A. and pick up where he left off.
Kitty shook her head. That little cluster of hope swelled inside her, but she was afraid to encourage it. The possibility of getting her acting career off the ground, of prospering in L.A., and making her family, her son, proud, seemed ridiculously far away. These were the aspirations of a different person, someone carefree, unbroken. Still, she had something now, a chance, albeit fragile, to turn this around. Tears streamed from her eyes. Luke handed her a Kleenex, but it wasn't enough. She got out of her seat, went to him, and hugged him as tightly as her aching body could manage.
Shh, hey, it's okay, he said. I'll get you through this. I promise.
Luke wondered how this man could be behind his wife's disappearance, her murder. The negativity and vitriol directed at him may or may not be justified. How could Kitty know for certain? She only had her own experience to go on, and where everyone else saw darkness, she saw light. It seemed the only thing she'd done right the entire time she'd been in L.A. was save Luke's life. Luke had said that the Camaro he'd rented was due back at 6 p.m., and that he'd be home by 6:30 at the latest. Kitty tried not to watch the clock, but this became increasingly difficult as the day wore on. 6:30 came and went. No sign of Luke. Kitty paced the backyard. She watched 10 minutes of The Umbrella Academy. She redressed the wound on her head. 7 o'clock. Still nothing. Her anxiety ramped up. Had it all gone terribly wrong? Had Johan recognized Luke, or Colton Stone for that matter, and driven him out to Jinx for a hands-on demonstration of the Blood Eagle ritual? She popped a Xanax, curled up on the bed in the spare room, and managed a light sleep despite her elevated anxiety. There were no nightmares, only sensations. Falling, flying, running. She woke, unrested, 8:42 p.m., according to the clock on the nightstand, and walked through to the kitchen. Johan sat at the breakfast bar, looking at her through Nordic rune eyes. Kitty shrieked and reached for one of the glasses on the kitchen counter, something she could throw, use as a weapon. Johan got up off the stool and stepped toward her.
Kitty,
he said, his hands raised defensively.
Kitty!
She was about to pitch the glass when she realized that it wasn't Johan's voice.
Hey, Kitty.
It's cool. It's me. Luke lowered one of his hands and pressed it against his chest. It's me. Luke. The strength went out of Kitty's legs, and she slumped to the floor, crying and trembling. Luke went to her, moving slowly.
It's okay, he said. I'm here. It's all good.
She caught her breath, and after a long moment said,
Jesus, Luke. You scared the shit out of me.
I know. I'm sorry.
Luke inched closer.
You were sleeping. I didn't want to wake you.
Jesus Christ.
He reached out and carefully removed the glass from her hand.
I was going to throw that at you,
Kitty said.
Yeah, Luke said. I'm glad I didn't leave you the gun.
You said 6:30 at the latest. I was worried.
Right, yeah.
Luke rubbed his eyes.
I lost track of the time.
They were in the living room. Luke had assured her it was safe, but she made him pull the blinds anyway. She sat on the sofa, sipping a valerian tea, good for the nerves, apparently, looking at Luke over the rim of her mug. He was in the armchair, hunched forward, swigging from a bottle of Bud.
Did it work? Kitty asked.
Better than I could have hoped, Luke said, and told her how it went down. Everything from how good it felt to be back in character to the nervous way Xander kept plucking at his earlobe. She had never seen Xander nervous. He'd always been rock-like, mostly expressionless. That Luke had gotten him agitated spoke to how convincing his performance, not to mention those awful photographs, had been.
You're in the clear, Luke said. Now you just have to get out of town. Keep a low profile.
I can do that.
Maybe give it a few weeks before heading to Kentucky.
In case Johan has someone sniffing around?
Right, but I don't think he will. He'll call off the dogs, and pretty soon he's going to have bigger problems to deal with.
Phase 2,
Kitty said. She did feel calmer. Maybe it was the tea, or maybe it was the fact that this plan, so far, was working.
Yeah,
Luke said. Some people deserve to be ruined. She showed her gratitude with an earnest smile, and they sat without talking for several minutes, a silence disrupted only by the hum of the refrigerator and the air conditioner whirring to life. Kitty finished her tea, set her mug down on the coffee table, and looked at Luke. His eyes were glazed and distant. Tiredness, perhaps, or something else.
What is it?
She asked. Huh?
Your body language. You're distracted. There's something you're not telling me.
Oh, right, yeah.
He pressed a finger to the middle of his forehead, then shrugged.
It's a different thing. Don't worry.
Different?
Kitty leaned forward, encouraging him to open up.
Good or bad?
Maybe good. I don't know.
So many emotions crossed his face that Kitty couldn't keep up with them all.
Fuck. I don't know.
I'm listening, she said. I could do with something maybe good.
He made a sound that was almost a laugh, mostly a sigh, then finished his beer and looked at her through bloodshot eyes.
I may have inadvertently stumbled upon a person of interest, someone who might provide information about my wife's disappearance.
Holy shit!
For 1 second, all of Kitty's hurts and woes disappeared, eclipsed by the hope she felt for Luke. It was bright enough to lift her in her seat and touch her eyes with delight.
It might come to nothing, he said, or it could be everything.
Tell me, Kitty urged. Shit, Luke, tell me all about it.
The gratitude was in his eyes now. He got up from his seat, grabbed Kitty's empty mug from the table, and walked through to the kitchen.
You want another tea?
I'll take a beer, she said.
How many Xanax have you had?
Not enough.
Luke laughed, his face illuminated by the light inside the refrigerator. He reached past the yogurt and the orange juice, he'd been shopping, and came back with 2 bottles of Budweiser. He popped the top on one and handed it to her.
Okay,
Kitty said, and took a drink. The beer was bitter and not exactly enjoyable, but it didn't matter. She drank again.
Okay,
Luke echoed, and started talking. He told her about the night that Lisa disappeared, leaving nothing out. Kitty knew some of it, what she'd seen on the news and read online, but this was the first time she'd heard his side of things. She sensed the weight of his grief, and counted his pains like crows on the roof of some rusty old truck. It was a wonder he hadn't completely broken down. By the time he'd finished his story, there were 4 empty beer bottles on the table, and the clock on the DVR read midnight.
So what do you think?
He asked.
I think you might be onto something, Kitty replied. I don't know where it will lead, but you need to find this guy. Find out who he is.
Yeah,
Luke nodded.
All those photos of him at Stray Bullets. He has to be a regular. He probably lives in Nueva Vida.
I think so too.
Luke scratched his jaw, where the dark of his beard had started to grow back in.
I keep thinking that I should involve the police. This is their job, after all. But they've branded me guilty, like the rest of the world. I don't know how diligently they'll follow up.
I get it, Kitty said. You don't want to take any chances.
It's too big,
Luke said. His eyes flooded with emotion and his shoulders trembled.
I've lost everything, Kitty. My wife, my friends, my career, my reputation. Everything I know and love. Gone. And if there's a chance I can get even some of it back, you'd better believe I'm going to take it.
Damn right, Kitty said.
I'm going to Nueva Vida, and I'm going to find that bat-faced son of a bitch.
He dragged his hands through his hair, lifting it into wild tufts.
I'm leaving first thing in the morning.
Sounds good,
Kitty said.
Listen, I don't know how long I'll be gone, but you can chill here if you want. There's plenty of food in the fridge, and you can—
To hell with that, Kitty said. I'm coming with you.
He looked at her questioningly.
After what I've been through, I am not staying in this house by myself, jumping at every shadow.
She wagged her finger.
No way, son. Not happening.
I hear you, Luke said, but this is my shit to deal with. Why would you want to get involved?
The same reason you got involved with my shit?
Kitty patted her chest and blinked.
You said you lost all your friends, but you didn't. You have me. And this is what friends do.
Luke smiled in a way that was both heartbreaking and uplifting, although he also looked like he was about to cry.
No arguments, Kitty said. I'm coming with you.
Good, Luke said, and covered his eyes.
Kitty caught maybe an hour's sleep in total.
She got out of bed a little after 5 a.m. and sat in the kitchen drinking coffee. Luke joined her a short time later, having not slept either. They barely spoke, but that was fine. They didn't need to. By 6:45, they were on their way to Nueva Vida. The westbound 210 was already getting busy with commuter traffic, but it was open road in their direction. Nothing between them and the new day. 15. The Hungry Wolf. The ability to concoct on-the-spot, believable bullshit was one of Xander Cray's few talents. He had told the detective investigating Kitty's murder that Johan wasn't home because he was filming for his YouTube channel. Not true, of course. Johan had, in fact, spent the day personally distributing $200,000 worth of free canary samples, reassuring his wealthy customers that his product was back to its former quality. Damage control was expensive and exhausting, but it needed to be done. He'd been in Barrett Lorne's trailer on the set of Crisis Alert the first time Xander called. "My rule, you fuck me over, we're done," Barrett had said, not taking his eyes off the baggie of yellow powder that Johan had just handed him. "I don't believe in second chances." Johan had glanced at his phone, seen Xander's name on the screen, and swiped to reject the call. "We have that in common," Johan replied, easing back into his seat and crossing his legs coolly. "I can assure you that the issue has been addressed and it won't happen again. Still, if you don't want to do business anymore, I completely understand." Barrett took a thumbnail of canary and vacuumed it up his left nostril. Within seconds, he was purring like a big, rich cat. "We're good," he said. Xander called again 40 minutes later, and this time Johan answered. For him to call twice in the space of 1 hour, knowing the delicate nature of Johan's work, it had to be important. "Kitty's dead," he said. Johan was on his way to West Hollywood to meet with and win back the trust of a certain Academy Award-winning actor and director. He hit the brakes and pulled his car over, a Tesla Model S he'd appropriated from his father's multi-car garage. The Mustang was too beaten up to make the right impression. "She's dead?" Questions bottlenecked in Johan's mind none of which he wanted to ask over a cellular network. But one found its way through.
How do you know?
Cop came to the house looking for you, Xander replied. He wanted to know where you were last night.
What did you tell him?
That we were partying in Nueva Vida, and we could prove it, too.
Okay, good.
He was a real hard-ass, Xander continued. Showed me the photos.
Photos?
Of Kitty's dead body. You should have seen her, man. All shot up. Xander clicked his tongue and exhaled. What a fucking mess.
We'll talk about this later,
Johan said. He shook his head, snapping back to the task at hand.
I've still got work to do.
5 meetings in 3 hours, then a party at Bordner's. Johan put the work in. He shone, got the job done, but Kitty was on his mind throughout. Dead Kitty, all shot up. It was almost 2 a.m. by the time he got home. He went straight to bed but couldn't sleep. Something nudged the underside of his brain, the mental equivalent of sitting on his car keys. Cop came to the house looking for you. A cop? Singular? Didn't homicide detectives usually work in pairs? A real hard-ass. Johan tossed and turned, trying to find a comfortable spot, but that pressure on his brain remained. He finally climbed out of bed, poured himself a glass of water, then accessed the home security app on his computer. Within moments, he had zipped through footage from the previous afternoon and paused the tape on a shot of the homicide detective holding his ID up to the cam at the main gate. One cop, no partner. Johan frowned. Unusual, but not impossible. Maybe the department was short-handed, and the cop only came by to ask a few questions, not make an arrest. It was an HD feed, no sound, but a clear picture. Johan looked at the detective. Blonde hair, chiseled jawline. He looked familiar. Maybe they'd crossed paths at some other time. Johan zoomed in on the ID. The shield and photo were unobstructed, but the cop's index finger partially blocked out his name. Stone. Something Stone. Anton? Barton? Johan studied the freeze frame a moment longer, then shut off his computer and returned to bed. The cop's face accompanied him like some odd balloon, bopping insistently against the inside of his skull. Sleep came, finally. Sweet while it lasted, which was all of 4 hours. At 7:42 a.m., Johan snapped awake and sat upright in his bed. Jesus Christ, he hissed, throwing the sheets off his body. He flew from his bedroom down the hallway to the TV room. He had a cabinet packed with old DVDs, mainly westerns, pulp horror, and low-budget action flicks. Johan rarely watched them, but he had a vested interest in might-have-been celebrities. He ran his finger along the DVD spines until he found the movie he was looking for. Johan ate breakfast, then called Xander and told him to get his ass over ASAP. Xander showed an hour later, muttering about the traffic while brushing donut sugar off the front of his t-shirt. Johan growled from deep in his chest, then curled his finger in a come-with-me gesture. They passed through the foyer, into the hallway, then down to the TV room. A paused shot of Colton Stone, standing like a cowboy, one thumb hooked into the back of his jeans, adorned the 82-inch screen. Johan had placed his MacBook on the snack table in front of the TV, its much smaller display frozen on another shot of Detective Stone, this time showing his ID at the front gate. Xander looked from one screen to the other, his eyes darkening with confusion.
Take all the time you need,
Johan said. Xander frowned, shook his head. He also had donut sugar around his mouth. "What the fuck?" he said. Johan picked up the DVD remote and fast-forwarded through a few scenes, pausing again on an action shot of Colton popping some crackhead in the jaw. His hair was slightly different, longer and blonder than it was in the security cam footage, but it was the same person. No doubt about it. It took a few seconds, but Xander finally got there. "That fucking cocksucker," he said.
You were duped, Zan.
A grin brightened Johan's face, although it wasn't entirely good-humored. There was a hint of murderous rage in it, too. Just at the edges, perhaps, or in the flash of his teeth.
Duped by a 2-bit fucking actor, which means Kitty isn't dead at all. She's alive and well and still a threat.
Motherfucker.
His name is Luke Kingsley. He's made a handful of shitty movies, even a couple of decent ones. This is not one of them.
Johan gestured at the TV screen.
He's most famous for killing his wife.
Xander shook his head. His eyes were extremely large. There wasn't much in the way of intelligent life behind them. Johan took out his phone, hit the Google app, and typed Luke Kingsley into the search field. It brought up a series of images, including the notorious photograph of him with blood all over his shirt. He showed this to Xander, then showed him another shot of Luke on the set of A Bullet Affair, and finally, from a couple of months before, him and Kitty at a funeral in Inglewood. This had caused a minor flurry online because Kitty was young and black, and not dissimilar in appearance to the wife Luke had killed. Johan recalled asking Kitty about it at the time, and she'd waved it off. "I was doing the guy a solid," she'd said. Now Johan sneered. The sight of them together, best fucking friends forever, raised his core temperature by several degrees. "Jesus Christ," Xander said, looking at Johan's phone. Not touching, though. Not with those sugary paws. "I'm sorry, Johan. I guess I fucked up. But damn, the guy was convincing."
In the same way Chris Hemsworth is a convincing Thor?
No, he seemed real, like a cop. Xander's eyebrows flared, and he pointed at the security cam shot on the MacBook. He had an ID, for Christ's sake.
He had a movie prop.
And photos. Jesus, those photos.
Staged, Johan said.
Fuck. Xander gritted his teeth. I mean, that was a ballsy fucking move. He didn't know for sure we wouldn't recognize him.
It was a desperate move, a scared move. It also shows that they knew involving the real police wasn't their best option.
Johan looked at the photo of Kitty and Luke again, then dropped his phone back into his pocket.
That's good for us, of course, and smart on their part. Although it's safe to assume Kitty will have told the actor everything she knows. That makes me very anxious.
We'll take care of him, Xander said. He can't be hard to find.
If we get to him, we'll get to Kitty.
Leave it to me. Johan hit play on the remote, and the movie resumed. A fight scene, followed by a car chase, in which Colton and his partner, a black guy, drove their Corvette onto the deck of a drug dealer's luxury yacht.
This is a fucking Miami Vice ripoff, Johan said, flaring his lip with disdain. Only set in L.A.
Cocksucker, Xander reiterated, watching as Colton slipped out through the driver's side window and bustled, pistol drawn, through a cluster of swimwear-clad extras. He even looks like Don Johnson.
I'm going to kill him.
Johan kept Out of Midnight playing and exited the room without another word. He had demonstrated commendable calmness, defying how he truly felt. He needed a moment to cool down and clear his head. Only then could he think his way through this. He went to his bedroom, peeled off his tee and basketball shorts, and spent some time with his body, not touching, just looking. following the lines, dips, and ridges in a journey-like, meditative way. The contrast between his pale Scandinavian skin and black tattoos was remarkable. He was stark and storied, light and dark, modern and medieval. "You can trust me," Kitty had said, lying to his face. Was she laughing at him now? Believing him stupid? She and that actor? That piece of shit actor? A fiery coal of rage climbed Johan's chest, and he studied the tattoos on his upper arms until it shrank to a dimly glowing ember. Better. He then followed the intricate artwork down his left forearm to his most recent tattoo, the inscription in younger Futhark on the back of his hand. He breathed easier. The hungry wolf will always hunt. His ancestors were with him. They communicated through his DNA, his blood. Johan often thought that if he were to cut himself, he would smell them, their thick, coarse bodies. His dreams were often loud and brutal. It started when he was a boy. The voices were foreign, but he interpreted them nonetheless. They told him that he was special and that he would do great things. Johan announced this to his parents one night at dinner, expecting them to be proud that he'd been chosen. Instead, his father sent him to therapy. His mother's solution was to not care, to let him eat and do whatever he wanted. He weighed 180 pounds by the time he was 12. A fat, pink-faced boy with long blonde hair and mole-rat teeth. He played video games and scoffed empty calories and uploaded tutorials to YouTube, how to beat this boss, how to get past this level, how to unlock this cheat. His channel was a hit. He used his father's money to amp the production value. A kid in Palebone, Nevada, older than Johan, a Venezuelan immigrant living in his uncle's basement, produced music, graphics, and sound effects for a modest fee. Johan had met him playing Call of Duty online, and it turned out the kid was a genius. "I can make anything," he'd said to Johan. And it was true. If he'd stayed in South America, he might have earned a scholarship to a prestigious college, and maybe gone on to become an astrophysicist or chemical engineer. As it was, he fixed appliances for his Uncle Omar and developed computer viruses for fun. His name was Ramon Sojo Aparicio. He and Johan would go on to form a long and profitable relationship. Johan and his family lived in a huge house in the Palisades, although his father was rarely present. Axel Fly's customers included Microsoft, Apple, and IBM. He spent most of his time flying between his offices in Los Angeles and Santa Clara. Johan's mother, Leslie, was ineffectual. She painted her nails and did Zumba and threw money at him. Buy this, buy that, get out of my sight. Johan knew she was repulsed by him. Johan was 15 the first time he tried amphetamines. He'd been poolside, sunning his broad belly, when Francisco, the groundskeeper's son, approached with his idiot amigo. "Bola de manteca," Francisco said. He was 19 years old, pigeon-chested, thin wrists, but large hands. His friend, cut from the same cloth, laughed. Johan squinted in the sunlight.
What does that mean?
"Means you are a fat little fuck," Francisco grinned, his mouth full of gaps. "Like a ball of butter. Like a piggy. Wee-wee!"
Get the fuck out of here,
Johan snapped. Color climbed into his face. His belly blushed.
I'll get your ass fired. I'll get you fucking deported, you fucking cholo piece of shit.
"Hey, calm down, little piggy. Calm the fuck down."
Don't call me piggy.
"Okay, I calm. I want to help, see? I help you." Francisco grabbed his own flat stomach and shook. "You want to lose this big fucking belly? You want to lose? Huh?" Johan wiped his sweaty face and shrugged. This. Francisco removed a folded square of paper from his jeans pocket. He opened it up, showed Johan the white powder inside. You know this, huh? Know this? Anfeta. Speed. You know this? Johan shook his head. You take this, you run and run. Francisco made a circling gesture with his finger, winding it faster and faster. $20, see? I give. You run like a fucker. Speedy Gonzalez, the friend offered. See. Johan gave him the money, if only to get rid of him. Francisco showed him how to take the drug. He licked his finger, mimed dipping it into the powder and rubbing it around his gums. Johan did exactly that. It tasted bad, like the shock solution he sprinkled into the hot tub to keep the water clean. Maybe it was that. Then again, maybe not. 25 minutes later, Johan was running laps around his large back garden, his fat jouncing from stem to stern, his blonde hair rippling behind him. This sight was obviously amusing to Francisco and his friend. They sat on their asses, laughing and pointing. Ándale, Speedy! Ándale! Humiliated, angry, but still buzzing, Johan exited his property and ran to the end of his street, then down to the bluff overlooking the ocean. He found a dead dog in a patch of sagebrush hidden from the road. It had broken legs, teeth smashed in, a missing eye. Johan wrapped it in a garbage bag, lifted it onto his shoulder, and trudged back to his house. He stuffed the decomposing animal beneath the passenger seat of Francisco's pickup truck, where he wouldn't find it until it really started to stink. Johan didn't tell his therapist about this. In fact, he hadn't told his therapist anything real since he was a little kid. He had soon learned to lie about the dreams and the voices in his blood, because that was easier. The semi-monthly sessions were futile. It was like drawing circles on a page. They looked like something, but they went nowhere. Neither his father nor mother objected, or perhaps even noticed, when he stopped going. Besides, Johan had shown progress in other areas. His YouTube channel had given him a degree of celebrity. He was more outgoing, had started to socialize. At age 17, he was 5 inches taller and 30 pounds lighter than he was at 15. And not all of that was down to the Adderall he occasionally swiped from his mom's overflowing medicine cabinet. In lieu of therapy, Johan had started to study his ancestry more deeply. He'd spend hours reading about the great Viking warriors, and was particularly drawn to Gottfrid the Bird, known as Godefrid who flies in some sagas, who would leap several feet into the air and descend on his enemies from above. There being a connection between the anglicized surname Fly and the Old Norse for who flies was entirely possible. And Johan wasn't the only Fly to think so. A long genealogy document written by his great-grandfather suggested a link to the Danish warrior, and that was good enough for Johan. The more he studied, the more he liked the idea of staking his claim and taking no shit. It sang to him like a bird. Johan got a Corvette for his 18th birthday. He drove 4 hours to Palebone and met with Ramon. Then they headed out to the Mojave Desert and shot at anything that moved. Hawks and gopher snakes mostly, with a Ruger that Ramon had reconditioned using an old oil filter to suppress the reports. They didn't hit anything, but it was a grand old time nonetheless. "Check this out," Ramon said once they'd run out of ammo. They were sitting on a rock, drinking a couple of cheap, warm beers that Ramon had brought along. He set his bottle down and pulled a cloudy white shard from his pocket, the size of a bear's tooth. "Meth?" Johan asked. "Yeah. Crystal." Ramon's English was excellent, like everything else he turned his hand to. He was 22, tall, with distinctive features. Living in his uncle's basement for the past 10 years, the one thing he lacked was street smarts.
"Where'd you get this?"
Johan held the shard up to the sunlight, as if he could determine its purity that way. I made it, Ramon replied, smiling. I can make more. You know anyone in Los Angeles who'll buy it? Living in the Palisades, playing video games all day, Johan didn't have much in the way of street smarts himself, but he knew someone who did.
Maybe, he said.
10 days later, he and Francisco were in a stinking, squalid house in the frenzied heart of South Los Angeles, negotiating with 3 Mexican drug dealers, Chico, Benito, and Miguel. They were elaborately tattooed, strapped with weapons, wearing dickies with white socks pulled up to their knees. Johan, with his blonde hair tied back and his belly poking out from under his Super Mario Brothers t-shirt, looked embarrassingly like what he was, a pale jellyfish swimming with the sharks. Business was conducted in Spanish, with Francisco translating. Johan, trying not to shake too much, handed over a quarter of glass. Una muestra, Francisco explained, a sample. Chico smoked it up. He nodded. The deal. $9,000 for a pound, $16,000 for a kilo. Johan was out of his depth, but he wasn't going to let these fucking cholos walk all over him. He didn't think they'd kill him. He had a line on what they wanted. He was the hand that feeds.
No,
he said to Francisco, knowing he had to stake his claim, take no shit. It's what Godfried the Bird would do.
This is good ice and they know it. Tell them 15 and 27. I'll consider a deeper discount if they buy in larger quantities.
Francisco told them. They laughed. There was a rapid-fire exchange in Spanish. More laughter. Francisco's grin was wide and ugly. He said, they want to know where you get this. You suck a big dick? Huh? A dick? Johan was green, but not stupid. He'd done his homework. With a little footwork, selling in small quantities with the kind of profit margin good meth can fetch, they could turn $15K into $35 easily. Probably more.
Tell them it doesn't matter where I got it, Johan said. Only thing they need to know is that I can make them a lot of money.
The negotiation continued. Johan spoke only to Francisco, shouldering the jibes and laughter. He was asked twice who his manufacturer was. At one point, Miguel threw a lit cigarette at him, but that was as hostile as it got. The Mexican thugs were enjoying themselves, playing with the rich güero. Johan had what they wanted, though. It didn't feel like it, but he was in control. They eventually agreed on a price. Benito, who'd done most of the talking, spat into his palm and held it out. Johan shook his head and made a fist. They bumped. Welcome to the USA. 5 months later, Francisco got arrested for drug possession and was deported back to Mexico. Johan started to make the drops alone. He knew the deal. 2 kilos of crystal flat-packed into 3 pizza boxes, $48,000 in 20s slotted into the insulated pizza bag. Easy money. See you in 2 weeks. Johan gave Ramon 30% and kept the rest. He stashed most of it, but spent some on video games, computer systems, new tech, clothes, a neon kit for the vet, bling, hookers, a big-ass TV, shit he didn't even need. Nobody asked where he got the money, because he'd always had it. It was perfect, but nothing perfect can last forever. On Johan's 4th solo drop, he handed over the 3 pizza boxes, just like always, but the Mexicans didn't hand anything back. Miguel was slouched across a dirty sofa with a .45 in his lap. Chico smoked weed, leaning against the wall. Benito just looked at him, his lips turned down beneath his pencil mustache.
Problem?
Johan asked. No more with you, Benito mumbled, and gestured toward the door. We finished. You go. Johan frowned, spread his hands. What the fuck? Go, Benito insisted.
You owe me money.
Johan nodded at the boxes he'd placed among the detritus on the coffee table. Benito smiled. Miguel laughed. A girl, no older than 18, clearly high on the product, stumbled into the room, wearing only a pair of discolored underwear. She fell bonelessly across the sofa, nuzzling into Miguel, her head bumping against the .45 in his lap. Chico blew smoke and slurred something in Spanish. Johan took all this in, understanding what was happening, but not grasping why. He shook his head again. Had he insulted them in some way, or done something else wrong? Was the last batch inferior or light? Had he inadvertently cheated them?
There's obviously been a misunderstanding, he said.
Benito pulled his own semi-automatic and pointed it at Johan. Go. One word, spoken coolly. Johan raised his hands, took a big step back. He would have turned and run, but the voices in his blood had woken. Anger kept him rooted.
I have the contact.
He drummed his forefinger against his chest.
You can't get that ice without me.
Your man, Ramon in Nevada. Benito dropped a knowing wink. He is our man now. A light of understanding flared in Johan's mind. They'd followed him. They'd followed his bright fucking yellow Corvette with its stupid fucking neon underglow to pale bone. They'd persuaded Ramon to work with them directly. Cut out the middleman. More stacks for everyone. You fucked me, Johan whispered. He'd been fucked before. Those big-ass mamas down on South Figueroa Street really knew what they were doing, but this was an entirely different experience, and it didn't feel good at all.
We had a deal.
This deal, Benito said, using the semi-automatic to gesture again at the door. Only reason you're not already dead. Johan left in a rage, tears flooding his eyes. The voices in his blood rose to a warlike cacophony that didn't fade for weeks. There was no respite. He was on a crashing, swaying longship, caught in a storm. He knew what he had to do, and his warrior DNA assured him he could do it. Lewis Cameron was a blacksmith out of Topanga Canyon who specialized in making medieval weaponry for movies. He'd worked on The Horns of Hatton and 26 Cannons, and was known for his authenticity and attention to detail. Johan visited his workshop in the mountains. It had an anvil and forge, much to Johan's pleasure, and handed him an illustration that he'd removed from one of his grandfather's old reference books.
Can you make it?
Sagas described Gottfried the Bird's weapon as a hawk's talon, and also a crushing beak. It was, in fact, a bearded axe called croker, meaning hook. It was wielded to devastating effect by Gottfried, then handed down to Hror Godfridsson, then Bjorn Threebeards, both fearsome warriors. There were varied depictions of the weapon online and in history books, but all agreed that the handle was long and intricately carved, and that the bearded head was heavy enough that only the strongest of men could swing it one-handed. Croker, the blacksmith said. You know it? It hurt Johan's face to smile, but sometimes he pushed himself.
I made one for a pilot called the Flying Viking, Lewis shrugged. It was never picked up.
Can you make another? Exactly like this, with the carving in the handle, the hawk's head?
Johan pointed at the illustration and forced another smile.
It's a birthday present for my father. He's from a long line of Danes who believe they are descendants of Gottfried the Bird.
That handle is hand-carved, Lewis said, scratching his jaw with blackened fingers. A lot of work. I'll have to contract it out. Won't be cheap.
Not a problem, Johan said.
It was not a quick job. 16 weeks. But this gave Johan time to prepare. He put down the game controller and went to the gym, took roids and crank, and got jacked in a minute. He got his teeth fixed, clean and straight. Vicky, a tattooist on the Strip, became his best friend. She inked his transformed body with Norse runes and symbols. He shaved the sides of his head and grew his beard long, and completed his remodeling by tying it in the middle with a strip of leather. His mother noticed.
Johan, Jesus Christ, you look like a dirty fucking biker.
His father.
You are showing your Danish roots. That is good. Now show your strength and get a real fucking job.
Croker arrived, more beautiful than Johan could have imagined. Its handle was 3 feet long, elaborately engraved. The head was thick and heavy, and blunt, of course. It was an ornament, not a weapon. But Johan took care of that. Hours at a whetstone, sharpening over and over until the swooping blade could cut a butterfly down the middle. He practiced with it. He drove out to the Santa Susana Mountains and whacked at live oak and black walnut trees, felling one after the other, creating drifts of firewood. His goal was to slice through a trunk with one swing. He never managed this, although he came close, but he could wield the axe one-handed. He could jump with it and bring fury from above. It would be a quick, brutal attack. The Mexicans would not see him coming. These were not brilliant people with complicated lives. They were drug dealers. Johan knew their routine. When they weren't slinging rock or cruising Crenshaw in Benito's lowrider, they were fucking teenage tweakers or smoking up, usually both at the same time. Johan just needed the 3 of them alone. It was the early hours of a Friday morning. Benito, Chico, and Miguel returned from wherever, probably their corners in Huntington Park, or from outside Alejandro's stop on Pacific Boulevard where they were known to hang out. Johan was parked at the end of the block in an old Buick he'd bought for $700. He heard them coming before he saw them. Chicano rock pounded from the speakers of Benito's custom ride. Not ideal. It might wake the neighbors. But then again, this was the kind of place that slept through gunshots. They were alone. No chicas looking to party. That was good. Johan watched as they sauntered one after the other through the front door. He waited 7 minutes for any disturbed neighbors to return to bed, but also for the 3 of them to get comfortable, lower their guard, maybe unstrap their weapons and blaze up. Johan grabbed Croker from the back seat. He wore a long jacket and a baseball cap with his hair tucked up inside, a meager disguise, but better than nothing. He got out of the Buick, hid the axe inside his jacket, and crossed the street to the drug dealer's run-down crib. At the front door, concealed in the shadows of the porch, he took off the baseball cap and jacket. He was shirtless beneath, his new tattoos stark and striking, his new muscles pumped with adrenaline. The front door opened with one swing of the axe. It may have been bolted and chained. Johan had no idea. He heard the sound of splintering wood, and then he was in. Everything after that happened in a shocking blur. He stormed into a cramped living space. Shit everywhere. The stink of cat piss. Stains across the walls. These cholo bad boys clearly hadn't used any of their drug money on home decor. There was a woman on the sofa, very young, maybe 20. Johan dimly registered that these 3 fucks were supposed to be alone. There'd been no chicas in the lowrider, but this girl must have been here all night. She screamed, jumped to her feet. Johan swung the axe and cut her in half. Benito and Miguel were standing up from the trash-cluttered coffee table, rigid with alarm. Johan had envisioned this night countless times and had always imagined killing Benito last. Real life played out differently. Johan hoisted the axe and brought it down in a flashing arc. He cut off Benito's right arm at the shoulder. Benito fell to his knees, screaming, "Oh, mommy! Oh, mommy!" over and over while Johan reset the axe. He split Benito's skull down the middle, and everything that was inside his head came out in a glistening splash. Miguel unlocked. He broke for the window, not to escape, but to grab the .45 on the sill. He turned with it, aiming. Johan was one step ahead. Croker hummed, coming down in a diagonal slash. Miguel dropped with his chest and stomach open. The .45 fell from his hand. He turned his whirling brown eyes up to Johan.
Remember me?
See. Johan was surprised, given his transformation. He was 10 feet taller than the pale, tubby güero who'd stood trembling in this room. He was painted with blood and tattoos. A god, not a boy. From Valhalla, not the Palisades. He removed Miguel's head in a single stroke. 2 down. He found Chico in one of the bedrooms, passed out in a stink of weed and tequila. An older woman slept beside him. Johan didn't hesitate. He brought Croker down between Chico's shoulder blades. The mattress springs bowed beneath him. He flipped and jerked, his nerves in chaos. Johan hit him again and again, chopping into his chest. Chico's blood found the walls, even the ceiling. The woman continued to sleep. She had likely been passed out for hours, maybe days. Johan never considered letting her live. He swung Croker twice more, and she woke briefly, but didn't have a chance to scream. Everything inside Johan was on fire. His Viking ancestors roared and banged on his bones. He walked from the bedroom to the living room, his axe at his side, surveying the carnage. It had taken just a minute, maybe 2. Johan left via the front door. He put on his long jacket and baseball cap and walked swiftly to the Buick. He wasn't worried about the police. The South Bureau's Criminal Gang and Homicide Division would be looking at the Armenians, the Salvadorans, maybe a rival Mexican gang. They would never suspect a rich white kid from the Palisades. He got home just before 3 a.m. and showered the blood from his hair and body. It took an hour. He couldn't sleep, so played video games and posted a video to YouTube. The news broke the following afternoon. 5 undocumented Mexicans butchered in Watts, South Los Angeles. Police suspected gang warfare. There were images of body bags being carted from a small house on Los Cielos Avenue. By this time, Johan had already called Ramon to tell him that they were back in business. His body wasn't perfect. His calves could be bigger, his cephalic veins more pronounced, and his stomach flatter. But journeying it invariably brought a cooler frame of mind. Johan took photos of his chest and jaw, added a filter to accentuate the lines, and shared them across his social platforms. The likes came in, first by the 10s, then by the 100s. He masturbated as he watched the number next to the little heart symbol grow. Johan thought Xander might have sloped off home with his tail between his legs, but he was still there. He'd moved from the TV room to the garage, trying to make amends by working on the Mustang. It was coming together. There were still dents and scratches, but over the last couple of days, Xander had replaced the exhaust, headlights, and windshield, and had done something beneath the hood to make the engine snarl louder. He looked up as Johan entered the garage. His teeth flashed in a hungry, excited sort of way, almost cat-like. "Got the son of a bitch," he said, wiping his hands on a rag, then grabbing his phone from the top compartment in his toolbox. Xander looked at home in the garage, with wrenches scattered around his boots and oil on his face. He was a mechanic when Johan recruited him, chopping stolen vehicles for Red Line Ricky in central Alameda. Ricky had called Xander her animal because he used to deadlift engine blocks and hammer out dented panels with his skull. "I keep him chained up at night," she'd said. Xander had once won $1,000 in a bet after drinking a quart of 5W30 straight from the bottle. Johan had surmised that someone so simple-minded would be dog-loyal, and he was right. He swiped through his phone, still with his teeth showing, and turned it toward Johan. The red TMZ logo filled the top of the screen, and beneath this, a paparazzi shot of Luke Kingsley climbing behind the wheel of a boxy blue car. The caption beneath read, "Oh, Luke, from a Tesla to a Dodge."
This isn't the car from the security footage,
Johan said.
No, he came here in a Camaro. A 78, I think. Custom paint and a Z28 scoop. Right. And how many cops have you ever seen driving a car like that? Outside of a fucking movie, I mean.
Okay, Jesus, okay. Xander plucked at his earlobe. Anyway, that car? The Dodge Caliber. Puke blue. Marine blue, they called it, or something like that. It's not that common a color, right? I knew I kept seeing one around. And then I remembered where. Xander swiped his phone again and brought up another app, Google Maps. He tapped on the screen and zoomed in on Kitty's street. There was Kitty's apartment building, a slightly fish-eyed view of it at least. Xander whipped the camera around, and there was the Dodge, parked in the driveway of the house opposite. "They're neighbors," Xander said. Tiny beads of spittle had gathered in the corners of his mouth. "We were waiting in her apartment, and she was across the fucking street the whole time."
"And she's probably there right now,"
Johan said. "Yeah, unless that prick actor has put her on a bus back to Kentucky," Xander suggested. "She can't stay in L.A., right? Not if she's supposed to be dead."
"Only one way to find out,"
Johan said. He imagined Kitty and Luke with their rib cages open and their lungs flopped over their shoulders.
"Is the Mustang ready to roll?"
"The engine's smooth, but the body's still rough."
"It's fine. It looks like it's been in a fight."
Johan touched the tattoo on the back of his left hand.
"Pull it out front. I'm going to get Croker."
"We're doing this now?"
"Right now."
"I'm down with that. We'll do them like you did Sly Boy." Johan said,
"It won't be that quick."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.